Martial Peak, Chapter 4285, Wood Element Divine Ability. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was presiding over the grand array, coldly snorted at those words, "Brat, don't you dare shirk your responsibility." It was obvious that Yang Kai had not gone all out. If nothing else, he had yet to use the divine manifestation that he showed previously. That divine manifestation contained an impressive amount of destructive power. Unleashing that move here would surely be of great help to the current situation. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not ignore Yang Kai's plea for help. Should Yang Kai's side be defeated, his grand array would also be affected. He was at a critical juncture to break the barrier and did not wish for all his efforts to be in vain. Therefore, he waved his large banner despite his dissatisfaction with Yang Kai's inadequacy. A large part of the blood mist suddenly converged to form a blood cloud that floated towards the star turtle and wrapped around it. Immediately after that, the blood cloud condensed into two blood beasts that were no smaller than the star turtle, as well as countless blood snakes that wriggled like living creatures. The two blood beasts fearlessly flanked the star turtle from both sides. On the other hand, the countless blood snakes swarmed the star turtle's body by crawling along the edges of its shell. The star turtle flicked its tail and one of the blood beasts immediately exploded, only to regroup immediately in a seemingly immortal and indestructible manner. Thanks to these blood beasts, the others had some time to catch their breaths and readjusted their formation. Then, the barrage of divine abilities and secret techniques resumed once more. Yang Kai took a small breather. It was true that he had not used his full strength. After all, under these circumstances, he did not dare to exert his full strength. Although the power of the Golden Crow casts the sun was explosive, its power consumption was simply too high. He might not have any strength left for self-protection if he consumed too much energy in his battle against the star turtle. How could he do something so stupid? Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch valued the Blood Monster Divine Palace so much that he could not afford to be distracted even though he understood Yang Kai's intentions. As a result of the two immortal and indestructible blood beasts charging the enemy and the countless blood snakes distracting the star turtle, everybody's safety was greatly increased. Even though the star turtle was strong, its sentience seemed to be somewhat lacking. There was no saying whether the cause was its long years of sleep or its inherent nature. Annoyed by the blood beasts' badgering, it fought them endlessly. The battle occupied it so much that it had no time for anything else. This situation delighted Yang Kai and the others. Before they could rejoice though, the blood beasts were destroyed to the point where they could no longer recondense. Similarly, the blood snakes crawling all over the star turtle's body were destroyed by the earth element power it emitted. Yang Kai secretly cursed. With no other choice, he stepped forward once more. The azure dragon spear flew out and pierced forward to draw the star turtle's attention. This was something he had promised Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier after all. It was also related to whether the Blood Monster Divine Palace could be opened, so Yang Kai could not simply stand back and watch. Nevertheless, the pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Any negligence could turn into a fatal mistake when facing such a seventh-order monster beast, so Yang Kai had no choice but to remain alert at all times. The others provided support from the side, and for a time, they successfully kept the star turtle at bay. Taking a slight breather amidst the pitched battle, Yang Kai glanced in the direction of the Blood Monster Divine Palace and discovered that it had become far more solid in such a short time. It would seem that Black Crow Divine Monarch and the others were making good progress. According to the agreement from before, Yang Kai's task would be over once the Blood Monster Divine Palace was completely opened and he would no longer have to strive so hard against this monster beast. Meanwhile, Wei Bouquet was secretly shocked. He had heard about Yang Kai's strength from his junior brother, Su Zhen. He had also heard about how Yang Kai defeated Yu Luo Sha in the Azura arena of Thousand Bird Star City in one move. Even so, it was one thing to listen to the stories and quite another to witness it for himself. It was not until this moment that he understood how wide the gap between him and Yang Kai was. Everybody had done their best when facing the star turtle, but the majority of the pressure was borne by Yang Kai, who constantly charged forward to attack the enemy. Wei Buqi had to admit that he would have been exhausted in less than an incense stick if he were in Yang Kai's shoes. He might even face the risk of death. On the contrary, Yang Kai persevered against all odds. The scene might seem precarious and sometimes extremely dangerous, but things also seemed to be in his control. Black Crow Divine Monarch truly has a good eye for people. It's also no wonder that Junior Brother reminded me countless times before my departure that I should try and win Yang Kai over should I meet him. With such talent, he will be incomparable to ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters even if he only achieves that realm upon breaking through. A ray of light suddenly shot in Wei Buqi's direction. Shaking his head, he cleared his mind of the many distracting thoughts and slashed forward with his sword. With the passage of time, the number of wounded increased. Even Wei Buqi and the other elites were covered in injuries. There was no need to mention Yang Kai's condition. If not for his strong recovery abilities and endurance, he would have died countless times over by now. The strength of a 7th Order monster beast was terrifying indeed. Despite combining so many people's strength, they could only keep the monster beast at bay. It was impossible for them to kill it. Yang Kai had the feeling that only a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had hope of killing the Star Turtle. Moreover, it had to be a 5th Order or 6th Order mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. A 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not capable of such a feat. With the Star Turtle being held back, Black Crow Divine Monarch was undisturbed and made rapid progress. In the short span of an hour, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was almost fully condensed into solid form. On the other hand, the Star Turtle's purpose in sleeping here was probably only to protect the Divine Palace. As such, the further Black Crow Divine Monarch progressed, the more violent and powerful its attacks became. Yang Kai and the others who were fighting the Star Turtle could feel these changes clearly. All of a sudden, there was a soft crack. It was followed by a horrifying aura that permeated the air. Immediately after that, a sword chi slashed out from Lin Feng's waist and shot towards the Star Turtle. The sword chi swept out wantonly and the void shattered. A several-meter-long crack was sliced open, stretching across the Star Turtle's solid back. Through that crack, they could practically see the wriggling flesh and internal organs inside. Yang Kai, who was struggling against the Star Turtle at the time, couldn't help feeling stunned for a moment. Likewise, the others were stunned too. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stiffened and looked down at his waist. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. The identity token at his waist was shattered. In other words, his life had been in mortal danger just now. That was why the divine ability sealed within the identity token had been triggered. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He barely even understood what had happened. All he knew was that a yellow stream of light had shot out from the Star Turtle and flew in his direction. It had happened so fast that he had no time to react. Good job. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed loudly. Another blood cloud wriggled over and slipped into the Star Turtle's body via that wound to wreak havoc from the inside. The Star Turtle's shell and flesh were extremely tough. Even though such a large group of people had been attacking him for half a day, the damage they managed to cause was negligible. In contrast, the Sword Chi divine ability unleashed from Lin Feng's identity token had inflicted heavy damage in an instant. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch miss out on such a good opportunity? He took the initiative to attack without waiting for Yang Kai's call for help. The blood cloud vanished out of sight and the Star Turtle roared in pain while the pressure on Yang Kai and the others fell noticeably. "Are you all right, Brother Lin?" Wei Buqi asked while taking a breather. Lin Feng slowly nodded, but a trace of fear lingered on his face. Never once had he ever felt so close to death before. He had never been so terrified in his life, not even when he was captured by Kun Sha in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then. It would now seem that it was unrealistic to rely on the hope that the divine abilities sealed within the identity tokens of the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples could kill this star turtle. That sword chi just now had been indescribably powerful, but even so, it had only managed to open a single wound on the opponent's back. Based on the outcome of this situation, they could not take the star turtle's life even if they activated all of their protective divine abilities. Nevertheless, it was thanks to this sealed divine ability that broke open the tough shell and allowed Black Crow Divine Monarch's methods to take effect that Yang Kai and the others could catch their breath for a moment. In the meantime, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was becoming more and more solid. Another quarter hour passed and there was a loud rumble accompanied by an earthquake that shook the entire world. Then, the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace slowly opened. Black Crow Divine Monarch's eyes blazed with a raging heat. Similarly, the cultivators standing at the various array nodes looked excited. Success! Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed out loud, this monarch will be leaving first. After saying that, he ignored everybody else and charged forward. He rushed straight into the Blood Monster Divine Palace and disappeared out of sight. Upon seeing that, the others did not hesitate to follow suit. All of them quickly swarmed towards the Blood Monster Divine Palace, scrambling to be the first. On the contrary, Yang Kai wanted to curse and scream. That was because the Star Turtle was no longer restrained by Black Crow Divine Monarch following his departure. Like a tiger that had been released from its cage, the Star Turtle's aura soared wildly. Yang Kai and the others had barely been able to cope earlier, but the pressure increased sharply at this moment. Several people gathered near the Star Turtle were swept away by its aura and swiftly retreated into the distance. A battlefield was like a game of chess. One wrong move would lead to another, then another, until everything collapsed. Black Crow Divine Monarch's sudden departure had left Yang Kai and the others in an extremely difficult and precarious position. The Star Turtle shook its body. Dozens of figures collapsed on the ground, bleeding profusely as a result. This attack was swiftly followed by numerous yellow bolts of light shooting out from its body, causing the remaining people to panic. Black Crow Divine Monarch probably never intended to bother about the lives of Yang Kai and the others in the first place. From his standpoint, he couldn't be happier if Yang Kai and the others were killed by the Star Turtle. That was why he left without the slightest hesitation. Although Yang Kai struggled hard to fight back, it was difficult for him to block the onslaught of a seventh-order monster beast. Go quickly! He shouted while stabbing out continuously with his spear. As soon as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, the Star Turtle raised his meteor hammer-like tail. A blinding yellow light gathered at the tip of its tail and a moment later, it moved at lightning speed and smashed down at the place where the most people were gathered. Chu Huashang stood in that spot, her beautiful face drained of all color. She knew that she would die if she didn't move, but the Star Turtle's horrifying aura locked her firmly in place. A feeling that she could not escape in time washed over her. The light in front of her eyes became obscured and the world darkened around her. Yang Kai felt his teeth nearly cracking at the sight. Manipulating space principles, his figure flashed and appeared in front of her as a terrifying wind pressed down on him. He already felt suffocated before the Star Turtle's attack arrived. I can't block this. With my current strength, I can't block an attack of this magnitude. It's not enough even if I use Golden Crow casts the sun. But, if I can't stop this attack, then Chu Huashang will definitely die. In that moment between life or death, an aura flashed through his mind and the wood element power shone brightly in his Dao seal. An emerald aura flowed out and a great tree appeared out of nowhere behind his back, holding up a huge canopy that swayed in the wind. The tree gave off the feeling that it would stand tall even if the sky came crashing down. Hong. The Star Turtle's tail smashed down and the yellow light collided with the canopy of the great tree. The emerald light and yellow light impacted with an explosive sound that shook the world. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4286, The Blood Monster Divine Palace. Chu Huashang stared blankly at the figure standing in front of her, feeling as though some kind of barrier which wrapped around her heart was struck by something and shattered in an instant, making it race faster than it had ever before. She was one of Yin Yang Cave Heaven's core disciples. Having been vigorously cultivated by the sect since she was young, she never lacked for anything. Not only did she have great aptitude and high cultivation, but she also had a beautiful appearance. Countless senior brothers and junior brothers in Yin Yang Cave Heaven had tried to woo her in the past. What she cultivated was the heartless Tao. In order for her to advance into the open heaven realm, she would first need to experience love. She herself knew that it was only a matter of time before she had to settle down with a man. Most of the other female disciples in the sect from her generation had long since fallen in love and became intimate with their partners of choice. However, she had never been able to find a suitable candidate. Hence, she was always honest and straightforward with the senior brothers and junior brothers who approached her. It was only when she entered the grand ancient ruins boundary that she encountered a man who could clearly and eloquently discuss yin-yang union cultivation with her. Although she found the man rather interesting, she did not give much thought to the matter at the time. After returning to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she underwent intensive cultivation to absorb all the benefits she received in the grand ancient ruins boundary. It was not until she finally came out of retreat that she heard many things about Yang Kai. Feeling appreciative of the life-saving grace she received from him in the grand ancient ruins boundary, she persuaded her sect to take a softer approach to win him over instead of trying to kill him. Her status as a core disciple gave her some say in making decisions, and due to her constant lobbying, the higher-ups in the sect agreed. Naturally, the task of winning Yang Kai over fell upon her as the person who proposed this idea in the first place. Besides, she was already acquainted with him, so there could be no better candidate than her. Upon entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang was not surprised to meet Yang Kai again. She was entrusted with a task from her sect and had her own grand Tao to consider as well, therefore, she was much more proactive in approaching him than before. During this period, she survived through various hardships and even shared life and death together with him. The admiration in her heart grew greatly after she witnessed his abilities and temperament with her own eyes. Despite the mutual protection and unfaltering support during their travels, she only felt that he was a very responsible man. A trace of affection would occasionally bloom in her heart, but she knew that those feelings were a far cry from love. She had more than once asked herself, what is love? Unfortunately, she could not find the answer to her question. However, at this very moment, when her life flashed before her eyes as the darkness of death enveloped her, that familiar figure had descended from the sky without hesitation to stand in front of her. That figure was akin to a majestic mountain that shielded her from rain and storm. Chu Huashang suddenly felt as though a seed in her heart had germinated and burst out of the ground with great vigor. It was a strange feeling that instantly permeated her entire body. Even though she was standing at the threshold of life and death, she broke out into a smile. Her aura that had gone chaotic when danger loomed over her suddenly cleared up and became calm once more, even becoming more vigorous than before. Hong. The star turtle's tail came slamming down to crash against the huge canopy. The yellow light and emerald light symphonically blended together. The great tree stood strong below, forcefully holding up the enormous tail. Everybody was stunned by the sight, and even Yang Kai was taken aback. He looked up and stared at the large tree and huge canopy behind him, and a single question flashed through his heart, what is this? In that moment just now, he had instinctively pushed the wood element power in his Tao seal. It never occurred to him that a giant tree would appear behind him. Among the 5 elements, the wood suppressed earth. What the star turtle unleashed was undoubtedly a 7th-order earth element power. On the other hand, the wood element power in Yang Kai's Tao seal was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. In terms of order, his wood element power was definitely much higher than the star turtle's earth element power. In addition, these 2 elements mutually restrained each other, so it was not hard to understand how he managed to block that terrifying blow. What Yang Kai could not understand was what he did just now. He was astonished that he managed to comprehend a wood element divine ability at such a critical moment. All this while, he had been trying to unlock the mysteries of the elements in his Tao seal in hopes of comprehending a divine manifestation no weaker than his golden crow casts the sun. If nothing else, comprehending a divine ability or secret technique like the dragon shield was not bad either. In particular, the wood element was the first open heaven power that he condensed, so he had been rather disappointed that he could not comprehend any divine abilities from it. Over the years, Yang Kai had wondered if the order of the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree was simply too high for him to comprehend anything from it. Nevertheless, he knew that some things could not be forced. Everything would remain an unreachable dream if the timing was not right. Correspondingly, everything would naturally fall into place once the moment arrived. Even so, he never imagined that the wood element divine ability would emerge right here and right now due to necessity. Sure enough, the fine line between life or death not only contains great terror but also holds great opportunities. At the time, Yang Kai simply wanted to save Chu Huashang. There were no other thoughts in his head, so he drew on the wood element power in his Tao seal instinctually, causing the giant tree behind him to suddenly appear out of nowhere. This must be a defensive divine ability. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. It was just that he did not have time to investigate it carefully. He could sense that the large tree could not withstand the star turtle's aggressive attacks for long, thus, he quickly shouted, "Go quickly." Everybody returned to their senses. How could they dare to delay a moment longer? They hurriedly rushed towards the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Black Crow Divine Monarch was the first person to rush inside while the rest of the cultivators acting as array nodes soon followed out of fear and greed. Therefore, those fighting the Star Turtle were the last ones remaining outside. At this moment, the Blood Monster Divine Palace had been opened, so there was no longer any need to fight this seventh-order monster beast. Since it was impossible to kill this Star Turtle, it was only logical to flee as soon as possible. One after another, their remaining figures slipped into the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Before leaving, Lin Feng, Wei Bouquet, Ning Dao Ran, and the others each sent a divine ability in the direction of the Star Turtle, giving one last burst of effort to help relieve some of the pressure on Yang Kai. Ding Yi also followed close behind with the rest of the surviving members of Emperor Heaven. Accountant shouted, "Brat, we're going on ahead. Take care of yourself." After saying that, he summoned Lang Qin Shan and the others before they charged into the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Zhang Ruoshi was not willing to leave, but Gu Pan dragged her into the Blood Monster Divine Palace by the arm and vanished out of sight. Chu Huashang quietly whispered, "Junior brother, I'll be waiting for you inside. Hurry and catch up." Her emotions were a little agitated at the moment, and for some reason, her body felt soft and weak. She knew that she would only add to his worries if she stayed here, so she forced herself to leave. Yang Kai grunted in reply without looking back, sensing her aura quickly disappear. In a blink of an eye, he was the only person left in the entire mountain valley. The great tree condensed from the wood element power was already beginning to falter. It was true that the wood suppressed earth. Moreover, this newly comprehended defensive divine ability was absolutely amazing in terms of power. Unfortunately, even the strongest defense could only last so long in the face of a furious attack. Seeing that the huge canopy of the large tree was about to break, Yang Kai grit his teeth and stared up at the Star Turtle. Space principles fluctuated around him and he appeared outside the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace in a flash. If possible, he would have preferred to kill the Star Turtle. Although he was not in need of a seventh-order Earth Element Monster Core, it was still an invaluable cultivation resource. If he brought this back with him, he might be able to exchange this for something that he did need. It was a pity that a seventh-order monster beast was not something he could defeat with his current strength. So many people working together had been unable to leave a scratch on that monster beast earlier, so what could he do now that he was alone? Standing in front of the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, Yang Kai gave one last glance at the enraged and roaring star turtle before he turned around and rushed inside. The furious roars behind him stopped abruptly. Instead, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white everywhere he looked. Although his divine sense was not restricted by anything, he could not detect any other presences in this place. All the cultivators who rushed in before him were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai stopped and looked back, only to see that the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace were gone, replaced by a completely white world. It was as though there was nothing else in this place aside from the dazzling whiteness that stretched out in all directions. Where are the others? Yang Kai frowned. Judging by the current situation, there seemed to be a strange restriction in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. It might not be harmful, but it gave off an indescribably peculiar feel. After trying for a while, Yang Kai did not sense any danger. Furthermore, he could neither see anything within his field of vision nor detect any life auras within the range of his divine sense. It was as though the people who came in before him had vanished without any rhyme or reason. Seeing as it was impossible for them to have gone missing, Yang Kai suspected that they were stuck in the same situation as he. They had all fallen into this world of pure white. How can the inside of the Blood Monster Divine Palace look like this? Why was Black Crow Divine Monarch so desperate to enter this place? Yang Kai was a little worried about Zhang Ruoxi, but upon further consideration, he recalled that Gu Pan had dragged Zhang Ruoxi by the arm and entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace together. The two of them were most likely together at this moment. Even if something dangerous were to appear, Zhang Ruoxi would have Gu Pan taking care of her. At the very least, she would not have to deal with the dangers alone. With that thought in mind, Yang Kai relaxed slightly. He pondered for a moment before activating the Demon Eye of Annihilation. His left eye immediately transformed into a majestic column of golden light. The Demon Eye of Annihilation had impressive power and utility, and Yang Kai had never been disappointed whenever he used this skill. However, he gained nothing this time around. He suspected that this was some sort of spirit array like an illusion array or a bewildering array. Seeing as he did not gain anything from the use of his Demon Eye of Annihilation though, it could only mean that there was nothing odd about this place, or that his Demon Eye of Annihilation was not strong enough. Thinking about it, Yang Kai realized that this was not surprising. This place was the Blood Monster Divine Palace, the home of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master decided to place a restriction on this place, it would not be something Yang Kai could see through so easily. Withdrawing his divine ability, he let out a sigh. This damned place had nothing. There was only whiteness all around. Furthermore, it gave off the feeling of infinity which made him somewhat anxious. With no other clues, Yang Kai could only take things one step at a time. He adjusted his breathing and recovered his strength. At the same time, he decided on a direction and walked forward. There was no saying how much time had passed. He even had the feeling that the flow of time in this place was very strange. For that reason, he was unable to judge just how long he had been walking. It seemed like it was only a moment, but it also seemed like several days had passed. Just as Yang Kai was starting to get frustrated, he suddenly heard a scream coming from a certain direction. His expression stiffened in shock and he hurriedly turned to look in that direction. However, he frowned deeply the next moment. That was because a figure had appeared in his field of vision. It was almost as if that person had been there all along and he simply had not noticed the man all this while. It was a male cultivator who looked around 40 years old or so. There was no way to tell which sex disciple he was, but at this moment, he seemed absolutely panicked. His eyes were filled with terror, as though he had seen something extremely horrifying, and he was running around screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4287, Soul Extraction and Refinement. This person seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying and his expression was filled with fear. Having finally come across another person, Yang Kai could not let this man leave so easily even though he knew that the other party was seemingly in trouble. He moved forward and stopped in front of that person with his hand raised up in the air. "Excuse me, friend." Unexpectedly, that person ran straight at Yang Kai as though he didn't see him at all. Yang Kai's scowl grew deeper. He exerted some strength and stretched his hand forward to stop that person by force, but to his surprise, his arm passed through that person's body. This scene shocked him greatly, but before he could recover from his shock, that person had already passed through his body and ran off. Yang Kai abruptly turned back to look. There was nobody there at all. It was almost as though everything that happened just now was just an illusion. A disquieting feeling rose in his heart and he felt a chill running down his back. This damned place was full of mysteries. It was not a place one should stay for long. Unfortunately, he was completely clueless about this place and had no idea how to get out of here at the moment. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly saw a round platform ahead with something seemingly placed on it. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looking vigilant. That was because he was certain that there had been nothing in this direction when he looked earlier, and yet, this round platform suddenly appeared when he looked in this direction once more. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, Yang Kai stared forward, frowning. Even so, he could not see what was placed on top of the round platform. He hesitated for a long time before he steadily walked in that direction. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of the round platform. He walked up the short flight of stairs and looked up. What he saw made his expression change drastically. That was because there was a severed head sitting on top of the round platform. Furthermore, the owner of that severed head was Chu Huashang. How did Chu Huashang die here? And, who placed her head here? He suddenly felt as though his eyes were going to explode from the sight. A ball of rage burned in his chest like a volcano that was about to erupt. He wanted to burn everything in the world. He had traveled with this senior sister from Yin Yang Cave Heaven, mutually supporting each other all the way. If she had not carried him on her back while fleeing desperately, he would have been killed by Yin Xin Zhao in his unconscious state, thus, he had a good grasp of her character by now. It could be said that he already considered her as one of his friends. Be that as it may, she had died in this place. Yang Kai's heart felt like it had been sliced to pieces by a knife. At this moment, Chu Huashang's severed head jerked its eyes open and cried out to him miserably, "Save me. It hurts." Yang Kai lurched back and retreated slightly, staring in the direction of the head in shock and disbelief. She repeatedly pleaded for help, but his expression slowly became cold and calm instead. This is definitely not Chu Huashang's head. It's impossible for a dead person to speak. He was almost certain that he had fallen into some sort of illusion array. What he was seeing at the moment was nothing more than some kind of hallucination. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly slipped into the small sealed world without delay. He originally wanted to use this method to break free from the illusion in front of him. To his surprise, he discovered that there was something wrong with him when he entered the small sealed world. At some point in time, his body had been surrounded by faint traces of energy. This energy emitted a hint of malevolence that lingered and wrapped around his body. If he had not entered the small sealed world, he would not have noticed this phenomenon. This bizarre energy constantly twisted and distorted upon itself, creating all sorts of peculiar sights. The illusion he saw just now was definitely caused by this energy. His expression darkened and he immediately activated the golden crow's true fire around his body. There was a crackling sound as the traces of evil energy entangled around his body were instantly burned to a crisp. After confirming that he no longer had that bizarre energy around him, Yang Kai finally slipped out of the small sealed world and returned to the outside world again. However, he remained cautious this time around. He did not withdraw the golden crow's true fire and instead coated his body in a protective layer of it. As soon as he appeared in the outside world, Yang Kai heard sizzling sounds coming from his surroundings. Black smoke rose into the air as though something was being burned by him. It was similar to the scene where he burned off the evil energy inside the small sealed world, therefore, he immediately understood something. This weird place was filled with that strange energy, and anybody who entered this place would begin to hallucinate as a result. The order of this evil energy was not low and was most likely one of the means set up by Blood Monster Divine Monarch to guard this palace. Fortunately, Yang Kai's Golden Crow's true fire was of extremely high order and was able to fully restrain it. If it were any other cultivator in this place, they would not be able to deal with this scenario. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming worried. Be it Gu Pan, Zhang Ruoxi, Chu Huashang, Ning Dao Ran, accountant, or Lang Qing Shan, none of them had a heritage as great as his. At this moment, they were probably being tortured by those illusions. It was almost certain that all the cultivators who rushed into the Blood Monster Divine Palace had encountered the same situation. Just because he could break free of those hallucinations did not mean that those people had the ability to do so. Yang Kai looked back at the round platform, and naturally Chu Huashang's head was nowhere to be seen. Even the round platform was gone. Thus, he breathed out a sigh of relief. It would seem that what he saw previously was really just an illusion. Chu Huashang had not been beheaded after all. Constant crackling sounds came from around him as the strange energy was steadily burned away. He took a step forward, and compared to earlier, he now felt much more clear-headed. A long while passed when he suddenly heard a weak but extremely miserable cry. It sounded like somebody was going through unimaginable torture. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He did not know whether the voice was an illusion or whether there really was somebody screaming. Just in case, he entered the small sealed world once more to check on his body. He confirmed that he was not affected by the evil energy before he returned to the outside world. The miserable cry sounded again, so this time around, Yang Kai could be sure that it really was somebody screaming. After listening for a while, he followed the source of the sound and headed in that direction. He walked for a while and came to a stop in front of a ball of fire. Then, he stared at the flames solemnly. He did not know what kind of flames these were, but even if they were incomparable to his Golden Crow's true fire, they were still quite strong. However, what shocked him was not this ball of fire but rather what was inside this ball of fire. There was a humanoid figure inside the ball of fire. Under the burning of those flames, that figure screamed out again and again. He constantly writhed in pain. Once in a while, he would collide with the flames in an attempt to break free. However, every time he tried to do that, he would be restrained by an inexplicable force that immobilized him. Yang Kai felt his scalp going numb with horror. The humanoid figure inside the flames was emitting the aura of a soul avatar. It was somebody's soul. Ever since he started cultivating, Yang Kai had offended many people, and many of them had also threatened him with all sorts of things. For example, they would threaten to torture him or subject him to soul extraction and refinement. Even so, those people were normally just making threats. At this moment, he was actually witnessing a person's soul being continuously burned by flames but unable to die. This was the process of soul extraction and refinement. The soul was truly experiencing a fate worse than death. Yang Kai wanted to see the identity of the soul within the flames, but could not get a clear glimpse. That person was far too distorted. Moreover, he had the vague feeling that this soul did not belong to any of the cultivators who came in before him. That was because the person gave off a feeling that he was once very powerful, even though he was incredibly weak now. Just as Yang Kai was suspiciously eyeing this scene, that soul suddenly stopped screaming or struggling. A twisted transformation revealed a face staring straight at him through the flames. It was an unfamiliar face that he had never seen before, so Yang Kai subconsciously circulated his strength and raised his guard. Who is it? Who is standing there? The person shouted through gritted teeth. It was not out of fury. It was simply because he was suffering immense pain from the flames burning his soul at all times. Yang Kai frowned and looked into the soul avatar's eyes. Unexpectedly, he discovered that those eyes were unfocused even though the other party was looking in his general direction. In other words, that person probably could not see Yang Kai and simply sensed his presence. This person must have been a powerful master in the past. Otherwise, it's impossible for a soul to persist for so many years. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Black Crow Divine Monarch. Could it be that Black Crow Divine Monarch is not the only one imprisoned inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Are there other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters? Who is standing there? Speak! That person yelled impatiently, like a wounded beast. Yang Kai frowned, and, who are you? Why are you being imprisoned inside those flames? Me? The soul avatar seemed taken aback. I've forgotten who I am. Wait. You can see me? How could Yang Kai know that he was being imprisoned in a ball of flames unless Yang Kai could see him? I can see you. Yang Kai nodded affirmatively. That's impossible. What order within the Open Heaven realm are you? How can you see me? This place is the nothingness array set up by that old dog Shuiyao. It's difficult for anybody to see through the mysteries in this place unless they are a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Don't tell me. You are in the high-rank Open Heaven Realm? Yang Kai replied, I'm only in the half-step Open Heaven Realm. Pausing for a moment, he firmly added, but, I'll become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master one day. A half-step Open Heaven Realm Junior. That person seemed stunned for a moment but quickly reacted, did you condense high-rank elements? Indeed. The figure immediately understood, no wonder you can see me. Were you also captured and brought here by that old dog? Yang Kai fell silent for a moment. Based on what he said, it is likely that Blood Monster Divine Monarch captured him, extracted his soul, and left him to suffer the pain of being burned by these flames. How long has he suffered here? How did a soul survive for so long without being extinguished? And, what did he do to offend Blood Monster Divine Monarch? After thinking about it, Yang Kai explained truthfully, Blood Monster Divine Monarch died a long time ago and the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has turned into a sealed world. I came here for training. That old dog is dead. That person's expression became rather complicated, muttering to himself for a bit before he burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. Shuiyao. So what if your strength was greater and your fist bigger? I still lived longer than you. Yang Kai lightly coughed into his fist, not knowing what to say. It's better to die than to be stuck in this living hell, neither dead nor alive. That person continued to laugh, then he suddenly burst out crying, if that old dog is dead, then there's no more reason for me to persevere. He couldn't even remember his own name, but he never forgot Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It could be seen that there was a deep grudge between the two of them. It was also precisely because of that hatred that he had persevered until today and his soul remained indestructible. Soon, he composed his emotions once more. Enduring the pain from the burning flames, he said in a surprisingly calm voice, Junior, please do me a favor. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4288, The Way Out. What do you want me to do, Senior? This Junior's cultivation is low and may not be able to help you. Although Yang Kai felt sorry for what this man had experienced, he did not dare to talk too much. The main reason was his meeting with Black Crow Divine Monarch previously. All these old monsters who lived for countless years were not easy to deal with. He could fall into their trap at the slightest negligence. The soul replied, rest assured. It's nothing too difficult for you. I just want you to kill me. Yang Kai fell silent. He had seen this person suffering a life worse than death due to the soul extraction and refinement, so he was not surprised by the request. Rather than being stuck in this state, it was certainly better to die. Little friend, are you still there? The soul asked tentatively when Yang Kai did not answer for a long time. I'm still here. Yang Kai breathed out lightly, what must I do, Senior? The soul replied, my soul has completely integrated with this soul flame. As long as the soul flame exists, my soul will not die. If you wish to kill me, you need to extinguish this fire. I'm sure you've condensed a water element power, right? You only need to use it. Yang Kai nodded. Please wait a moment, senior. I will send you off. The soul, who had been tortured and trapped in pain for such a long time, suddenly seemed to calm. Many thanks, little friend. Yang Kai did not say anything else. Activating the water element power in his Dao seal, he reached out his hand towards the soul flame. His water element power was 7th order, condensed from the moon essence back in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Although it was technically of the water element, it leaned more heavily towards the icy attribute, thus, a bone-chilling cold aura permeated the air when Yang Kai drew upon it, seemingly holding a hazy ball of moonlight in the palm of his hand. Among the 5 elements, the water extinguished fire. Using the water element power to destroy the soul flame was akin to using the right tool for the right situation. If anybody else were to come here, they might not succeed even if they knew the correct method because the order of this soul flame was not low. Fortunately, Yang Kai's water element power was more than enough to deal with it. A chill spread out, wrapping around the soul flame. In response, the soul flame began to shrink at a rate visible to the naked eye. The soul was completely integrated with the soul flame, so he immediately noticed the changes, his voice calling out in a somewhat conflicted tone, I'm finally free. Yang Kai asked while working, Senior, do you have any last wishes? The soul, who was sitting cross-legged within the soul flame, quietly waiting for death to come, laughed when he heard the question, I don't even remember who I am anymore. How can I still have any last wishes? Oh, that's right. I think I used to have a sect. What was the sect called? After pondering for some time, he could not remember anything, thus, he could only sigh in resignation, forget it. So many years have passed. I'm sure the sect is gone by now. There's nothing for me to worry about. In that short time, Yang Kai had worn the soul flame down with his water element power until it became extremely dim. Even the soul inside became hazy and indistinct, almost as though he was about to be completely extinguished. Another short while passed. Be it the soul flame or the soul integrated with the soul flame, only a faint shadow of them remained. With a crisp sound coming from the depths of the soul flame disintegrated and the soul was extinguished. The last vestiges of the soul's voice entered Yang Kai's ears, this place is the nothingness array set up by that old dog. It operates on the principle of the 5 elements mutually reinforcing each other. If you want to find the exit, you must first reverse the flow. Perhaps, you might still have a chance to survive. Looking at the spot where the soul and the soul flame had vanished, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing in regret. He was certain that this soul was not inferior to Black Crow Divine Monarch. I wonder what he did to offend Blood Monster Divine Monarch so terribly that he was subjected to the soul extraction and refinement torture, unable to die even after being tormented for so many years. It could be seen that Blood Monster Divine Monarch was by no means a kind man. How could such a cruel and ruthless person be so kind as to leave his inheritance behind for others? Without Black Crow Divine Monarch, the Blood Monster Divine Palace would never have been found, much less opened. Nevertheless, the words that Soul left behind before his death had given Yang Kai great inspiration. He probably wanted to reciprocate the favor. Since Yang Kai gave him eternal relief, he wanted to return the kindness in full. It truly was as the saying went, when one door closed, a window would open. Yang Kai immediately sat down cross-legged. The nothingness array operates on the principle of the 5 elements mutually reinforcing each other. If I reverse the surrounding flow, then the 5 elements would mutually oppose each other. He cautiously perceived his surroundings and sure enough, it didn't take long before Yang Kai detected the pure 5 element powers in this vast white world. He had failed to perceive this phenomenon previously for 2 reasons. The first was that he had not investigated this place calmly and the second was that he had been too anxious searching for an exit. It was not until the remnant soul gave him a hint that he discovered this phenomenon. At present, Yang Kai had condensed 4 out of the 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, and water element. As he had yet to come across a suitable metal element treasure, he had not condensed his metal element power. Be that as it may, he had the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd which contained the sixth-order Yuan magnetic divine light, so he could use that as a replacement. After coming to a decision, Yang Kai didn't hesitate. Regardless of the circumstances, there's no harm in trying. It will be great if I can find the exit. In any case, it's not too late to figure out another solution if I fail to locate one. Taking out the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, he opened the lid and focused his mind. He then quietly drew on the 4 powers in his Dao seal and guided the Yuan magnetic divine light out of the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd. Following that, he activated them in a sequence where the 5 elements mutually suppressed each other. In an instant, the energy in his surroundings surged violently and bursts of crackling sounds kept ringing out. When Yang Kai activated the wood element power, he suddenly remembered the wood element divine ability that he had the fortune to comprehend earlier. The situation had been too urgent back then, so he had no time to study it further. It would now seem that the wood element divine ability contained more than mere defensive abilities. There were even more aspects to it that he had yet to discover. Unfortunately, the current situation was not the right time to ponder about this wood element divine ability either. I have to find a time to research this divine ability properly once I leave the blood monster cave heaven. The power of the 5 elements circulated endlessly, mutually suppressing each other. Yang Kai separated a thread of his consciousness to monitor the changes in his surroundings, however, nothing happened even after waiting for a long time. This situation made his heart sink. He did not suspect the soul of lying to him as, generally speaking, the words of a dying man tend to be the truth. The soul had been tortured by blood monster divine monarch for so many years, so it was highly unlikely for him to leave behind lies when Yang Kai was the one to relieve him of his suffering. There could only be 2 reasons for this outcome. Either Yang Kai's strength was insufficient or the soul was so confused that he remembered wrongly. The soul had been tortured for so many years that he forgot his own name, so it was possible that his memory was flawed. An idea came to Yang Kai the moment that thought crossed his mind. He reversed the power of the 5 elements once more, instantly transforming the cycle so that the 5 elements mutually reinforced each other. As soon as he completed the change, he suddenly noticed the faint outline of a step appearing in front of him. Yang Kai's expression bloomed in excitement, but before he could take a closer look, the step vanished out of sight again. I'm confident that what I saw just now is not an illusion. It's a real staircase, even if it's only 1 step. Stopping the movements of his hands, Yang Kai considered for a brief moment. Then, he repeated his previous action. Sure enough, the step appeared before him again. It was just that the step vanished out of sight once more when he blanked out in astonishment. Soon however, a light flashed through Yang Kai's eyes and seemed to have understood something. He breathed out softly and stood up. Activating his Dao seal and the power of the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, he drew on the 5 elements and the step appeared before him again. This time around, he did not hesitate. Simultaneously climbing the step, he repeated his previous action once more and the second step appeared. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward. The power of the 5 elements surged around him, mutually suppressing then mutually reinforcing one another in a cycle. The third step appeared under his feet. In the beginning, Yang Kai moved fast but cautiously. It was not until he verified the conjectures in his heart that he no longer held back. Every time he put his foot down, the next step would appear beneath his feet at a suitable time. The higher he walked, the further he went. His footsteps were steady, almost as though he wanted to walk above the clouds and slip through the barriers of the sky. He did not know how long had passed, but it felt like he had climbed at least 1,000 steps. At one point, he lifted his foot and realized that there were no further steps in front of him. His first reaction was shock. He originally thought that he had made a mistake somewhere and caused something to go wrong as a result, but when he looked ahead, he discovered that he had somehow appeared in a grand hall. Looking back, there was no sign of a staircase and even the world of white was gone. I'm out. Yang Kai felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. The soul had not remembered the method to break the grand array wrongly, it was just that what he recalled was incomplete. It was fortunate that Yang Kai had a flexible mind, otherwise, he might not have been able to escape that strange grand array. There was a whirring noise coming from the side, similar to the pumping of an old and broken bellows. Yang Kai turned to look and immediately became horrified. Taking a large step backward, he retreated into the distance and shouted through gritted teeth, "Hey ya! I can't believe I'm meeting Black Crow Divine Monarch here." At this point, how could he not realize that this old bastard had tricked everybody? Earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch had to borrow everybody's power to break the barrier around the Blood Monster Divine Palace and distract the 7th Order monster beast guarding it. For that reason, he had given a lot of sweet promises to the others. He even went so far as to swear a blood oath on his Dao seal, claiming that he would not attack anybody once they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace as long as they did not provoke him first. His attitude had been extremely sincere, which was why everybody willingly cooperated with him. After all, the Blood Monster Divine Palace would surely contain many treasures. It was not easy for them to arrive this far, so who would not want to go in and take a look around? Even Yang Kai had been extremely tempted, but after his experience just now, how could he not understand that everybody had fallen for Black Crow Divine Monarch's schemes? Black Crow Divine Monarch clearly knew about the White World. He also knew that anybody who tried to enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into that nothingness array. However, he alone knew the way out. If everybody else was trapped inside the Grand Array and he alone could escape, then wouldn't that mean that the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace would belong to him? If Yang Kai had not received guidance from that remnant soul, he would not have been able to escape this quickly either. What he did not expect was that he would come face to face with Black Crow Divine Monarch as soon as he entered the Grand Hall. Similarly, Black Crow Divine Monarch was as shocked as Yang Kai. His eyes widened as large as eggs and he breathed rapidly as though he had seen a ghost, blurting out incredulously, "Brat, why are you here?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4289, Hey Ya's Aim. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "That's what I wanted to ask you." Upon taking a closer look, Yang Kai realized that Black Crow Divine Monarch was severely injured and covered in blood. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked as though he had undergone enormous pressure. Despite his knowledge about the mysteries of the nothingness array, it would seem that escaping had still taken quite a lot of effort from him. It was no surprise considering that he had possessed Zhou Yi's body. Zhou Yi was simply a great Thousand Bloodland disciple who had condensed 5th Order elements. There was quite a large gap between his foundation and Yang Kai's. Black Crow Divine Monarch probably received those injuries during his escape from the nothingness array. Recalling the blood oath Black Crow Divine Monarch made just now, Yang Kai's expression became calm. What is there to fear? He is restricted by his own blood oath inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As long as I don't provoke him, he cannot attack me. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and put away the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress, then, he coldly asked, "Hey ya, where are the others?" Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled, "Why ask when you already know the answer? They are stuck in the same place you just came out from." I was right. Yang Kai previously suspected that everybody who entered through the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into that world of pure white. Now that he received confirmation from Black Crow Divine Monarch. This knowledge made Yang Kai so furious that his teeth hurt. The nothingness array was not only incredibly peculiar, but also filled with deadly dangers. There was no saying what kind of fate one might face inside that place. It could be said that everybody had been tricked by Black Crow Divine Monarch. They had helped him open the Blood Monster Divine Palace only to be trapped in the nothingness array. Yang Kai was very tempted to summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab this bastard to death. This monarch is truly astonished. I can't believe you escaped that place in such a short time. You truly are extraordinary. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Yang Kai with admiration. The only reason he made it this far so quickly was that he had known about the nothingness array in advance. On the other hand, Yang Kai managed to reach this place despite knowing nothing. His aptitude and comprehension ability were simply astonishing. Yang Kai ground his teeth and said, "The only thing I want to know right now is how I can get them out." Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned meaningfully, "You want to save them? It's simple. You just need to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. If you successfully refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, forget rescuing them, it won't be difficult for you to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Yang Kai stiffened at those words. "Has your aim been to snatch the Blood Monster Cave Heaven all along?" Based on what Black Crow Divine Monarch said, it was clear that he planned to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. How could Yang Kai tolerate something like that? If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded in his endeavor, then the lives of all the people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would fall into his hands. Why else did you think this monarch spent so much effort to come here? Black Crow Divine Monarch stared at Yang Kai with a measured look and quickly said, "Junior, you're a talented one. In the future, you will achieve greatness. If you submit to this monarch, I will share a portion of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with you. What do you think?" "Good." Yang Kai agreed readily. "Tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace first." Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted with disdain, "The opportunity is right in front of your eyes, but you don't know how to grasp it. Junior, you are so short-sighted. It will cost you your life one day." After saying that, his body shuddered and turned into a blood cloud that rushed to the back. Yang Kai exclaimed, "Where are you going?" At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't care less about Black Crow Divine Monarch's blood oath anymore. He immediately pushed his space principles to imprison the world around Black Crow Divine Monarch. However, the blood cloud abruptly exploded and shot out in all directions. Although Yang Kai managed to trap most of the blood lights, some still slipped through his fingers. Shio. The blood lights transformed into several clusters of blood that flew about inside the Grand Hall, but Black Crow Divine Monarch was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth, knowing that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of him. Rather, Black Crow Divine Monarch was simply eager to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and did not want to be held up here. How could Yang Kai allow such a thing though? He immediately chased after Black Crow Divine Monarch. At this moment, Yang Kai was the only other person aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch who could move freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. If Yang Kai failed to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch and the latter successfully refined this place, he would gain total control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Everybody would end up enslaved by Heya as a result. It would be a life worse than death. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had no idea which direction Black Crow Divine Monarch was heading. The Grand Hall was connected to the rest of the palace and there were many corridors heading in different directions, thus, he could only choose a direction at random in his pursuit of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Rushing out of the Grand Hall, Yang Kai arrived at a long corridor with rooms on either side. He frowned and came to stand in front of one of the rooms. After investigating with his divine sense and confirming that there were no dangers inside, he pushed open the door and entered the room. What he saw stunned him for a moment. It was probably a woman's bedroom. Yang Kai might not know the identity of the owner, but the furnishings in the room gave off a feminine aura. It was just that too much time had passed and everything inside had long ago rotted away. The slight gust of wind that stirred up from when he opened the door caused many things to disintegrate into dust. Yang Kai glanced around and determined that there was nothing of value inside the room. There were no signs of Black Crow Divine Monarch either, so he immediately left. He then pushed open the door to another room and found that it was rather similar to the previous room. After investigating the rooms one by one, Yang Kai found nothing at all. This area seemed to be filled with women's bedrooms, thus, he secretly guessed that this place used to be the living quarters of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's harem. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it was not strange for him to have several women by his side. Even so, his women couldn't survive until today when he himself had already passed away. Passing through the harem, Yang Kai arrived at another grand hall. This grand hall covered an extremely large area. Moreover, it was surrounded by strange and seemingly indestructible stones that emitted a constant brilliant light. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. There were many cages inside the grand hall. Furthermore, these cages were filled with many monster beast skeletons. Some were as small as one's palm while others were several meters tall. These monster beasts came in all shapes and sizes. The list could go on forever. It could be conceived that countless monster beasts had once been imprisoned here a long time ago. With the passage of time though, they had reached the end of their lifespans and finally died. Yang Kai walked over to one of the cages and studied the pile of bones. When he noticed a dull and faded bead among the bones, a sudden thought came to him and he immediately retrieved it. Upon careful investigation, however, Yang Kai sighed. This dull and faded bead turned out to be the monster core of a monster beast. Judging from the weak aura remaining in this monster core, this monster beast used to be a 5th Order monster beast at the very least. It was just that too much time had passed. The monster beast core had not been properly preserved, so most of the energy within had dissipated. A monster beast core like this had very little value. Weaving through the grand hall, Yang Kai found monster core after monster core that had long lost their value. He even suspected that some were 7th Order monster cores, thus, he couldn't help feeling his heart ache. If these monster cores had retained their usefulness, then he would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. This place seemed to be where Blood Monster Divine Monarch used to research monster beasts. He was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming, but that was not all. He also managed to modify monster beasts so that they only had singular attributes in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was proof of his supreme attainments in the Tao of Beast Taming. Unlike in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the monster beast cores in the outside world would normally have a complex mix of elements. Not many of them could be refined and used by cultivators directly. However, the monster beast cores in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were different in the sense that they could be used directly as open heaven resources. If this method was leaked to the outside world, the various cave heavens and paradises would surely scramble over themselves to get their hands on it. Since this place used to be where Blood Monster Divine Monarch did his research on the monster beasts, wouldn't he have left some notes here? Yang Kai had a sudden idea and carefully searched the surrounding area. It didn't take long before he found a few remaining jade slips lying around. He carefully picked these jade slips up and confirmed that they were not damaged. Only then did he immerse his divine sense into the jade slips to check their contents. A short while later, he revealed a look of pure joy. These jade slips might not contain information that fully described the methods to nurture these monster beasts, but there were some scattered records within them. There were many parts that Yang Kai did not understand, however, that was not a problem. Martial Beast Great Emperor, Mo Huang, would surely be very interested in these research notes. After all, he rose to the status of Great Emperor by cultivating the Tao of Beast Taming. Yang Kai solemnly put these jade slips away. Afterwards, he circled around the grand hall once more. When he confirmed that he had not missed anything else, he finally continued to head deeper into the palace. There were many grand halls and rooms in this place, but most of them were empty. Apart from those jade slips, Yang Kai did not find anything else that was of value. It was not that this place did not contain great treasures, it was just that too much time had passed and many of these treasures had long since lost their spirituality. Take for example the monster cores he came across earlier. Some of those monster cores were originally 7th Order resources. Unfortunately, they had long since lost their effects and became worthless as a result. Yang Kai also found some artifacts that were of very high quality, but their aura was so dim that they could not be refined at all. It could be seen that the rosy picture that Black Crow Divine Monarch had previously painted in front of everybody was nothing more than a bunch of nonsense. He simply wanted to borrow their strength to help break the barrier of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. There was no saying where he was hiding at the moment. He might even be refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now. Even if Yang Kai wanted to search for Black Crow Divine Monarch though, he had no idea where to even begin. As such, he could only proceed one step at a time. At a certain moment, Yang Kai pushed open the door of a room and was surprised to discover a large alchemy furnace inside. There were many wooden shelves in the surroundings which contained various herbs and jade bottles. Is this the pill refining room? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat in excitement. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the things that he would keep in this place would surely be of high quality. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was disappointed once more when he stepped forward to examine the shelves. There were many herbs on the wooden shelves. Not only were they of very high quality, but they also had various barriers and methods cast on them to preserve them. It was just that far too long had passed, so most of the barriers had lost their effects, causing these herbs to lose most of their medical efficacy. It was the jade bottles that Yang Kai held out some hope for. After checking through the rows of jade bottles, he finally obtained some results. Most of the spirit pills in the jade bottles had lost their effects, but Blood Monster Divine Monarch seemed to be fairly skilled in alchemy. Quite a few of the spirit pills here had pill veins. Once a spirit pill produced pill's veins, they would retain their efficacy no matter how much time passed as long as they were properly stored. They would be even more incredible if they formed pill's clouds, in which case their medicinal efficacies would continue to increase with the passing of time. Martial Peak, Chapter 4290, Universe Furnace Open Heaven Pills. Spirit pills with pill clouds were extremely difficult to refine. Many alchemists might never even refine a single spirit pill that formed pill clouds in their entire lifetime. Yang Kai had refined countless spirit pills since he first started cultivating, but the number which formed pill clouds could be counted on one hand. There were no spirit pills with pill clouds in this place, but there were quite a few with pill veins. Moreover, there was quite a wide variety of them. Some were used to facilitate cultivation and some were for healing purposes. There were also some Yang Kai did not recognize. Nevertheless, he swept all of them into his space ring without exception. When he picked up one of the jade bottles to investigate the content, he couldn't help but frown as it only had a single open heaven pill. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so why would he place a bottle with a single open heaven pill here with such solemnity? What surprised Yang Kai even more was that this open heaven pill still retained its medical efficacies. He casually tossed the bottle into his space ring, but just as he was about to continue with his search, he froze in surprise. That can't be right. If that really was an open heaven pill, then it should have lost all its medical efficacies over the years. It's impossible for them to be preserved so perfectly. Besides, that open heaven pill seemed a little different from the other open heaven pills that I've seen before. Yang Kai quickly took the jade bottle out again and opened it and poured out the single open heaven pill. At a glance, there was no doubt that it was an open heaven pill. Both the size and color of the spirit pill were almost identical to that of a common open heaven pill, but even so, Yang Kai could clearly sense that this spirit pill contained an energy that was countless times stronger than ordinary. There was also a faint hint of the world force leaking out of this open heaven pill. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he immersed it into the spirit pill to investigate. Hong. A wave of dizziness swept over him as it felt as though he had tried to sweep his divine sense over an entire small world, his soul shaken under the oppression of the world force. That was not all. A distinct kind of grand Tao aura emanated from this open heaven pill, making him feel enlightened all of a sudden. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Yang Kai focused his mind and studied the spirit pill in his hand intently. It was not until this moment that he noticed that there were countless fine and delicate patterns on this open heaven pill. These patterns intertwined with each other and covered the entire surface of the spirit pill, seeming to contain 10,000 grand daos within them. These patterns made a person subconsciously yearn to investigate them further. These were neither pill veins nor pill clouds. More importantly, this spirit pill was definitely not an ordinary open heaven pill. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a possibility that excited him so much that his hands trembled. When he set off from the star boundary, Zhang Ruoxi had once explained to him about the use of open heaven pills. Open heaven pills were generally used by open heaven realm masters to increase their strength. They were also the hard currency used throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was just that there were limits to consuming open heaven pills for advancement. Generally, one could only increase their order twice by consuming open heaven pills, and they became completely useless after that. The cultivators who had reached this point had also reached the limits of their strength. However, those who were lucky enough to find innate open heaven pills could go a step further. The heavens never sealed off all hope, so there was always a path forward, no matter how narrow and dangerous. There was a mysterious supreme treasure in this vast universe known as the universe furnace. Most of the time, the universe furnace was hidden in the void, and it was something most people would never have the chance to encounter. The universe furnace drew upon the very essence of the universe to produce innate open heaven pills. These innate open heaven pills not only had incredibly potent medical efficacies but also carried no side effects for cultivators. It was rumored that the cultivation and order of a cultivator could be improved continuously without any risk or hidden dangers as long as one had enough innate open heaven pills. Be that as it may, these innate open heaven pills were extraordinarily rare, and a reign of terror would be unleashed every time the universe furnace appeared. Even the cave heavens and paradises would do everything in their power to snatch these naturally formed open heaven pills. That was why they were considered treasures that ordinary cultivators would never even lay eyes on. Not many people even knew what these innate open heaven pills looked like. The open heaven pills circulating in the 3,000 worlds today were actually imitations of the innate ones refined by alchemists in the ancient past. There was a large difference between imitations and the genuine product, be it in terms of medicinal efficacies or effects. Yang Kai gulped nervously. He was almost certain that this spirit pill in his hand was a legendary universe furnace open heaven pill. Thinking about it carefully though, it was not that surprising. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th order open heaven realm master, so it would not be impossible for him to obtain such a treasure. This bottle contained only one spirit pill, but although this one pill did not seem significant or useful, its value was practically immeasurable. Just imagine, a cultivator who had initially broken through to the 6th order open heaven realm then spent countless years and energy to finally advance to the peak 8th order open heaven realm. Unfortunately, this was the pinnacle of his or her life and the limit of their martial Tao. At this point, they could not increase their strength again no matter how many open heaven pills they consumed or how many cultivation resources they refined. However, this innate open heaven pill gave a glimmer of hope in that desperate situation. If that were the case, they would probably agree to any condition just to obtain it. This spirit pill was simply priceless. Yang Kai's heart pounded with excitement. Regardless of whatever else he gained, this trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be worthwhile just with this pill alone. Yang Kai took a moment to compose himself. Although he was almost certain that what he received was the legendary item, he would still need the proprietress to verify whether it was genuine. After all, she had far more experience and a better eye than him and would definitely be able to tell whether they were real or fake. Placing this bottle into the small sealed world, Yang Kai continued to look around. The results made him very excited. He actually found 5 bottles with innate open heaven pills. In other words, he now had 5 of these spirit pills. Yang Kai did not know how many innate open heaven pills an 8th order open heaven realm master would need to consume to advance into the 9th order, but since these 5 pills were stored so carefully here, they would definitely be of at least some use. Compared to these 5 spirit pills, all the other gains he obtained up until now could only be regarded as bonuses. Yang Kai quickly stored them away and looted the rest of the spirit pills that could still be used. He didn't even spare the furnace. Void Land would surely need to refine their own open heaven pills in the future, and this alchemy furnace belonged to Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so it would definitely be of great quality. It would be perfect if he brought this back for Wondrous Pill Great Emperor to use. Yang Kai exited the pill room and continued his search. It was just that he seemed to have used up all his good luck now and had no gains for a while after that. All of a sudden, he heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the depths of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. This phenomenon made his expression change drastically. At this moment, the only one who could move about freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from him was Black Crow Divine Monarch. Seeing as he was not the one creating this sound, then it had to be the doing of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Such a large commotion could only mean that Black Crow Divine Monarch had already begun to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yang Kai became desperate. He hurriedly followed the source of the sound but could not find Black Crow Divine Monarch no matter where he searched. On the other hand, the rumbling sounds could occasionally be heard from a certain direction in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. These sounds were extremely upsetting. He searched for another hour only to find no clues, causing him to grind his teeth hard. If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded at refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then he would be able to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, everybody's life or death would be his to control. Moreover, Yang Kai had greatly offended Black Crow Divine Monarch, so the first person to die would undoubtedly be him. It was impossible to retreat now, not unless the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened again and ejected them all. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Yang Kai suddenly had a tingling feeling in his heart and he turned to look in a certain direction while shouting, "Who?" What he saw made his expression freeze in surprise. There was a bright figure floating in mid-air and staring at him expressionlessly. This figure looked like a 7 or 8-year-old boy. He seemed to exist between the lines of ethereal and corporeal. Moreover, he wore a child's traditional outfit. His hair was tied into a braid, making him look very soft and adorable. It was just that his expression was so cold that it was terrifying. Even his gaze gave off an air of indifference. Yang Kai frowned. This child was clearly not a living creature as he could not sense the slightest hint of vitality coming from the other party. The boy was not a dead creature or a Een soul either because he did not give off a gloomy feeling. Rather, he gave Yang Kai a vague sense of familiarity. It felt as though they had met somewhere before. But, Yang Kai could not recall where at the moment. "Child, who are you?" Yang Kai asked, watching the other party warily. The child swept his eyes over Yang Kai and said, "I can offer you a fateful encounter. Do you want it?" It was a child's voice but it spoke in an old-fashioned manner, so it sounded extremely strange to the ears. "What do you mean by fateful encounter?" Yang Kai remained unmoved. The child replied, "This world." Yang Kai immediately sneered in response, "Such a small child, but what arrogance. What gives you the right to offer this world to me in the name of a fateful encounter?" The child calmly said, "You only need to swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future. Then, I can give you this world." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and pursed his lips, such a small child spouting such nonsense. "Aren't you afraid that the wind might slice off your tongue? I can't believe you want me to swear a Tao oath." While speaking, Yang Kai seemed to recall something. He looked the young boy up and down, then he exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you the artifact spirit of this place?" He finally recalled why this small child gave him such a familiar feeling. This was clearly the aura of an artifact spirit, similar to how Lu Yen used to be. Combined with the child's seemingly shameless boasting, how could Yang Kai not realize the truth? The child nodded, that's right. I am the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Isn't there somebody refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now? Yes. The child nodded. Yang Kai became greatly anxious. If somebody is refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then why are you still wasting time here with me? Why aren't you stopping him? The child shook his head. I am just an artifact spirit. I can't stop anybody from refining me, no matter who comes to do so. Yang Kai frowned at those words. Didn't you just say you can give me this world? Doesn't that mean you want me to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace? That's right. Why? Yang Kai was truly puzzled. The one who is trying to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now is a great enemy of my master. I don't want him to inherit the Blood Monster Divine Palace. So, I came to you. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words. This artifact spirit was the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, so he definitely inherited a part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's will. It made sense that he would instinctively hate Black Crow Divine Monarch, and at this moment, the only one who could move around in the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch was Yang Kai. That meant that he basically had no other choice. Martial Peak, Chapter 4291, Competition. Yang Kai excitedly said, sounds good. Hurry up and tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. The artifact spirit said, you must first swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future. Yang Kai snarled furiously, how dare a trivial artifact spirit speak so arrogantly? You truly don't know your place. Sure enough, this place is a den of rats and snakes. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a good thing during his lifetime, so it makes sense that the artifact spirit born from the Blood Monster Divine Palace wouldn't be good either. I can't believe he wants to control me. Don't you want the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Don't you want the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? The artifact spirit looked at Yang Kai curiously, seeming not to understand why Yang Kai would refuse him. Yang Kai coldly snorted, what is there in this vast world that can compare to my freedom? The artifact spirit said, if you can refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then everything in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will be under your control. You will have endless resources at your fingertips. With enough time, you might even grow to rival the heights of my master. What is losing a little bit of your freedom in comparison? Besides, I won't make you do anything that will trouble you even if you swear the Tao oath. I just want to protect myself. Yang Kai looked at the artifact spirit in surprise, you even understand the art of temptation. It looks like your sentience is not that low. Shaking his head, he continued, but, you don't need to waste your efforts on me. I cannot agree with your condition. There was no guarantee that he would die even if Black Crow Divine Monarch refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace. On the contrary, his life would be forfeited the moment he agreed to this artifact spirit's condition. The artifact spirit scowled deeply. Yang Kai said, Black Crow Divine Monarch was a great enemy of your master. If he is allowed to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, do you think he will tolerate your existence? It's a given that he will immediately wipe out your sentience. If not for that, you would not have come to me on your own. Since you need my help, then don't bother trying to force such nonsensical conditions on me. Why don't we cooperate instead? The artifact spirit asked, how do we cooperate? Yang Kai relaxed slightly when he saw the artifact spirit's attitude. This artifact spirit might have some measure of sentience, but he was not a living creature. Seeing as he could ask this question though, then there was room for negotiation. Take me to Heya. I will help you to stop him from refining. I'm afraid you won't be able to stop him, the artifact spirit shook his head disbelieving. If I don't try, how will you know? Yang Kai looked at the artifact spirit, compared to standing here waiting for your death, why don't you take a gamble instead? The artifact spirit fell silent for a while and only after a long time passed did he respond, come with me. While saying that, he drifted in a certain direction at an extremely high speed. Yang Kai did not hesitate and quickly followed. The artifact spirit was born from the blood monster divine palace, so it was only natural that he knew this place better than anybody else. Yang Kai followed closely behind him, twisting and turning inside the various halls and corridors. After traveling for a whole quarter hour, Yang Kai suddenly found himself inside a grand hall. The grand hall was completely empty, with only a grand array glowing faintly on the ground. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged at one corner of the grand array. Who else could it be but Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had taken possession of Zhou Yi's body? Blood mist was spreading out from Black Crow Divine Monarch's body. The crimson-red blood chi frantically expanded outward, trying to fill the patterns of the grand array. Following his unrelenting actions, the entire blood monster divine palace rumbled in response. With a single glance, Yang Kai knew that he could not allow Black Crow Divine Monarch to finish refining the grand array in this place. Once Black Crow Divine Monarch finished, then control of the blood monster divine palace would fall into his hands. It was obvious that Black Crow Divine Monarch had been refining the grand array for some time now. At this moment, approximately 10% of the grand array had been taken over by him. The places where he refined were filled with blood mist while the rest of the area was still dull. Nevertheless, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this situation. He was not too late yet. Even if he rushed over, there was nothing he could do to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch if too much progress had already been made in the refinement process. Artifact Spirit, how dare you disrupt this monarch's plans? The first thing I'm going to do when I finish refining this blood monster divine palace is to extinguish your soul. Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately snapped hatefully when he looked up to see Yang Kai and the artifact spirit. After saying that, he turned to Yang Kai and snarled through gritted teeth, "Boy, you're such a persistent little bastard. Why do you keep getting in this monarch's way? Damn you! Enough nonsense, hey-ya! Hand over your life!" Yang Kai shouted. Lifting a hand, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. A black hole the size of a fist swirled above the tip of the spear, containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. When the spear thrust out, everything around it collapsed. Rupture. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression changed slightly and the layer of blood mist surrounding his body immediately became denser. At the same time, the area around him turned into a blood sea. Yang Kai plunged into the blood sea and fervently attacked with everything he had. However, he could not tell north from south or even up from down inside the blood sea. He was unable to determine Black Crow Divine Monarch's location, much less kill him. In the end, he rushed out of the blood sea with an extremely ugly expression after attacking fruitlessly for some time. Black Crow Divine Monarch's mocking voice came out from within the blood sea, "Junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You overestimate yourself just because you're a little capable. Your little tricks are nothing more than pitiful tricks in this monarch's eyes. If you want to play so much, then this monarch will play with you. You better play to your heart's content." The blood sea squirmed and a large number of blood crows charged out from it, clawing loudly. The noise they made was extremely distracting as they swooped down on Yang Kai in an overwhelming manner. Yang Kai quickly raised his spear and thrust out rapidly. Blood crow after blood crow exploded into blood mist, but they could not be killed completely. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch did not stop refining the grand array during the battle with Yang Kai. In fact, his blood mist continued to spread towards the middle of the grand array at even greater speed. "What you're doing is not working." The artifact spirit spoke up from the side, "Nobody can stop him anymore once he finishes refining the grand array." How could Yang Kai not know that forceful methods were ineffective? It was just that he was currently riding a tiger and had no other solutions to the problem at hand. Quickly enter the grand array to compete with him for the right of control over the grand array, the artifact spirit added. Yang Kai grimly replied, "It looks like that's the only way." With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai swept out his spear and turned countless blood crows into mere splattered blood. Then, he arrived at the opposite corner of the grand array in a flash. His divine sense surged and burrowed into the grand array as he frantically began refining it. Upon seeing Yang Kai's actions, how could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow this situation to continue? He controlled the countless blood crows to madly swarm Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was as steady as a rock. Separating his consciousness, he continued refining the grand array while simultaneously dealing with the blood crows. Yang Kai's divine sense was immensely powerful, moreover, he also had the support of a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. Hence, it was not difficult for him to do two things at once. It was just that he could not move once he started refining the grand array, so he could only stand there and become a target for the blood crows. This enraged him greatly. On opposite sides of the grand array, Black Crow Divine Monarch and Yang Kai sat. They were both competing for the right of control over the grand array. The person who succeeded in completely refining the grand array would have total control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, controlling the Blood Monster Divine Palace was equivalent to controlling the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It could be said that the lives of the natives and monster beasts, as well as all the people who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, were resting on Yang Kai's shoulders alone. However, Yang Kai's expression soon turned ugly. That was because he discovered that Black Crow Divine Monarch was much faster at refining the grand array compared to him. The blood mist had already occupied 20% of the grand array in such a short amount of time. It would not take more than a few more hours for Black Crow Divine Monarch to completely refine it. In the first place, he had begun refining before Yang Kai. This increase in speed clearly indicated that Heya was also working hard to move faster. Thus, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to catch up to him at this rate. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and yelled, "Artifact Spirit, help me." The Artifact Spirit shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can do. Although I was born from this place, my master has restricted what I can do." Yang Kai was so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Then, why were you shamelessly boasting that you can give me this world earlier?" He thought that he could easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace if he cooperated with the Artifact Spirit. Only now did he realize that he was greatly mistaken. The Artifact Spirit said, "Although I cannot help you, I can explain the mysteries of the Grand Array to you. Whether or not you can comprehend these mysteries will depend entirely on you. Explain them then." The Artifact Spirit immediately began teaching, while Yang Kai listened attentively. By combining the information with the situation in front of him, there was no doubt that his refining speed improved greatly. Even so, it was still difficult for him to catch up to Black Crow Divine Monarch's progress. As time passed, the Grand Array was gradually flooded with two different colors. One was Black Crow Divine Monarch's crimson while the other was Yang Kai's black. Nevertheless, it was very obvious that the area occupied by Black Crow Divine Monarch was much larger than Yang Kai's. In this huge Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch occupied a little more than 60% of the territory while Yang Kai only occupied some 30% or so. In the beginning, things had remained somewhat peaceful when they were both refining separately, but once all the parts of the Grand Array had been filled with their respective energies, a clash between them would become inevitable. Looking down from above, the Grand Array that controlled the Blood Monster Divine Palace was like a large plate. Black Crow Divine Monarch currently held some 65% of the plate while Yang Kai held the rest. If they wanted to occupy the entire plate, then they would first have to drive out their opponent's power. When their powers bordered on each other, Yang Kai's body stiffened. He could feel an immense force rumbling towards him from the opposite side, giving him the feeling that the opposing force was unstoppable. Be that as it may, he had no choice but to defend even if it was futile. He hurriedly urged the part of the Grand Array that he controlled and viciously slammed his energy forward. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch just swayed slightly in response. In this collision, who was stronger was abundantly clear. Black Crow Divine Monarch had obviously occupied the absolute advantage. This was not something that could be helped. The two of them were currently fighting with their respective control over the Grand Array. It had nothing to do with their personal strength. For that reason, Black Crow Divine Monarch was going all out. Even the blood crows that had been pestering Yang Kai all this while vanished without a trace. It could be seen that he had no time to care about anything else. During their first clash, Yang Kai clearly felt that a part of his territory had been lost. Black Crow Divine Monarch's energy continuously crept in his direction and gradually occupied the territory that he controlled previously. Seeing this, Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed wildly. "Junior, stop being stubborn. Obediently accept your death. It will save you some pain." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and ignored the other party. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "Stubborn fool." While speaking, he controlled the power of the Grand Array he controlled and it slammed towards Yang Kai once more. Even though Yang Kai had prepared himself in advance and used all his strength to defend, he was still overwhelmed. At the same time, he lost another part of the Grand Array that he controlled. It gave Black Crow Divine Monarch a chance to take further control of the Grand Array, allowing his progress to reach 70%. "I can't let this continue any longer. Although I still control 30% of the Grand Array, it will only be a matter of time before I am completely overtaken by this old dog. If that happens, there will be no hope left." Martial Peak, Chapter 4292, Fierce Counterattack. Artifact Spirit, is there any other way to stop him? Yang Kai asked through gritted teeth while struggling to defend. The Artifact Spirit remained silent. Looking at the Artifact Spirit, Yang Kai knew that the other party was powerless to help, thus, he couldn't help feeling desperate. Under normal circumstances, the Artifact Spirit would have absolute control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. However, he had said that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had limited his abilities, so he was utterly powerless to help at this time. Otherwise, he would not have gone to Yang Kai for help in the first place. Hong. Black Crow Divine Monarch guided the power of the Grand Array to slam towards Yang Kai once more. Even though Yang Kai struggled desperately to defend, he was once again driven back, allowing the territory controlled by Black Crow Divine Monarch to expand a little bit more. The situation was extremely precarious and Yang Kai had almost fallen into a desperate situation. Black Crow Divine Monarch let out a wicked cackle. "Boy. Let's see how long you can resist. The moment this monarch completely refines this Grand Array will be the moment you die." Then, he turned to look at the Artifact Spirit, "And you. It was not easy for you to be born and gain sentience. If you acknowledge and repent for your mistakes, this monarch is not opposed to forgiving you and sparing your life." The Blood Monster Divine Palace was not a living creature, so it was indeed extremely difficult for an Artifact Spirit to be born out of it. Besides, his current strength was not that great. If Black Crow Divine Monarch could obtain the support of the Artifact Spirit, then it would be easier for him to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If that were not the case, why would he bother wasting his time on a mere Artifact Spirit? The Artifact Spirit remained silent and glanced in Yang Kai's direction. Seeming to notice the Artifact Spirit's gaze, Yang Kai jerked in surprise and quickly said, "Artifact Spirit, don't listen to his nonsense. Even if you join him now, things will not end well for you in the future." However, the Artifact Spirit drifted over and landed behind Black Crow Divine Monarch and bowed deeply. "This Artifact Spirit greets Master." Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter. "Good. Good. Good. Obediently stand to the side. This monarch will speak to you once I deal with this annoying ant." "Yes." The Artifact Spirit immediately stood to the side. Yang Kai coldly snorted at the sight. This Artifact Spirit is completely unreliable after all. A two-faced coward. Earlier, he came to me in hopes that I could defeat Black Crow Divine Monarch. I can't believe how eagerly he submitted himself to Black Crow Divine Monarch after seeing that I am having trouble defeating the opponent. Nevertheless, it didn't matter who the artifact spirit recognized as his master. It did little to change the current situation since he had no power to interfere with the Grand Array in the first place. For that reason, Yang Kai ignored the artifact spirit even though he scorned his actions. Meanwhile, the attacks from Black Crow Divine Monarch were getting stronger and stronger with each passing moment. The portion of the Grand Array that Yang Kai refined had always been smaller compared to Black Crow Divine Monarch's. Moreover, their repeated collisions caused Yang Kai to lose large tracts of his territory. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch's territory grew larger and larger with each clash. This situation created a vicious cycle that quickly exhausted Yang Kai to the bone. It didn't take more than an hour before the territory that Yang Kai controlled in the Grand Array was reduced to a mere 20%. At this point, it could be said that he was suffering from a crushing defeat. Although they were both holding the right of control over the Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch was using 80% of its power against Yang Kai's 20%. It was practically impossible for Yang Kai to resist. Have I reached my limits? Yang Kai grimly asked himself. If I fail to stop him here, then he will take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Leaving aside whether or not I can escape if that happens, Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruoxi, chef, accountant, Lang Qingshan, and the others will surely become his prisoners. Knowing Black Crow Divine Monarch's personality, everybody will be better off dead by then. Chef. Yang Kai abruptly recalled something and his eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Hurriedly activating his divine sense, he released Chef, whom he previously placed into the small sealed world. Earlier, Chef had used a powerful secret technique against the star turtle, one that consumed a massive amount of his strength, leaving him almost completely drained. As such, Yang Kai later placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. He had almost forgotten about him. At this moment, Yang Kai was facing off against Black Crow Divine Monarch and neither side could afford to be distracted, so whoever had an extra helper would surely gain a huge advantage over the other. As soon as Chef appeared, he took in his surroundings warily. What entered his eyes left him stunned and he exclaimed in amazement, "What's going on?" Black Crow Divine Monarch was just as taken aback. Even though he wanted to ask the same question, it didn't matter how this fatty appeared in this place as it was incredibly disadvantageous for him. The only thing that reassured him slightly was that this newcomer did not seem to be in a good state. Even though Chef had recovered some of his strength, his complexion was still very pale and his aura was quite weak. Yang Kai explained the current situation to Chef in the briefest manner possible. When Chef finished listening to the explanation, he understood the severity of the matter. Thus, he gritted his teeth and glared at Black Crow Divine Monarch. In other words, everything will be fine as long as I can take this opportunity to kill this guy, right? You can say that, but... Before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, Chef summoned his kitchen knife. His chubby figure moved with indescribable agility as he rushed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch and roared, "Old dog, die." Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression was incredibly gloomy. Things had reached a critical juncture where he was about to take full control over the Grand Array. He initially thought that this matter would be settled soon, but how could he have predicted that a disturbance would pop up at the last moment? While Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of Chef, he was forced to split his attention in order to defend against him. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a massive blood cloud that wrapped around Chef tightly. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and saw that Chef could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were the wriggling and squirming movements coming from within the blood cloud. In addition, violent bursts of energy would occasionally erupt from within the blood cloud. It was obvious that Chef was struggling fiercely. Yang Kai ground his teeth. There was no time for him to be concerned about Chef's safety though. Taking this opportunity, he quickly drew upon the power of the Grand Array to counterattack. Black Crow Divine Monarch had anticipated this move though and pretended that he was being pushed back, retreating slightly before suddenly surging forward with a counterattack. Yang Kai was caught off guard. Not only did he fail to turn the situation around, but he made the situation worse instead. This outcome nearly depressed him to the point of spitting blood. Hong! Chef, who had been enveloped in the crimson blood cloud, finally broke out at that moment. His eyes were widened with rage and the kitchen knife in his hand glinted with a cold light. He was about to charge forward once more when Yang Kai hurriedly sent a divine sense transmission to him, attack the Grand Array. At this moment it was unrealistic to try and wrestle control of the Grand Array from Black Crow Divine Monarch, the latter held the absolute advantage in this situation. If things were to continue, nobody would be able to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch once he completely assimilated Yang Kai's territory. Since competing for control was no longer viable, then they could only choose to destroy the Grand Array. In the worst case, it would be ruined for good and nobody could try to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace again. Chef's eyes brightened and he nodded at those words, good idea. Following that, he brought his knife slashing down on the patterns of the Grand Array that covered the ground. Black Crow Divine Monarch paled in shock at the sight and roared, Junior, you dare. Chef just sneered, watch me. His attack did not falter in the slightest and the blade light sliced down hard. At the same time, Yang Kai took the opportunity to counterattack. He needed to distract Black Crow Divine Monarch so that the latter could not interfere with Chef. A series of clanging noises rang out and sparks flew in all directions. Both Yang Kai and Chef were a little dumbfounded by the situation. Chef's attack was incredibly fierce, but even so, it did no damage to the Grand Array at all. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing at this sight, ignorant child. This control array was arranged personally by that old dog Shui Yao. It cost him a massive fortune to even just refine its base. How could it be something you pitiful weaklings could destroy? Stop making me laugh. Yang Kai's expression darkened, don't listen to his nonsense. Just keep attacking. Chef gritted his teeth and grunted in reply. Leaping onto the Grand Array, he used all his strength to launch a barrage of attacks down on it. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression remained calm though. When he saw that Chef could not damage the Grand Array in any way, he stopped trying to interfere and simply watched coldly from the sidelines. After attacking for some time, Chef panted for breath and called out, Brat, this isn't working. My strength isn't high enough. I'm afraid this method will not work. Yang Kai's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he only retained control over some 10% of the Grand Array. It could be said that he was being pushed into a corner, literally. Black Crow Divine Monarch only needed to attack a few more times to completely remove his energy from the Grand Array. If that happened, Black Crow Divine Monarch would easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The situation is desperate. Yang Kai sighed. It looks like I will have to use the divine ability bead given to me by Proprietress in this place. He was very reluctant to use this divine ability bead unless he really had no other choice. Besides, he did not know whether the divine ability bead could destroy the Grand Array. Proprietress might be powerful, but she was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. How much power her divine ability bead could unleash remained unknown, so it would be a waste if it had no effect on the current situation. It had been extremely difficult for the Proprietress to refine this divine ability bead, so how could he willingly let it go to waste? But, Yang Kai had no choice now that things had come to this. He had to use it even if he was reluctant. Aside from the divine ability bead, he had no other means to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch. Yang Kai glared coldly in the direction of Black Crow Divine Monarch, but just as he was about to bring out the divine ability bead, his gaze landed on the artifact spirit. A light flashed through his eyes at that moment and a bold conjecture emerged from the depths of his heart in the next moment. Then, he secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Chef. Chef was still gasping for breath, but he raised his brow at those words and nodded almost imperceptibly. Swinging his kitchen knife, he slashed several dozen sword lights towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "How dare a mere ant act so impudent?" The blood mist around his body boiled and countless blood crows flew out to meet the sword lights. They cawed noisily when they were cut down but still easily blocked the assault. Taking this opportunity, Chef raised his hand and summoned his chopping block. He casually tossed the block out and it rapidly enlarged, radiating a strange aura as it quickly slid under its target. At the same time, Chef's figure abruptly swelled up and became massive. He looked extremely ferocious. The apron around his waist was covered in grease stains and the butcher character stretching across his chest was absolutely horrifying. He grinned savagely as he roared, "I am the knife and chopping block, you are the fish." The artifact spirit jerked in surprise. He was astonished to discover that he was standing on top of the chopping block without him noticing. Furthermore, he was being restrained by a strange force. He couldn't help feeling the situation was all rather absurd. At this moment, he felt like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch not realize Chef's intentions after seeing this situation? He did not know what effects would come from killing the artifact spirit, but he did not dare to take this gamble, hence, he roared, "Don't you dare." Raising his arm, he shot a blood arrow in Chef's direction. Yang Kai flashed forward. At this moment, he completely gave up on the territory he had been guarding. If Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted, he could have taken this opportunity to finish refining the Grand Array, it was just that he was distracted in his efforts to stop Chef and failed to notice this point. By the time he realized Yang Kai was attacking, the spear was already rapidly enlarging in his vision. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire lingered at the tip of the spear and its power was too great for him to simply ignore. Martial Peak, Chapter 4293, This is Bad. The spear's shadows shrouded the sky, looming over Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was accompanied by crackling sounds that rang out endlessly. Hei Yik gave a furious roar. Under normal circumstances, it would have been easy for him to block this attack from Yang Kai. In the worst case, he could simply dodge, however, he was currently in the last stages of refining the Grand Array, so not only was he unable to move, but most of his attention was also focused on the array itself. There was no way for him to avoid this attack, much less defend himself. His entire body was instantly riddled with holes by Yang Kai's spear and countless large and bloody holes appeared on his body, gushing with fresh blood. Any other person would have died from such injuries, but he had cultivated the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. He even resurrected on the spot after being split in two by the protective divine ability from Pei Wenxian's identity token. Hence, Black Crow Divine Monarch's injuries would only cause him to expend his chi and did not threaten his life in any way. At the same time, Chef made several consecutive chopping motions with his kitchen knife all while shouting, "Chop chop chop." A chilling blade light loomed down upon the artifact spirit. 3 breaths later, Chef gave a muffled groan. His enlarged body deflated rapidly and the chopping block flew back into his hands. His complexion as pale as a sheet, he muttered weakly, "It's up to you now." When he last used this secret technique, he had exhausted all his energy in an instant, thus, Yang Kai had placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. Performing this secret technique again after such a short time made his condition worsen even more than the first time. Yang Kai quickly appeared beside Chef at that moment, lifted a hand to grab him, and tossed him into the small sealed world. On the other hand, the flesh around Black Crow Divine Monarch's wounds squirmed vigorously and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Yang Kai was no longer opposing him in the Grand Array and it could be said that there was nothing stopping him now. As long as he willed it, he would be able to refine the Grand Array to completion. Even so, he seemed numb to this fact and was simply staring in the artifact spirit's direction with an ugly expression. Similarly, Yang Kai was watching the artifact spirit closely. His spear was held loosely by his side and his expression was a mixture of nervousness and vigilance. His other hand was holding the proprietress divine ability bead. Moreover, his strength was circulating wildly, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The artifact spirit looked perfectly fine, standing there motionlessly as though Chef's secret technique had been completely ineffective on him. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing, cackling so hard that he nearly cried. However, his expression began to stiffen in the middle of his laughter. The artifact spirit lowered his head to look down at his body. All of a sudden, he gave a soft sigh and murmured to himself, "This is fine too." While speaking, his body shattered without warning and turned into wisps of light that soon faded into nothing. He was just an artifact spirit without any real defensive strength, so how could he withstand the ferocious attacks of Chef's secret technique when he could not mobilize the power of the Blood Monster Divine Palace? The artifact spirit was annihilated. Both the gazes of Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look at the grand array in unison. Yang Kai's gaze was cold while Black Crow Divine Monarch's entire face twitched. Gotcha. A soft sound suddenly came from the grand array and they both looked over to see that a crack had appeared in one of its corners. Yang Kai was overjoyed. How could he not realize that his conjecture had been correct? The artifact spirit might have seemed useless, but his very existence was closely tied to the grand array. Chef might have been powerless to destroy the grand array, but killing the artifact spirit was well within his means. As soon as the artifact spirit was destroyed, the grand array was deeply affected too. There was no reason to hesitate, so Yang Kai thrust his spear at the crack. "Don't even think about it." Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously and a blood arrow shot directly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai used his dragon shields to protect himself while focusing all his strength into his spear thrust. Hong. A violent force burst forth and the crack in the grand array immediately spread outward like a spiderweb. At the same time, the dragon shields protecting Yang Kai shattered to pieces and his body was sent flying out. Gotcha. A series of cracking sounds came from various spots of the grand array. Black Crow Divine Monarch hurriedly activated his power to try to stabilize the situation, but unfortunately for him, the damage had already been done. There was nothing he could do to reverse it with his current strength. It didn't take longer than 10 breaths before the grand array completely lost all spirituality and broke apart. "Damn you, Junior!" Black Crow Divine Monarch felt as though his eyes were going to explode at the sight. The raging flames of fury in him threatened to burn him alive. There was only a little bit left to refine. If he finished refining that remaining bit, then he would have gained complete control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, recovering to his full strength would have been a breeze. However, that little bit was now as wide and deep as a mountain valley. He had fallen short at the very last moment. There had never been a time where the murderous intent he felt towards Yang Kai had been so intense. Although Yang Kai had ruined his plans back at the Blood Lake, it had not affected the overall situation. He had managed to possess Zhou Yi's body and came back to life in the end. Unlike that time though, there was no way to recover from this loss. A deep sense of regret filled Black Crow Divine Monarch's heart. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have slaughtered Yang Kai back at the Blood Lake. If he had known earlier, he would never have allowed Yang Kai to enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace. But, it was too late for regrets now. Yang Kai stood up and wiped at the trickle of blood at the corner of his lips before letting out a wild loud laugh. "Hey-ya, let's see how you refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace now." Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice was low, but his entire body gave off a bone-chilling coldness. "Since I can't refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, this monarch will refine you instead." Yang Kai's heart clenched. He knew that he had truly enraged Black Crow Divine Monarch by ruining his plans. "It looks like this guy is determined to kill me now." Before Black Crow Divine Monarch could do anything though, a huge change suddenly occurred. A rumbling sound came from the depths of the blood monster divine palace, like distant thunder. Both Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch looked surprised. Releasing their divine senses, they examined their surroundings, and it didn't take long for their expressions to change drastically. That was because the blood monster divine palace was showing signs of collapse. The surrounding walls came crumbling down one after another, turning the structure into ruins. Similarly, the bedrooms and grand halls also came crashing down with a loud rumble. Yang Kai never imagined that destroying the artifact spirit would trigger a chain reaction of this scale. First, the grand array had broken apart, and now, even the blood monster divine palace would soon cease to exist. Regardless, this was a good thing for Yang Kai. His friends had been trapped inside that strange nothingness array and were unable to extricate themselves, so if the blood monster divine palace was destroyed, then they would regain their freedom. With that thought in mind, Yang Kai's figure flashed away as his voice lingered in the air. "Hey ya, I'll spare your life today. I'll definitely kill you when we meet again." How could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow Yang Kai to escape though? He roared, "Don't even dream about escaping." His entire body shuddered for a moment and a blood cloud that blocked out the whole sky appeared. However, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so if he was determined to flee, there was no way for Black Crow Divine Monarch to stop him without sealing the world in advance. Yang Kai vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was so furious that he nearly coughed up blood in response. The reason Yang Kai fled was not that he was afraid of Black Crow Divine Monarch. The old dog might be powerful, but he was not yet an open heaven realm master. If it came down to a fight, neither of them would come out unscathed. On the contrary, Yang Kai was thinking that the blood monster divine palace contained many treasures. Now that it was on the verge of collapse, he was anxious to do one last search to see if he could find anything else of value. He barely had any time to search though when the entire blood monster divine palace fell apart completely. One after another, numerous silhouettes suddenly appeared in the initial mountain valley, every one of them in a miserable state. All of these people had entered the blood monster divine palace, but their situation was different from Yang Kai's. They had been trapped inside the world of white from the moment they entered the blood monster divine palace, unable to tell north from south or find an exit. Yang Kai had relied on the power of his golden crow's true fire and the guidance of a remnant soul he helped to break free of that array, but the others had neither the strength or the luck to do so. It was not until this moment when the blood monster divine palace collapsed completely that they were freed. Looking around, there was no trace of the blood monster divine palace. All that remained in front of them was a huge ruin. Therefore, they couldn't help feeling shocked. Nobody knew what had happened earlier, but before they could recover from their shock, they heard a gloomy roar. Immediately after that, an overwhelming aura enveloped them. Somebody shouted in horror, "It's the Star Turtle." The seventh-order monster beast was still guarding the mountain valley. Having lost all his targets when all the cultivators fled into the blood monster divine palace previously, how could it hold back when it saw these people reappear? Countless rays of yellow light shot out like a storm of arrows, raining down on the cultivators. Many of the cultivators were caught off guard and nearly lost their lives as a result. The Star Turtle had previously been restrained thanks to the efforts of Yang Kai and his allies, not to mention that they had prepared themselves in advance. The current events had happened so abruptly though that none of them could stop the might of this seventh-order monster beast. It didn't matter whether it was the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises or the cultivators from weaker forces. All of them quickly fled for their lives. Yang Kai was also flying away at the time when he spotted Chu Huashang and Gu Pan. Each of them was fleeing in different directions. Zhang Ruoshi was following closely beside Gu Pan. It was likely that Gu Pan had located Zhang Ruoshi as soon as they were freed from the spirit array. Yang Kai was about to join up with them when a blood cloud appeared in front of him. The blood cloud morphed into Black Crow Divine Monarch's furious face and his eyes searched the surroundings as his howls rang out endlessly, "Boy, show yourself. Persistent bastard. Young Kai was a little annoyed. He knew that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not going to let him go this time, so he stopped trying to chase after Gu Pan and the others. Instead, he summoned the Shadowless Veil and covered himself, concealing himself in an instant. The Shadowless Veil was an absolutely invincible artifact in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was impossible to trace by anybody below the mid-rank Open Heaven realm, much less Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was just a remnant soul that did not have such a powerful divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was considering if he should take the chance to launch a sneak attack on Black Crow Divine Monarch, the world rumbled. It was followed by a deafening sound. Large fissures suddenly appeared throughout the sky like ferocious and terrifying wounds. That was not all. Continuous rumbling sounds also came from the deep underground. Countless large ravines suddenly emerged, turning many places into canyons that were thousands of meters deep. The world split apart and rumbled violently. Cracks and ravines continued to extend outward while at the same time, more scars appeared in the sky. Yang Kai was dumbfounded for a moment. It took a long while for him to realize what was happening, but once he did, a bitter taste filled his mouth as he muttered, "This is bad." He never imagined that the chain reaction from killing the artifact spirit was not over yet. It was not until this moment that the true extent of the consequences appeared. The entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to collapse. Thinking about it again, this was not too surprising. Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace in order to seize control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That meant that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, it made sense that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would also be affected. If the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had been completely stable, it might not have been affected so badly. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was already showing signs of collapsing in recent years. The destruction of the Blood Monster Divine Palace was simply the last straw that broke the camel's back. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4294, Do You Want to Live? When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven first appeared, there was only one entrance. That entrance had been firmly controlled by the major cave heavens and paradises. Only disciples of the cave heavens and paradises had the right to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to train, gain experience, and search for treasures. With the passage of time though, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven became more and more unstable. There were signs that it was gradually merging with the Blood Monster territory. The most obvious sign was that more and more entrances were appearing. This was the result of both worlds colliding and coming into contact with each other. Consequently, it became difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to maintain control over the entrances. Things gradually evolved into a situation similar to what happened in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven most recently opened. Everybody would each occupy a spot in the Blood Monster territory and wait for entrances to appear to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven's opening evolved into a huge event throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, drawing countless cultivators to this place. In any case, it was undeniable that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had become unstable. This was something Mo May and the others from Abundant City had also mentioned. One day, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would eventually merge with the Blood Monster territory and dissipate into it. When that happened, the Universe Cave Heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be completely exposed to the outside world. The collapse of the Blood Monster Divine Palace had simply hastened the timeline. With the collapse of the world, a scene of the apocalypse approaching spread to all corners of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The world hummed continuously, as though crying. Countless monster beasts hiding in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fled for their lives in a panic. The native cultivators living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven looked up at the sky, ashen-faced with despair filling their souls. Their ancestors had been captured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, who then planted a Blood Principles restriction in them so that they could only live and breed inside his small universe. If not for the Blood Principles restriction, they would have been the happiest about the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven. That was because they could finally be free of the restrictions of this world and head out into the vast 3,000 worlds instead. Unfortunately, they were trapped in this world and unable to leave because of the blood principle's restriction in their bodies. Once they stopped receiving nourishment from the blood monster cave heaven's aura, they would all die. In the mountain valley where the blood monster divine palace used to stand, Black Crow divine monarch rampaged around as a blood cloud to search for Yang Kai. Everywhere he went, he left a reign of terror in his wake. Countless cultivators had the vital essence of their bodies devoured by him and died on the spot. Yang Kai remained hidden for some time before he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help cursing aloud, "Damn it." He originally wanted to remain hidden until the end, as once the blood monster cave heaven collapsed completely, he would be able to escape from here and return to the blood monster territory. Black Crow divine monarch would not be able to continue to do as he pleased in the blood monster territory. He was cruel and ruthless. Moreover, he was an old monster from the distant past that came back to life through possession. The cave heavens and paradises would never let him walk free. It was not that they were allies of justice and wished to purge evil out of kindness. Rather, it was that an old monster like Black Crow divine monarch would surely have many valuable secrets on him. His strength was still rather low at the moment, so if they could capture him, then they could interrogate him for information and receive some benefits. At the very least, he knew the grand evolution immortal blood light. Such a heaven-defying secret art would surely tempt some people. However, Yang Kai suddenly recalled Mo Mei and the others in Abundant City. It was very safe for him to hide there, as with the shadowless veil concealing his body in his aura, Black Crow divine monarch would never be able to find him amidst all the surrounding chaos. However, wouldn't the people in Abundant City die if the blood monster cave heaven collapsed completely? Earlier, Yang Kai even went out of his way to ask Black Crow divine monarch for the secret technique to remove the blood principle's restriction. Didn't he do that so that he could help the people in Abundant City? Not only were they related to the proprietress, but Yang Kai also had his eye on their potential. It was almost certain that Mo Mei and the other great elders were existences who could advance into the open heaven realm as long as he could save them. They had lived their entire lives in the blood monster cave heaven, so they had no place to go even if they left this place, therefore, it should not be a problem to take them into Void Land if he could save them. Void Land was currently in urgent need of open heaven realm masters, so Yang Kai could not let such a good opportunity pass him by. When that thought crossed his mind, he couldn't afford to be so cautious anymore. Doing his best to conceal his figure and his aura, Yang Kai hurried in the direction of Abundant City while secretly praying fervently in his heart. I hope the blood monster cave heaven doesn't collapse too quickly. At the very least, please wait until I finish removing the blood principle's restriction from the people in Abundant City. After flying for some time, he finally stepped out of Black Crow divine monarch's detection range, thus, he was no longer held back by any scruples and increased his speed to a whole other level. Manipulating space principles, his figure flickered again and again to reach Abundant City at a high speed. Humongous void cracks would appear in front of him from time to time. These were the signs the world was collapsing. Large tracts of land in the blood monster cave heaven vanished, flowing into these void cracks and disappearing. Under these circumstances, most people would have a hard time moving forward as they would be swallowed into the void cracks if they were not careful. Yang Kai could feel the aura of the blood monster territory coming from these void cracks. In other words, there was no danger even if a person was swallowed into them. The most likely scenario would simply be finding themselves back in the blood monster territory. After understanding this point, he felt slightly more at ease. It shouldn't be a problem for Accountant, Lang Qingshan, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others to return to the blood monster territory safely. Thanks to his mastery of space principles, Yang Kai could detect the existence of these void cracks in advance, hence, he was not greatly delayed in his travels. While moving forward, Yang Kai separated a thread of his consciousness and immersed his mind into the jade slip given to him by Black Crow divine monarch. He had glanced through the contents of the jade slip earlier, and based on his foundation in the blood-light scripture thanks to the few chapters that he comprehended previously, he could basically confirm that the contents of the jade slip were real and this information could indeed remove the blood principle's restriction. It was just that he had never used this secret technique before. Even though he was confident he could reach Abundant City in time, time would still be very tight. He needed to practice what he learned from the jade slip in advance. That was the only way he could rescue all the people in Abundant City in the shortest time possible. The collapse in the world was becoming more and more obvious, so there was a possibility that it would fall apart at any moment. Therefore, Yang Kai became anxious and desperately rushed towards Abundant City. It was just that there was still some distance to go. It would still take at least half a day before he could arrive, so all he could do was fervently pray that the blood monster cave heaven would last for a little longer. 4 or 5 hours later, Yang Kai had already gone over the contents of the jade slip 100 times. He was very skillful in theory, so now he just needed practical experience to pull it off. At this moment, a panicked figure suddenly rushed in Yang Kai's direction like a headless fly. His figure floated about erratically and his complexion was extremely pale. He was a young man in the half-step open heaven realm. It was just that the energy fluctuation coming from his body indicated that the order of the open heaven elements that he condensed was not very high. Yang Kai initially planned to ignore this person, but a sudden idea came to mind. With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai arrived next to that person and captured him. At the same time, he did not stop moving and continued to head towards Abundant City. The young man instinctively fought back after being caught so suddenly, however, the power that leaked out of Yang Kai's hand shocked him. He could tell that he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all, so he wisely gave up struggling and simply looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "Who are you? Why did you capture me?" Yang Kai asked, "Are you a cultivator born in the blood monster cave heaven?" "So what if I am?" The young man gritted his teeth. As expected, he is a native after all. Yang Kai did not waste any time and got straight to the point. "Do you want to live?" The young man was stunned as he thought to himself, "Isn't that a stupid question?" Still, he bitterly replied, "Who would want to die if they can live?" Yang Kai nodded, "Good. I want to perform an experiment on you. If it works, you'll survive. If it doesn't..." The young man sighed and gloomily said, "I don't know what you want to do, but you don't need to waste your energy. You're an outer world visitor, right? I'm afraid you don't know, but those who live in the blood monster cave heaven have a restriction placed on our bloodline. As long as this restriction exists, we can never leave the blood monster cave heaven. We will immediately explode and die without the nourishment of this world's aura. Now that the blood monster cave heaven is about to collapse, we can only wait for our deaths to come to us. I know about the blood principle's restriction. What I want to do is remove it." The young man was dumbfounded, but immediately after, his eyes lit up. "Do you have a way to remove the blood principle's restriction?" He originally thought that his only option was to wait for death. All the cultivators who lived in the blood monster cave heaven had heard from their elders that they would die alongside the blood monster cave heaven once this land ceased to exist. That was because the blood principle's restriction would immediately activate without the nourishment of the blood monster cave heaven's aura. When the changes in the world occurred and the apocalypse arrived, all the native cultivators living in the blood monster cave heaven suddenly realized that what their elders mentioned was about to come true. Unfortunately, all they could do was prolong their dying breath. When he had fled from his residence, he never imagined that he would encounter a person with the ability to remove the blood principle's restriction. It was only natural that he became overjoyed. "Yes. But, I have no idea whether it will work." Yang Kai replied truthfully. He had never experimented with the secret technique in the jade slip after all. Only the heavens knew whether Black Crow Divine Monarch had done anything to the secret technique, although the possibility was small. "Go ahead and try. In the worst case, I'll just die if it doesn't work," the young man quickly said. He originally thought that there was no way to escape death. But now, a chance for survival had appeared in front of him. It was only natural that he firmly grasped this opportunity. Yang Kai gently nodded, "In that case, cooperate with me and don't resist." While speaking, Yang Kai cut his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood. He flicked his wrist, turning the drop of blood into blood mist. After that, he used one hand to guide the blood mist so that it formed into a mysterious seal. "Go." Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the seal against the young man's forehead. The seal sank into the young man's body and disappeared. The young man's body shuddered slightly, then, an inexplicable look appeared in his eyes. "How is it?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. The young man smacked his lips. "I can't say for sure, but I feel a little more relaxed for some reason." Yang Kai's eyes brightened, a little more relaxed. If he can feel something, then it can only mean that the secret technique is working. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4295, Collapse of the Universe Cave Heaven. The young man said, "I can't confirm whether the blood principle's restriction has been removed or not. I will only know when this place collapses completely." If he was not dead when the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, then that would mean he no longer needed the nourishment of this world's aura. It would also mean that Yang Kai's methods had worked. "There's no need to go to such trouble. I'll send you somewhere." How could Yang Kai possibly wait until the blood monster cave heaven collapsed? It would be too late by then. He tossed the young man in his grasp into the small sealed world while speaking. At the same time, he paid close attention to the young man's condition. It was not as if he had never thought of hiding the people from Abundant City in the small sealed world to bring them out of the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that the limitations of the blood principle's restriction had ruined his plans. The small sealed world was an independent world, so without removing the blood principle's restriction, rashly sending Mo Mei and the others into the small sealed world was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. At this moment, the success of the secret technique recorded in the jade slip obtained from Black Crow Divine Monarch depended entirely on the young man's survival. Under Yang Kai's careful watch, the young man entered the small sealed world and looked around his surroundings in confusion, not feeling uncomfortable in any way. After a while, he seemed to realize what had happened and threw his head back to release something that seemed to be a mixture of a roar and laughter. The excitement and joy in his heart could not be expressed. He initially thought that he had no other option aside from death. Unexpectedly, he encountered a person who helped him remove the blood principle's restriction and sent him to an unfamiliar world. Although he had no idea what kind of world this was, at least he no longer needed to worry about dying. The feeling of waiting helplessly for his death was not something he ever wanted to experience again. Yang Kai let out a small breath of relief. It would now seem that the jade slip given to him by Black Crow Divine Monarch was real. The secret technique recorded inside had not been falsified. Thinking about it again, it made sense. The situation had been very urgent at the time, so Black Crow Divine Monarch had no time to do anything after he came up with his request. It was one thing if he was completely clueless about the Blood Light Scripture. However, Yang Kai had comprehended several chapters of the Blood Light Scripture. If Black Crow Divine Monarch had falsified the information, there was a chance Yang Kai might have noticed something. Besides, this secret technique was unrelated to the core secret art of the Blood Light Scripture, so Black Crow Divine Monarch was more than happy to oblige. Now that it had been proven that the secret technique worked, all that was left was whether or not Yang Kai could arrive at Abundant City before the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. In addition to his joy though, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling troubled. The residents in Abundant City were neither too many nor too few, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 in total. It would take a lot of time for him to remove the blood principle's restriction from so many people. Clearly, he would not be able to rescue everybody. Still, he could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. Space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's figure flashed erratically. The shaking in the world had gotten worse, and the world principles in the blood monster cave heaven were showing signs of shattering. He became extremely anxious. Even though he was traveling very quickly, it had taken him half a day's time before he could see the lake where Abundant City was located in the distance. At this moment, the spirit array outside Abundant City had been destroyed due to the changes in the blood monster cave heaven. In the first place, the lake was a product formed from an illusion array, not a real existence. At this moment, it had become heavily distorted and Yan Kai could vaguely see the cultivators of Abundant City fleeing in a panic through the spirit array's disguise. Just before he arrived at Abundant City, an incomparably large ravine suddenly appeared outside Abundant City. It was immediately followed by the appearance of another void crack in the sky, as though the sky had been torn apart. Abundant City, along with several hundred kilometers of land in the surrounding areas, were swallowed up by the void crack and vanished in an instant. Screams rang out from all over Abundant City and many of the cultivators turned pale with fear as they stood absolutely petrified. Yan Kai's heart sank at the sight. Despite his rush, he was still one step too late. Nevertheless, he did not slow his pace. His figure shifted and he rushed straight into the void crack. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but he ignored it. His divine sense was fixed firmly upon the land where Abundant City was located as he hurriedly gave chase. The blood monster territory was a vast and desolate void. It was one of the few great territories without any great forces or even living creatures. The blood monster territory was originally no different from other great territories with several great forces and many universe worlds. However, things changed because of the entrances of the blood monster cave heaven that would appear at random all over the blood monster territory. These entrances eventually resulted in the instability and collapse of the universe worlds, as well as the destruction of the spirit provinces. Thus, this great territory became dead and silent over time. Only when the blood monster cave heaven opened would it become extremely lively once more. At present, countless cultivators were gathered on top of a large platform in the middle of the blood monster territory. There were as many open heaven realm masters here as the hairs on an ox, including many in the mid-rank. It was unknown which senior expert had brought out the platform, but it had become the base of many cultivators. These open heaven realm masters had led their disciples here to participate in the blood monster cave heaven, and after their disciples had entered, there was no reason for them to wait around doing nothing. Hence, they gathered here and this place became a kind of shopping district. With so many open heaven realm masters gathered together, meeting up with friends or holding an exchange meeting was a great way to pass the time. They might even obtain some unexpected benefits in this place. At this moment, all the cultivators in the shopping district were staring at the void around them in shock. Half a day ago, some unusual changes seemed to have taken place in the blood monster territory. It started out with frequent space fluctuations, followed by the emergence of large void cracks. Many people could even see the situation inside the blood monster cave heaven through these void cracks. "Proprietress, what's going on?" Bai Chi asked with a frown while looking at the void crack located 1,000 kilometers away. The proprietress' expression was unbelievably solemn as she observed the situation for a while before shaking her head. "I'm not sure. But, something seems to have happened in the blood monster cave heaven." Yuhi suddenly became nervous. "Something happened in the blood monster cave heaven? What will happen to the young master?" The proprietress remained silent. Yang Kai, chef, accountant, and the others were all in the blood monster cave heaven. Even so, nobody knew what the situation was like inside. Judging by the situation in front of them though, something major had happened. After pondering in silence for some time, the proprietress took out several communication beads and sent out various messages to inquire about the situation. A figure suddenly flew over from not far away and landed beside her. It was the man with a crown on his head from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, Guan Nu. He asked, "Junior Sister Lan, do you know what happened?" She glanced sidelong at him and sneered, "How would I know when even Xian Yuan Cave Heaven doesn't know?" Still, he shook his head, Firstin is renowned for its intelligence-gathering abilities. Did you not hear anything about this? The proprietress might be annoyed with him, but she was in no mood to argue at the moment. Hence, she simply shook her head in response. This happened too suddenly. I have not received any news. What's wrong? Are you worried about your treasured apprentice? That kid might have good aptitude, but he does not have much experience with worldly affairs. It's inevitable that I will worry about him. Guan Yu sighed. In this field, it was not easy to find a disciple suitable to inherit his mantle. It was only natural that he regarded his disciple like a treasure. Bai Qi asked, Proprietress, could it be that the blood monster cave heaven is about to close? Guan Yu shook his head. The closing of the blood monster cave heaven would not have created such a huge commotion. The current situation seems a bit more like. Like what? Bai Qi asked. Guan Yu said nothing. He simply glanced at the proprietress, who solemnly spoke. It looks like the blood monster cave heaven is collapsing. Bai Qi jumped in fright and exclaimed in shock, the blood monster cave heaven is collapsing. Why so suddenly? Although everybody knew that the blood monster cave heaven would collapse and merge completely with the blood monster territory one day, that was something far in the future. Anybody would be surprised to be faced with this situation so suddenly. Something is coming out, he suddenly pointed at one of the void cracks in front. The words had only just left her mouth when they saw numerous figures rushing out of the void crack. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be monster beasts. Guan Yu reached out a hand and grabbed at the void. Even though it didn't look like he had moved, a monster beast suddenly appeared in his grip. He gave a slight shake and the monster beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All that remained was a monster core in his hand, a fifth-order water element monster core. This monster beast came from the blood monster cave heaven. Even the monster beasts had come rushing out of the blood monster cave heaven, which was a clear indication that the blood monster cave heaven was about to collapse. Not far behind these monster beasts, a huge mountain came floating out of the void crack. Monster beasts fled from the mountain peak, leaving several trembling people behind. Inside the shopping district, a certain master turned into a giant and rushed into the mountain peak to bring those cultivators back to the shopping district. What happened inside the blood monster cave heaven? Somebody asked. Those cultivators were only in the Emperor realm, with the strongest among them being just half-step open heaven realm juniors. Therefore, they were so frightened that they couldn't speak when they suddenly found themselves surrounded by a huge group of open heaven realm masters. At this moment, a fourth-order open heaven realm master squeezed out of the crowd and cupped his fists in all directions. Sirs, please wait a moment. These are the disciples of my heavenly crane palace. The open heaven realm master who brought them back said, don't worry. We don't want to cause trouble. We just want to ask a few questions. The fourth-order open heaven realm master wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead and spoke to those young cultivators, answer any questions that these seniors may ask. Don't hide anything. Heavenly Crane Palace was just a second-class great force. Furthermore, it was somewhat weak even among the second class. How could this man dare to be impolite in front of these masters from the various cave heavens and paradises? The disciples calmed down upon seeing an elder from their sect. Thus, the leading disciple took a breath and said, this disciple has no idea what happened either. We were hunting a fifth-order monster beast when the world suddenly began breaking apart without warning. Then, we found ourselves here for some reason. Another disciple added, countless void cracks appeared in the sky of the blood monster cave heaven. Numerous ravines also split the ground open. It was like the blood monster cave heaven was about to be destroyed. Many of the open heaven realm masters turned solemn at those words. How could they not know that the blood monster cave heaven was truly about to fall apart? Judging from the current situation, the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven would not mean its exile to the void, but rather its dispersion into the blood monster territory. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4296, Time Waits for No One. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters stood on the platform with different expressions on their faces. Some were worried while others were excited. They were worried about the safety of their disciples. Judging by the current situation, the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was inevitable. The vast Blood Monster Cave Heaven was bound to break apart and become countless pieces scattered across the Blood Monster territory. It was an unknown factor as to whether their disciples could return safely. After all, they would be lost forever if they got trapped inside the void cracks. On the other hand, some were excited that Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves would finally have the qualifications to participate. Throughout the ages, whenever the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, the responsibilities of the Open Heaven Realm Masters had always been to escort their respective disciples to the Blood Monster territory, quietly wait for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to close, and bring their disciples back to the sect. There were many valuable treasures inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that made their eyes turn green with envy. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With restrictions in place, there was no way for them to enter. If the Blood Monster Cave Heaven really were to collapse and countless parts were to merge with the Blood Monster territory, then they could go around searching for the various treasures that came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If nothing else, even obtaining a high-order monster beast core would earn them a fortune. After recovering from their shock, many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately flew off, heading straight for the depths of the Blood Monster territory to search for opportunities. In this short span of time, countless humongous void cracks had appeared throughout the entire Blood Monster territory. Moreover, enormous spirit peaks and vast spirit provinces had appeared out of the void cracks. They quietly floated in the void of the Blood Monster territory, adding some life to this dead and silent space. Soon, there were Open Heaven Realm Masters swarming all over every spirit peak and spirit province in search of treasure. Those who found anything valuable were few and far between. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven had been opened so many times before after all, so most of the valuable treasures had already been taken away. Of course, there were also some lucky enough to find invaluable treasures as soon as they arrived. Be that as it may, those Open Heaven Realm Masters who landed on the spirit provinces also revealed looks of great jubilation despite not finding anything valuable. Somebody exclaimed in amazement, "Such dense world force." The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was only natural that the world force it contained was extraordinary. The most basic method for cultivators in the Open Heaven realm to strengthen their power was to enhance the world force of their small universe. Therefore, any Open Heaven Realm Master would benefit greatly if they could refine the world force from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was just that cultivators would need to have great compatibility between their own small universes and the world force in order for them to refine a world force that did not belong to them. Take Old Ancestor Mou for example. The reason he had his eyes on the demon realm and tried to conquer it was that the demon realm's aura was highly compatible with his small universe. Not only would he not suffer major drawbacks after refining the demon realm, but he would also recover from his injuries and improve his cultivation in a very short time. On the other hand, if their compatibility was low, there were heavy repercussions that could result in one's own world force becoming unstable or even damage being done to the foundation of their small universe. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a great event that swept across the entire 3,000 worlds, so there was no shortage of cultivators who came here. As such, there were bound to be some people who met the refining conditions. These people were absolutely overjoyed. Landing on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces, they quickly used various means to collect them into their respective small universes to slowly refine at a later date. Even though most people did not meet the refining conditions, there was no reason for them to pass up on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven either. If they brought these spirit peaks and spirit provinces back to their sects, the world force contained within could greatly enhance the heritage of their respective sects. For that reason, Many battles over the spirit peaks and spirit provinces broke out across the blood monster territory in a very short period of time. The open heaven realm masters fought viciously among themselves, and some of them would die from time to time. Even the proprietress and the others joined in the fight. They collected several spirit provinces into their respective small universes and placed a seal on them for later use. The small universes of open heaven realm masters would only turn from ethereal to corporeal when they advance into the high-rank open heaven realm. At that point, their small universes would be no different from actual universe worlds and could even accommodate living creatures in them. Even so, the small universes of mid-rank and low-rank open heaven realm masters were not mere decorations either. Back when Yang Kai first entered the outer universe, he had been lured into Duan Hai's small universe. Duan Hai was the fire spirit land protector venerable of Seven Wonders Land, but he was only in the fourth order open heaven realm. It could be seen that even the small universes of mid-rank open heaven realm masters could accommodate living creatures as long as certain conditions were met and techniques were used. The only difference was that their heritage was not as majestic as a high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe. The proprietress and the others had spread out to search for the traces of Yang Kai and the others, as at present, the blood monster territory was in chaos. Yang Kai and the others were not yet in the open heaven realm, so they had no means to protect themselves if they encountered danger. Unfortunately, the blood monster territory was a great territory, so it was incredibly vast. Even if they split up their forces to search, it was difficult for them to obtain results in short order. As such, they could only spread the news around in hopes of contacting Yang Kai and the others. Meanwhile, Yang Kai burst out of the void crack in pursuit of the spirit province. When he abruptly found himself in a vast and dead environment, he immediately realized that he had returned to the blood monster territory. Not far away, a large spirit province floated in the void. All the cultivators in Abundant City stood on the spirit province, looking very uneasy. They might not know what had happened, but they had witnessed the sudden collapse of the world around Abundant City. Looking around, they found that they were currently in a completely unfamiliar environment. Numerous spirit provinces not inferior to the one Abundant City sat on floated about in the void. The world force was beginning to dissipate and the aura of the blood monster cave heaven gradually weakened as a result. When the aura of the blood monster cave heaven completely dissipated, the blood principle's restriction in their bodies would immediately burst out. At that time, the only thing waiting for them was death. Inside the city lord's mansion, Mo Mei and the great elders stood side by side. They looked out at the chaotic Abundant City and gave a small sigh. Despite having always known that such a day would eventually come, it was not until that day actually arrived that they realized how weak and powerless they were. "Everyone, do you have any last wishes?" Mo Mei was slightly ashen-faced, but her tone was calm. She could be considered a person who had weathered many storms in her life, so her mentality was stronger than most. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a woman to take up the city lord's position. Although what was happening before her was literally a world-ending disaster, it was not enough to cause her to panic. Thanks to her influence, the great elders also became much calmer as a result. Hang Duo spoke after some thought, "I still want to go and see what the world outside looks like. Unfortunately, we will never get this chance." Gong Yang Shi stroked his beard and smiled, "This old master has lived a long time. I don't really have any regrets." Jin Yuan Lang said, "I kind of want to know what the open heaven realm is like. It's a pity we could not advance any further in the blood monster cave heaven." Mu Qian laughed softly, "Big brother Yuan Lang, do you want to try advancing into the open heaven realm right now?" His expression changed upon hearing those words. What she mentioned was correct. They had already finished condensing their yin, yang, and 5-element powers. It was just that they had always been stuck inside the blood monster cave heaven, so they could not advance into the open heaven realm. Now that they had broken free of the blood monster cave heaven's limitations, they could advance into the open heaven realm as long as they were willing. However, he soon shook his head and said, "I'm afraid it's too late. Even though he had never tried to break through before, he knew that advancing into the open heaven realm was not such an easy matter. He would almost certainly explode and die from the activation of the blood principle's restriction before he could finish preparing himself for the advancement. Mo Mei suddenly bowed elegantly. "This mistress is honored to have received your help all these years. Many thanks for all your hard work." Everybody quickly turned towards her while Pang Duo spoke. "You are far too polite, City Lord. We were only performing our duties. Rather, it is your dedication to Abundant City that I highly admire, City Lord." Mo Mei smiled. "It's not that bad to have your company on the road to the Yellow Springs." He laughed loudly. "Let us build another Abundant City when we arrive in the next world. We will behead anybody who dares to look down on us." The others roared their agreement. "What are you talking about so happily?" A voice entered their ears suddenly, and in the next moment, their vision blurred slightly as a figure abruptly appeared in front of them. They jumped in fright and Pang Duo even took a few steps back without realizing. After taking a good look at the newcomer though, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Yang Kai. Why did you come back?" Yang Kai smiled. "Of course, it's to fulfill my promise." Mo Mei was puzzled. "Promise?" Seeming to recall something all of a sudden, she exclaimed in a mixture of surprise and joy, "Did you find a way to remove the blood principle's restriction?" When Yang Kai left earlier, he had mentioned that there was somebody who could remove the blood principle's restriction in their bodies. He also promised that he would do his best to obtain that method. Even so, it had not been long since he left. Despite asking that question, Mo Mei had only asked out of a small sliver of hope. She did not actually believe that he had succeeded. Contrary to her expectations, Yang Kai nodded in affirmation. I obtained the necessary secret technique. I can help you remove the blood principle's restriction in your bodies so that you will never be bound by the blood monster cave heaven again." Gong Yang Shi accidentally tore out his beard hairs as his eyes widened when he heard those words and shouted, "Are you serious?" Likewise, Mu Qianxian's eyes gleamed. "Yang Kai, you better not be lying to us." Yang Kai replied seriously, "Of course I wouldn't lie to you. I've already experimented on the way here. The secret technique works." Pang Duo was taken aback for a moment, before he burst out laughing. "There's always a way out. The heavens have eyes after all. Ha 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 ha." Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt. "Don't get so happy just yet. There's still a difficult problem to solve first." Mo Mei seriously asked, "What is it? Can we help? If so, then please speak freely." Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and answered in a troubled voice, "There are too many people in Abundant City. Using the secret technique depletes my strength. If I do this one at a time, I'm worried that the world force here will dissipate completely before I can remove the blood principle's restriction from everybody." There were some 4,000 or so people in the city, so Yang Kai estimated it would take him at least 1 month to finish lifting the restriction from all of them. However, the cultivators in Abundant City would lose the nourishment of the blood monster cave heaven's aura when the world force in this place fully dispersed. The only reason they were safe and sound at the moment was that Abundant City was located on a rather large spirit province, hence, some of the blood monster cave heaven's aura still remained. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4297, Collecting a Spirit Province. Yang Kai's meaning could not be any clearer. Time waited for no man. When Mo Mei heard those words, her expression became grim. If that were the case, she would be stuck with the extremely unenviable problem of choosing who to save and who not to save. Having served as the city lord for so many years, she knew every single person in the city personally, from the oldest man to the youngest child. All these faces floated in front of her eyes. It would be extremely cruel if she had to choose a person's death in exchange for another person's survival at a time like this. Fortunately, Yang Kai continued, "There is another possibility, but it will be a gamble. If it works, then everybody in Abundant City will be saved. If it fails, Well, we'll discuss that when that happens. Mo Mei immediately asked, what's the gamble? Yang Kai explained, I have an independent world. I can collect this piece of land into that independent world and use certain means to lock the world force in place. It's just that I'm not certain whether I can maintain and preserve the unique world force in this land for long. If he could preserve the world force for an extended period of time, then the aura of the blood monster cave heaven would not dissipate so quickly and the blood principles restriction in their bodies would not be triggered. In that way, he could slowly set everyone free. On the other hand, this method would be useless if he could not preserve the world force for long enough. Mo Mei's eyes lit up at those words and she immediately agreed, if you have a method like that, then please perform it as quickly as possible, Sir Yang. Nodding, Yang Kai requested, please wait for a moment. I also need you to tell everyone in the city not to resist what happens next. He was quite certain that it would not be difficult for him to collect this spirit province into the small sealed world. After all, his current spiritual energy was extraordinary. The main issue was that there were so many strong cultivators in the city as well. If anybody were to resist, it would add great strain to the load. Especially at a time like this where all the cultivators in Abundant City were already on edge. The slightest disturbance could send them into a panic, so it was crucial that they cooperated with him. Mo Mei and the other great elders quickly relayed orders to the people. While comforting and reassuring everyone, they explained the current situation and told them not to resist under any circumstances. The cultivators in Abundant City slowly calmed down and soon there was not a single sound in the entire city, only their uneven breathing and the sound of pounding hearts remained. Floating in the void above the spirit province where Abundant City was located, Yang Kai spread his divine sense into the surroundings to cover every corner of the floating piece of land. Even though he had already mentally prepared himself in advance, it was not until he actually attempted it that he discovered his initial assumption was far too naive. Even if his divine sense was incredibly powerful, his spiritual energy was gushing out like a waterfall at this moment. It didn't take long before his knowledge sea was almost drained dry. If not for the soul-warming lotus continuous nourishment, he would probably be a dry oil lamp before he could even take action. At times like this, Yang Kai couldn't help missing the aspect of the sealed world bead that could transform into Gun Gun. After all, Gun Gun had even devoured the entire demon realm. Everybody watched Yang Kai nervously only to see that his complexion was pale and his body was trembling slightly. Nevertheless, they could sense his overwhelming divine sense that was madly spreading out into the surroundings like a tidal wave. Mo Mei and the others were shocked by the sight. Restrained by the limitations in the blood monster cave heaven, they could only linger in the emperor realm for their entire lives. For that reason, their accumulation and precipitation in this realm were by no means comparable to most other cultivators. Be it in terms of the purity and density of their emperor chi or their mastery of their spiritual energy, it was rare for outer world cultivators to match up to them. However, it was not until they compared themselves with Yang Kai that they understood their ignorance. Just in terms of spiritual energy alone, comparing themselves to him was like comparing a creek to the vast ocean. A whole incense stick later, Yang Kai finally felt his divine sense wrapping around the spirit province without leaving out a single gap. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, jerked open abruptly and he roared, "Receive!" The boundary of the small sealed world opened and space principles fluctuated violently and the spirit province became distorted. A series of ripples spread across the surface, then the spirit province suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai exhaled softly in relief. Taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth and flashed into the small sealed world at the same time. A large spirit province suddenly appeared in the small sealed world, its world force clashing with the ambient world force, causing the blood monster cave heaven's aura to dissipate rapidly. There was no time to rest as Yang Kai hurriedly communicated with the sealed world bead to seal the space around the new spirit province, preventing its world force and the blood monster cave heaven's aura from dissipating. After working so hard, Yang Kai was so tired that he could see stars dancing in his vision. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying despite the huge effort required. The world force of the spirit province, that abundant city, was located on, finally stopped dissipating. The preservation of the world force meant that the blood monster cave heaven's aura would not disappear, hence, the abundant city cultivators had no need to fear or worry about the blood principle's restriction being activated. It would seem that Yang Kai's idea was feasible. A wave of relief washed over him after confirming this fact. Then, he informed Mo Mei and the others about the results. Likewise, they also let out a deep sigh of relief. City Lord Mo, now is not the time for me to perform the secret technique. I'll come to help you remove the blood principle's restriction in your bodies when I've settled down in a safe place, Yang Kai said. The blood monster territory was in chaos at the moment, so even if he wanted to help them, it was impossible for him to do so immediately. Mo Mei bowed. Please take care of your matters first, Sir Yang. This mistress will manage Abundant City. Abundant City is greatly indebted to you for your life-saving grace, sir. Pang Duo and the others solemnly cupped their fists. Many thanks, sir. Yang Kai returned the gesture and slipped out of the small sealed world. Even so, he was in no hurry to leave. He stayed there and took a short rest. All of a sudden, his eyes flickered. He had just noticed something rather interesting. When he was collecting the spirit province where Abundant City was located into the small sealed world, the small sealed world had absorbed the world force that dissipated from the spirit province. Upon further consideration, he realized that it was nothing to be surprised about. Back when he killed some mid-rank open heaven realm masters in Void Land, the small universes in their bodies had collapsed upon their deaths. Accordingly, a portion of the world force that dissipated and filled Void Land had been absorbed by Void Land to enhance its heritage. It was said that the masters of various cave heavens and paradises would choose to return to their respective sects when their predestined time of death was approaching. When the small universe in their bodies collapsed, their world force would enhance their sect's heritage. In that way, the world force of those cave heavens and paradises became incredibly dense and rich with the accumulation of many years. That was also how they grew to their current scale and power. Being an independent world, it was only natural that the small sealed world could devour and absorb world force from external sources to strengthen itself. Yang Kai suddenly regretted it a bit. If I had known earlier, I would have tossed the corpses of those open heaven realm masters I killed into the small sealed world. That way, the small sealed world could have absorbed the world force from their small universes. Nevertheless, it was not too late to understand this now. He might not be able to kill any open heaven realm masters at the moment, but there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed to form countless spirit provinces scattered across the blood monster territory. These were all unowned property. If Yang Kai could collect some of them into the small sealed world, the small sealed world would surely be greatly enhanced as a result. In the past, a bold idea had unintentionally formed in his heart. This idea was closely related to the small sealed world. If the small sealed world could become stronger, then it would only benefit him even more when his idea came to fruition. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt that the destruction of the blood monster cave heaven might not be such a bad thing for him after all. How else could he have obtained an opportunity like this? After a short rest, Yang Kai immediately rushed in the direction of a nearby spirit province. At present, there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. They practically filled the entire blood monster territory, so he could easily find one or two without putting in much effort. It was just that this particular spirit province did not contain any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. It didn't even contain the slightest hint of life. Not to mention, it seemed significantly smaller than the spirit province with Abundant City. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to collect this spirit province into the small sealed world, but fortunately, there was no need to preserve the world force of this place, so he simply allowed it to freely dissipate and add to the small sealed world's heritage. After 2 previous experiences, Yang Kai was becoming more and more skillful. He collected spirit province after spirit province into the small sealed world. Around half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was not the only one doing this. Many other open heaven realm masters were also doing this. It would seem that he was not the only one to realize that these spirit provinces contained great benefits. Thinking about it again, it was not that strange. The open heaven realm masters here were not stupid, so how could they ignore the benefits in front of them? This was the world force of a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after all. As things stand, I have to move faster. The blood monster cave heaven was vast, so it broke into countless spirit provinces after its collapse. Even so, these spirit provinces could not last long with so many people gathering them. It was conceivable that the entire blood monster cave heaven would be divided up among the open heaven realm masters and cease to exist before long. Unwilling to compete with the open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai found a relatively remote area and rushed in that direction. The truth was that he still held a glimmer of hope that he would come across a city similar to Abundant City. There should be many native cultivators within the blood monster cave heaven. If he could rescue them at a time like this, they would surely bring great benefits to Void Land in the future. Unfortunately, he collected some spirit provinces along the way but did not encounter any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing slightly, knowing that these native cultivators would not meet a good end. The other open heaven realm masters had no way to remove the blood principle's restriction even if they collected the spirit provinces that had native cultivators inhabiting them. All that awaited these native cultivators was death. With the passing of time, Yang Kai noticed that the world force contained in the spirit provinces that he collected into the small sealed world was getting weaker and weaker. It was understandable, after all, the world force contained in the spirit provinces would slowly dissipate as they drifted about in the void. In the end, these spirit provinces would all turn into dead land. At one point, Yang Kai was floating in the sky above a certain spirit province located several hundred meters away. Opening the boundaries of the small sealed world, his divine sense surged as he made a move to collect the spirit province. However, a violent aura erupted from the depths of the spirit province at that moment and smashed his divine sense to pieces in an instant. Not only did Yang Kai fail in his endeavor, but he also received some backlash from this encounter. For a moment, he was so dizzy that stars danced in his vision. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. He had checked the spirit province just now and found no traces of life, so where did this violent burst of aura come from? Martial Peak, Chapter 4298, A Gently Pointing Finger. This aura was clearly hidden somewhere in the spirit province. It was only exposed because Yang Kai's actions had disturbed it. Not to mention, this aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. It felt like he had encountered it before. Before he could figure out the answer, an enormous figure emanating a sharp and overwhelming monster chi burst out of the spirit province. In addition, the figure was covered in dazzling golden light. Yang Kai took a good look and exclaimed in surprise, "Golden Wolf King. No wonder I found the aura familiar. I've actually met this fellow before." When Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were being hunted down by Yin Xi and Zhao, he had accidentally stumbled upon a battle between 2 peak 6th order monster beasts. One of them was Golden Gorilla King while the other was a Golden Wolf King. Those 2 monster beasts were very powerful. At the time, the fight was evenly matched and both parties ended up wounded as a result. It was with the borrowed strength of these 2 monster beasts that Yang Kai had escaped the pursuit of Yin Xi and Zhao and the others. He later arrived at Abundant City. During Yang Kai's stay in Abundant City, Golden Gorilla King had taken advantage of the time when the barrier over the city had been torn open by Tan Luo Xing to enter and wreak great havoc. In the end, Yang Kai fought him and managed to force him back. According to the explanation from Mo Mei and the others, Golden Gorilla King was a 6th order monster beast that they supported. He also helped Abundant City out of trouble several times in the past. For that reason, Mo Mei pleaded on his behalf after Yang Kai severely injured him. Thus, Yang Kai allowed him to go free. Yang Kai never expected to meet the Golden Wolf King in this broken spirit province after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He gnashed his teeth wondering just how unlucky he could be. It was clear that the intense battle between the Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King had left both parties heavily injured, therefore, they had both been treating their wounds in hiding. Yang Kai's actions just now must have disturbed the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King were both peak 6th order monster beasts, and the grudge between them was not something that was just 1 or 2 days old. They were both metal element monster beasts, so both of them were coveting each other's monster core. When Yang Kai and Chu Huashang encountered these two monster beasts during their escape, both had been covered in serious wounds. Some of these injuries were fresh while others were fully healed. It could be seen that they had fought each other numerous times. It was just that they were so evenly matched that neither could finish the other. Upon meeting the Golden Wolf King again, Yang Kai discovered that the other party's wounds from earlier had not healed. Furthermore, new wounds had been added into the mix. The flesh around those bloody wounds squirmed, looking extremely disturbing. In other words, the Golden Wolf King was currently in extremely poor condition. Yang Kai was capable of pushing back the heavily injured Golden Gorilla King even when he himself was not fully healed, therefore, he was not afraid of the Golden Wolf King in the slightest. As such, he immediately raised the spear in his hand. A furious roar reverberated through the air and the golden light around the Golden Wolf King's body shone out brightly. He swiftly moved about on all fours and arrived within several dozen meters of Yang Kai in an instant. Opening his large and bloody mouth as he bit at him. An overwhelming aura loomed over Yang Kai from above. He could even smell the nauseating stench coming from the Golden Wolf King's mouth. Just as he was about to engage in battle against the Golden Wolf King, he suddenly became shocked and hastily retreated with a kick of his foot. That was because he discovered that the Golden Wolf King was not in the 6th order anymore. The entire body of the Golden Wolf King was radiating with the aura of a 7th order monster beast. If Yang Kai had not encountered the Star Turtle previously, he might not have been able to judge this accurately. Fortunately, he had fought a great battle against the Star Turtle not long ago. The ferocity of a 7th order monster beast was still fresh in his mind. That was why the realization struck him immediately the moment the Golden Wolf King attacked. This was not the 6th order monster beast that he knew, it was a 7th order monster beast. Is it a different Golden Wolf King? That can't be. This is the same monster beast I met previously. The wounds on his body look very familiar. But, I'm certain it was only at the peak of the 6th order when I last saw it. How did it advance into the 7th order? Looking at the wounds on the Golden Wolf King, Yang Kai immediately understood. This guy probably killed Golden Gorilla King and devoured the latter's monster core. That's why he advanced into the 7th order. Both the monster beasts had been at the peak of the 6th order, so no matter who killed whom, the surviving party would definitely be able to break through because they were only one step away from the 7th order. It was impossible for them to remain stagnant at their previous level after devouring the monster core of another monster beast at the peak of the 6th order. Under normal circumstances, these two monster beasts would have been evenly matched, however, Golden Gorilla King had been badly beaten by Yang Kai in Abundant City, causing his already serious injuries to worsen. The Golden Wolf King must have taken that opportunity to kill his longtime enemy. Yang Kai could almost imagine the scenario. The Golden Wolf King had been silently stalking Golden Gorilla King and waiting for a chance to finish him off after he invaded Abundant City. After Golden Gorilla King was driven away by Yang Kai and went into hiding to quietly lick his wounds, the Golden Wolf King finally made his move and dealt the finishing blow. The Golden Wolf King managed to kill Golden Gorilla King, devour his opponent's monster core, and advance into the 7th order. Even so, he had paid a heavy price for his success. That much was evident from the fresh injuries all over his body. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. Although he could not prove his conjectures, he was certain that his guesses were not too far from the truth. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling a mixture of fear and joy upon learning that the Golden Wolf King was now a seventh-order monster beast. He was apprehensive towards the terrifying might of a seventh-order monster beast. After all, he had a previous experience with the power of the star turtle. Even though so many people had joined forces, they failed to harm the star turtle in any meaningful way. The defenses of an Earth attribute monster beast were already extraordinary, so nothing need be said about one that was in the seventh order. On the other hand, Yang Kai was happy because the Golden Wolf King's body currently contained a seventh-order metal element monster core. Why did he enter the blood monster cave heaven in the first place? Wasn't it because he was searching for metal and yin element cultivation resources? Out of all the yin, yang, and 5 elements, Yang Kai only needed 2 more. Once he gathered all of them, he would be able to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Only then would he finally have the qualifications to face all sorts of dangers and create a place for himself in the vast 3,000 worlds for himself. Do I fight or flee? Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before he reached a decision. The Golden Wolf King might be a seventh-order monster beast, but it had not been long since it broke through. Besides, its injuries had yet to heal. Why else would it be hiding here instead of leaving when such a huge disaster had befallen the blood monster cave heaven? In other words, it was hard to say whether it could fully exert the strength of a seventh-order monster beast. More importantly, Yang Kai had no idea when he might come across another seventh-order metal element treasure if he passed up on this opportunity. Kill! Yang Kai held his spear horizontally by his side. His gaze was fixed on the Golden Wolf King who was charging at him fiercely. While drifting backwards continuously, he gripped the divine ability bead that the proprietress had given to him in his other hand. He had always been reluctant to use this divine ability bead. Even when facing Black Crow Divine Monarch or the Star Turtle, Yang Kai had reserved the use of this divine ability bead. However, this was related to a seventh-order metal element monster core. He could not afford to hold back or delay. After Yang Kai poured his strength into the divine ability bead without restraint, the proprietress' familiar aura permeated from the inconspicuous divine ability bead. The Golden Wolf King was charging straight at Yang Kai when it seemed to detect a great crisis. Its enormous figure halted abruptly in the void and its strangely humanized eyes revealed uncertainty. In the next moment, it turned and fled. It was also at this moment that the divine ability bead in Yang Kai's hand shone brightly. A slender jade finger suddenly appeared and gently pointed forward. That movement was absolutely gentle and did not carry the slightest hint of aggression. It was almost as if it was a flirtatious act between lovers, stirring up faint ripples in one's heart. However, this gentle movement contained an extremely horrifying power. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. It seemed as though even a universe world would shatter to pieces if it stood before that finger. The slender jade finger pressed down in the direction that the Golden Wolf King was fleeing. The Golden Wolf King clearly noticed that it was in a dangerous situation, thus, its figure moved about erratically in an effort to dodge. A short while later, the jade finger vanished out of sight. On the other hand, the Golden Wolf King had already fled several hundreds of kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood frozen on the spot in shock. He was feeling slightly dumbfounded. Is that all? Nothing dramatic had happened. The divine ability didn't seem to have done anything to the Golden Wolf King either. When he first felt the power contained within that finger, Yang Kai wondered whether it could even kill a fourth-order open heaven realm master. Contrary to his expectations, the results were completely unexpected. That can't be right. Proprietress spent so much energy to refine that divine ability bead. It's impossible for it to be useless. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai quickly chased after the Golden Wolf King. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King who had fled forward suddenly howled in agony. It stumbled and collapsed in the void, blood mist violently gushing out of all the pores on its body. Even the golden light around it dimmed in an instant. The damage caused by that gentle finger might not be apparent from the outside, but it was clearly effective on the inside. Before the Golden Wolf King could get up once more, Yang Kai swooped in and fiercely thrust his spear out. Blood splattered everywhere. Although the Golden Wolf King tried hard to avoid the blow, this spear stabbed straight into its eye socket and caused it to burst. If the Golden Wolf King had not shifted his head away at the last moment, Yang Kai was certain he could have killed his opponent in one move. The pain made the Golden Wolf King howl again. The golden light around its body fluctuated and a beam of light aggressively shot out from its mouth, aiming directly at Yang Kai. The destructive power was extremely high. Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate this attack and dodged aside. Surging his space principles, his figure floated about erratically as he rained down spear attacks on the Golden Wolf King like a storm. An endless wave of stabbing sounds sliced through the air as the Azure Dragon spear pierced again and again. Although Yang Kai had experienced some setbacks in his battle against the Star Turtle, that was mainly because the Star Turtle's defenses were beyond terrifying. The Golden Wolf King might also be a seventh-order monster beast, but it had only just finished its advancement and was also heavily injured. More importantly, the metal element was specialized in attacking, not defending. Therefore, countless new wounds were added to the Golden Wolf King's body in the blink of an eye, constantly drawing blood. Yang Kai swung his spear with the speed of lightning. There were no tricks to his attacks, they were simply a barrage he unleashed without restraint. In spite of his calm exterior, Yang Kai's emotions were incredibly excited. I can kill him. I can kill this seventh-order Golden Wolf King. As long as I kill the Golden Wolf King, I will obtain a seventh-order metal element monster core. Then, I will only be missing the Yin element. It was impossible for the Golden Wolf King to do nothing and wait for death under the endless rain of spears. It endured the pain and injuries on its body and fought back with all its strength. Its battle against Yang Kai was fierce. Although it was not an evenly matched situation, it was not a landslide victory either. The heritage of a seventh-order monster beast was truly extraordinary. Even if it was just a newly advanced seventh-order monster beast, it was absolutely incomparable to a sixth-order monster beast. The same logic applied for Open Heaven Realm Masters. A sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master and a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master might only have a difference of one order between them, but it was the difference between a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Even 10 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together might not win against a single seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Martial Peak, Chapter 4299, A Seventh-Order Monster Core. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai was thankful that he had not tried to hold back and had used the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress from the start. Otherwise, he would not have been a match for the Golden Wolf King. Thanks to the gentle finger within the divine ability bead, the Golden Wolf King had been considerably weakened. It was conceivable how powerful it would have been if Yang Kai had not heavily injured it from the start. A vicious battle ensued. Although Yang Kai inflicted wounds all over the Golden Wolf King's body, actually killing the opponent would take much more effort. It would take at least an hour or more for him to succeed. Of course, the longer the battle went on, the more advantageous it would become for Yang Kai. That was because the Golden Wolf King's injuries would only worsen with time and the strength it could exert would also weaken. At some point, it would become easy for Yang Kai to kill it. However, Yang Kai could not afford to drag things out. He had to end the battle as soon as possible as this place was the Blood Monster territory. There were Open Heaven Realm Masters everywhere and there was no shortage of mid-rank ones among them. It would definitely attract unwanted attention if somebody detected the commotion here. A seventh-order monster beast's monster core was extremely valuable, so it would inevitably arouse the greed in others and incite their killing intent. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his spear and surged the power in his Dao seal. Golden Crow's true fire spread out, distorting the void. A great sun suddenly leaped out from behind his back and the sound of the Golden Crow's cry rang out. Inside the great sun, a three-legged golden crow danced happily. The moment the divine manifestation appeared, Yang Kai's aura increased madly. A look of shock and fear flashed through the Golden Wolf King's humanized eyes and it hesitated for a moment before turning around and fleeing. How could Yang Kai allow the Golden Wolf King to escape though? His expression was calm as he manipulated space principles to turn the void into a prison, instantly slowing the Golden Wolf King's movements. Meanwhile, with the great sun perched atop the tip of his spear, Yang Kai thrust forward fiercely. At the critical juncture of life and death, the Golden Wolf King turned around angrily and shot out a beam of golden light from its mouth to meet the dazzling great sunday. A violent collision erupted. Beams of light spread out everywhere and brutal energy ran rampant. When the golden light finally went out, the great sun enveloped the Golden Wolf King completely. A short while later, the dazzling light dissipated. Yang Kai's complexion was slightly pale as he held his spear and breathed heavily. Not far from Yang Kai, the Golden Wolf King's head had been blasted to pieces. The headless carcass twitched slightly as its vitality rapidly faded. This battle began abruptly and ended swiftly. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was extremely lucky to have killed the seventh-order monster beast. If the Golden Wolf King had not been heavily injured in the first place and he did not have the proprietress divine ability bead, the only thing Yang Kai could have done upon encountering a seventh-order monster beast with his current strength would be to flee. It was only because of multiple coincidences overlapping with each other that led to the death of the Golden Wolf King. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai flashed over to the Golden Wolf King's carcass. He swept his divine sense over the carcass and quickly found something in the chest area. Thrusting his arm into the carcass, Yang Kai grasped something and pulled his hand out, holding a bloody monster core that emitted a golden radiance. The monster core was about the size of his fist. Seventh Order. It really is a seventh-order metal element monster core. The urge to throw back his head and laugh wildly consumed Yang Kai. He originally thought that he would not obtain what he desired from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time around, but who could have known that he would gain a seventh-order metal element monster core after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It truly was a blessing from the heavens. Great efforts will be rewarded indeed. I'm glad the proprietress divine ability bead was well used. Before he could put away the monster core though, a figure appeared suddenly and landed not far away from him. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. He knew that he would attract the attention of others if he did not finish the fight quickly. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Both the proprietress divine ability bead and his own divine manifestation were incredibly powerful after all, so it would be more difficult for people not to notice if they were nearby. The person who came was an elderly man. Yang Kai glanced at the man briefly and was surprised to realize that he could recognize this person. He did not know the name of this elderly man and only knew that other people called him Old Hong. If he remembered correctly, this elderly man came from a great force known as Heaven's Border. Back when Yang Kai snatched the carcass of the Golden Crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, Old Hong and several other Open Heaven Realm Masters had chased after him. Afterwards, Yang Kai escaped into First Inn. When the matter in the Golden Crow Divine Palace was exposed, Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Old Hong lost the qualifications to participate. And so, Old Hong backed down quickly. As soon as Old Hong arrived, he glanced at the Golden Wolf King's carcass with a gloomy expression. His eyelids twitched at the sight, a seventh-order monster beast. The Golden Wolf King might be dead, but the aura of a seventh-order monster beast coming from his body had yet to dissipate completely. Being rather knowledgeable, it only took one glance for Old Hong to understand this. He then turned to look at Yang Kai and his gaze immediately became fierce. "Brat, it's you." It was obvious that he recognized Yang Kai. His memory of this boy was still fresh in his mind. There were few who could survive the pursuit of several mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters after all. It had been his first time meeting such a person. Yang Kai ignored the other party. Quietly taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth. Following that, he waved his large hand and kept the Golden Wolf King's carcass into his space ring. "Brat, hand over the monster beast's monster core and this old master will spare your life." Old Hong's expression was a mixture of excitement and greed. It was a seventh-order monster beast's monster core after all. He had never seen one in his life. As a fourth-order open heaven realm master, he was vastly superior to Yang Kai in terms of identity, strength, and status. However, he had less than 1/100th of Yang Kai's wealth. How many cultivation resources can I receive in exchange for a seventh-order monster core? It could be said that Old Hong would never have to worry about money again. How could he not be moved by such huge benefits in front of his eyes? Recalling how Yang Kai escaped in the past, he secretly drew upon the world force in his small universe to seal this surrounding space while he was speaking. As long as he could seal this place, Yang Kai would never be able to escape from the palm of his hands no matter what kind of method he employed. He was not clear as to how Yang Kai managed to slaughter a seventh-order monster beast with his trivial Emperor realm strength. In any case, it was obvious that Yang Kai had a great stroke of luck, otherwise, how could a little brat who was not even in the open heaven realm kill such a powerful existence? The might of a seventh-order monster beast was such that even he did not dare to face it lightly. Yang Kai immediately noticed the moment Old Hong made a move. Raising a hand, he tossed a brilliant golden monster core at Old Hong and shouted, "Here." Old Hong instinctively reached out and grabbed the monster core in his hand, but after looking down at it, he nearly exploded with rage. "How dare you deceive me, boy?" It was indeed a metal element monster core, but it was a third-order monster core that was only worth 10 or 20,000 open heaven pills at most. By the time he looked up again, Yang Kai was already a black dot in the distance. Yang Kai had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to use space principles to escape. Old Hong felt as though his teeth were about to crack from rage. Having learned from his past experience where this brat had escaped his clutches, how could he give chase only to be left behind again? He knew that it was unrealistic to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. Even so, the temptation of the seventh-order monster core made him unable to give up so easily. Burning his blood essence, he struggled to catch up. At the same time, he took out communication bead after communication bead and sent various messages out. Old Hong would never have informed others if he could enjoy the benefits alone, however, he wouldn't even be able to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. He could only rely on others to help. Besides, the value of a seventh-order monster core was so great that he would still receive quite a lot even if he had to divide his gains with others. Old Hong's cultivation and identity might not be particularly outstanding, but he still had some friends. Not to mention, several open heaven realm masters from heaven's border also came here with him. Be that as it may, he was cautious and did not inform the others about the specific details. He only asked them to help intercept Yang Kai and promised to reward them greatly afterwards. Somebody soon responded to his message. Overjoyed, Old Hong desperately chased in that direction. An incense stick later, Yang Kai had only just planted his feet in the void when he sensed world force surge and lock him in place, creating a sealed space. Yang Kai was shocked as he never imagined that somebody would block the path in front of him. Looking at this situation, it seemed to be targeting his space principles. Why else would somebody purposely seal off space around him? Did Old Hong call for help? The moment that thought flashed through his mind, he heard a loud voice entering his ears, "Junior, obediently surrender without a fight." Yang Kai desperately pushed his space principles again and moon blades slashed out in all directions, but could not tear apart the opponent's world force that was holding him in place. When he looked up again, he saw a middle-aged man approaching him and cutting off his escape. The middle-aged man studied Yang Kai curiously. He did not know the reason why Old Hong had sent him a message asking him to stop this young man. It was just that he happened to be nearby and Old Hong promised great benefits, so he simply acted in passing. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed through his head like lightning before he immediately shouted, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The middle-aged man asked, "And, who are you? Does this guy not know who I am?" Yang Kai opened his mouth to respond, "I am a manager under Madame Lan of First Inn. I have an urgent matter I must report to her and need to meet up with her immediately. If there's a misunderstanding, please allow me to pass. It will be very serious if Madame blames you for this delay." "Madame Lan." The middle-aged man jumped in fright. "This kid belongs to First Inn. What the hell is old Ghost Hong up to? Did he swallow the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? How could he dare to pursue somebody from First Inn? What would happen if that crazy woman, Lan Yu Roa, finds out about this?" He might not have heard about there being managers in First Inn, but he had no time to think about it either. After frowning and pondering for a while, he asked, "Little brother, you claim to be from First Inn. Do you have any proof? Madame's token is right here. I'm just afraid that you might have eyes but fail to recognize her greatness." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Raising his hand, he tossed a token towards the other party. He could sense the other party's cowardice, so his courage increased sharply. At a time like this, he could not afford to be polite. It was better to be arrogant instead. Besides, the token was not fake. It was something the proprietress handed to him in the past so that he could go around collecting debts. He had been keeping it all this while, hence, her aura was indeed contained inside the token. The middle-aged man took the token and probed the contents with his divine sense, and instantly his expression cramped. He could sense a strong residual aura was contained within the token. Although he could not confirm that the aura belonged to Lan Yu Roa specifically, it definitely belonged to a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Like Old Hong, he was simply a fourth order, so how could he dare to go against a sixth order? Furthermore, First Inn was very well known. The token felt like a hot potato in his hand, thus, he quickly returned the token and cupped his fists, "So little brother is a subordinate of Madame Lan of First Inn. Forgive me, little brother. Everything was just a misunderstanding." Yang Kai shook his head and impatiently said, "If this is a misunderstanding, then hurry up and release me." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4300, Reunion. "Please go ahead, little brother." After confirming that Yang Kai had a powerful supporter, the middle-aged man no longer dared to stop him, releasing his world force and returning the token. Yang Kai nodded gently and moved to leave. The middle-aged man said, "Little brother, you should head this way if you are looking for Madame Lan. I last saw her graceful figure from afar in that direction 1 day ago." He stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai cupped his fists, "Many thanks. I hope we meet again." With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai hurried in the direction that man had pointed. At present, the blood monster territory was in chaos. Being only in the half-step open heaven realm, Yang Kai did not feel very safe moving alone. It would be best if he could meet up with the proprietress and the others. After Yang Kai departed, the middle-aged man angrily took out a communication bead and poured his divine sense into it to question why Old Hong had tried to harm him. Old Hong was rushing over when he saw the message, so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Brother Su, you let him go." The man surnamed Su snapped, "He is First Inn's manager. How could I dare to stop him?" Old Hong scolded scathingly, "What do you mean by the manager? First Inn is just an inn. Why would it need another manager when Lan Yu Roa is already there?" The man surnamed Su couldn't help realizing the oddity of the situation when he heard those words. He had been frightened by the reputation behind the names Madame Lan and First Inn earlier, but now that he thought about it, he realized the truth behind those words. First Inn was just an inn, a place that collected and sold information. Why would it need multiple managers? Despite feeling cheated, he replied, "Even so, that kid is from first in. We can't afford to provoke them. Old Hong, I suggest that you give up as soon as possible to avoid accidents. Regardless of Yang Kai's real status, the token was not fake. The aura contained within the token had terrified him. More so with the current situation in the blood monster territory. There were disciples from major cave heavens and paradises everywhere. One could not be fooled by the fact that the other party was only in the Emperor realm. Who could say which sect the other party came from? What if he offended somebody he could not afford to? Not only would he suffer misfortune, but his actions might also endanger his sect. If this were a more hidden environment, he could have silenced the witness to his crime and be done with the matter. However, it was not easy to silence someone out in the open with so many people crawling all over the blood monster territory. Determined to stay out of this shady business, the man surnamed Su cut off contact with Old Hong. Old Hong put away the communication bead and scolded angrily, "Cowardly rat. You are not qualified to participate in this great plan." Be that as it may, Old Hong could not be sure whether or not Yang Kai was from first in. If that were really the case, then he did not dare to provoke them either. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai had escaped into first in after snatching the golden crow carcass back then. Taking that opportunity to join first in did not seem unreasonable. In that case, that damned brat might really be part of first in. Old Hong's heart sank at the thought. It feels like the Seventh Order Monster Corps will no longer have anything to do with me. Nevertheless, it was a miserable feeling to have such a tempting delicacy in front of him that he could only stare at but not eat. Old Hong stood there hesitating for a while. Then, he seemed to recall something all of a sudden. An idea came to him and he took out another communication bead. His expression became very respectful as he poured his divine sense into the communication bead and sent a message. Inside the void, Yang Kai swiftly headed in the direction pointed to him by the middle-aged man earlier. At the same time, he took out his communication beads and kept sending messages to the proprietress, Yu He, and Old Bai in hopes of getting in touch with them. He was certain that the proprietress and the others were also looking for him, it was just that they didn't know each other's location. The communication beads were certainly very useful and convenient, but they were limited by a certain distance, thus, they would not be able to communicate with each other if they were too far away from one another. Half a day later, Yang Kai finally managed to contact Yu He. Once they exchanged information on each other's locations, he finally calmed down slightly. Yu He was relatively close to him, so it would only take her an hour or so to arrive. Not daring to move around carelessly, Yang Kai found a dead spirit province nearby and hid there. The spirit province he was hiding on clearly came from the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that it wasn't very large, only kilometers wide and long. Several days had passed since the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven, so the world force of these spirit provinces that were not collected in time had dissipated completely and merged with the void, causing these remnants to become barren. There were not many similar wastelands like this. Some 80% of the spirit provinces had been collected. It could almost be said that the entire blood monster cave heaven had basically been divided up between the open heaven realm masters who came here. This was the first time open heaven realm masters had benefited from the blood monster cave heaven. Unfortunately, this chance only came once. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed, so it was impossible for another opportunity like this to arise again. Before an hour was up, a graceful figure landed nearby. Yu He swept out her divine sense and looked around for a bit before she glanced at Yang Kai's hiding place and called out softly, "Young master." Yang Kai stepped out and took off the shadowless veil to reveal his figure. She hurriedly greeted him and asked in concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Her expression was filled with worry. The main reason was that Yang Kai seemed to have experienced various difficult battles. His outer appearance was quite a miserable sight. His clothes were ragged and torn. Moreover, the dried blood crusting his clothes could almost form a complete shell. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Have you found the others?" Yuhi examined his condition carefully and confirmed that he was really fine. Only then did she relax and answer his question. We found almost all of them, 5 or 6 of them are still missing. Yang Kai fell silent. Those missing people had probably met with a disastrous end. Before he entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality when his subordinates decided to explore on their own. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was not a safe place after all. There would always be a risk when going for training, but he could not stop them. If he refused their request and protectively brought them around with him all the time, they would never grow stronger. Only losing 5 or 6 people could even be said to be a great fortune amidst the various misfortunes. Furthermore, those who had survived the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would surely have grown tremendously. This would be of great benefit to their future. Yang Kai composed his emotions and nodded, "Let's go see Proprietress." Yuhi immediately summoned her flight-type artifact and returned the way she came with Yang Kai. Searching for the Proprietress took quite a lot of time as she was also searching for Yang Kai. It was quite troublesome not to have a fixed meeting place in this vast blood monster territory. It was fortunate that the Proprietress had not been too far away from Yuhi in the first place. Half a day later, a familiar-looking ship came into view. When Yang Kai and Yuhi boarded the ship, Lang Qingshan and others rushed up to greet Yang Kai, cupping their fists as they shouted, "Sir." Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and nodded lightly. It was certainly as Yuhi had mentioned earlier. There were a few missing from this group of subordinates that he brought along with him. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. These subordinates had been serving under him since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Having carefully nurtured them over the years, they would surely have been able to advance into the open heaven realm with enough time. The most important point was that they were extremely loyal to him and had accompanied him through many dangerous and life-threatening situations in the past. Guo Miao was also back, standing beside Guo Ziyan. Accountant looked at Yang Kai with his triangular eyes and asked, "Where's Chef?" Yang Kai slapped his forehead. He had nearly forgotten about Chef again, thus, he immediately brought him out of the small sealed world. Chef had previously used his knife and chopping block secret technique twice in a row, but his complexion was better after recuperating in the small sealed world for the past few days. As soon as he came out of the small sealed world, he immediately hooked his arm around Accountant. Then, they slipped away into the cabin to do something. The Proprietress looked at Yang Kai and said, "Smelly brat, I heard that you caused a lot of trouble inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." She might have remained outside all this while, but she had received all sorts of news following the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai replied shamelessly, "There's no such thing. Whoever said that must be slandering me." Then, he hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, Proprietress, there was this guy called Black Crow Divine Monarch in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Before he could finish his sentence, she raised a hand to interrupt him. "The news regarding Black Crow Divine Monarch has spread already. At present, all the territory gates of the Blood Monster territory have been blocked. The Cave Heavens and Paradises are currently searching for this person's whereabouts." Black Crow Divine Monarch had returned to life via possession. That in itself was not a big deal as he would only have offended Great Thousand Bloodland. The body he possessed belonged to Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland after all. It was just that he had killed many people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, including many disciples of the various Cave Heavens and Paradises. More importantly, draining a person's blood essence was an infringement of a serious taboo. That was why the Cave Heavens and Paradises immediately took action to block the territory gates of the Blood Monster territory as soon as the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch was exposed. Anybody who wanted to leave the Blood Monster territory would have to undergo a strict inspection. They were determined to find Black Crow Divine Monarch. The Cave Heavens and Paradises had taken an extremely aggressive approach towards this matter. The first reason was that they wanted to avenge their dead disciples, but a bigger reason was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was an extremely valuable source of information. If nothing else, the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture was enough to make anybody envious. Who would not want such an extraordinary secret art? Even if they could not cultivate that secret art, they could not let it fall into another person's hands. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief to hear the proprietress' words. If the cave heavens and paradises were taking the lead to deal with Black Crow Divine Monarch, then things were not going to be easy for that old dog. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had the sneaking suspicion that Black Crow Divine Monarch would not be captured so easily. There was a high possibility that the people deployed by the cave heavens and paradises would return empty-handed. In any case, this matter was no longer related to him. Yang Kai had obtained some benefits from the blood monster cave heaven, so his top priority was to digest them as soon as possible, especially the 7th order metal element monster core. Just thinking about it made him excited. Once I refine that metal element monster core, I will only be one more step away from the open heaven realm. By the way, proprietress, do you know where the people of Langya Paradise are? Yang Kai asked. The proprietress looked at him strangely. Why? Did you quarrel with the people from Langya Paradise? I have a friend in Langya Paradise. I want to check up on her. He had seen Gu Pan escaping with Zhang Ruoxi when the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. It was just that he was not sure what happened after that. She replied, the people of Langya Paradise left 1 day ago. If you want to find them, you will have to go to Langya territory. Yang Kai was a little disappointed to hear those words. He had wanted to talk to Zhang Ruoxi some more, but it would seem that his plan was no longer feasible. In any case, the fact that Langya Paradise had left had to mean that Gu Pan and Zhang Ruoxi had met up with the others. There was no need to worry about Zhang Ruoxi's safety with Gu Pan watching out for her. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4301, Old Friends Meet. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai strangely. Forget about Langya Paradise for now. Tell me what happened with Yin Yang Cave Heaven first. Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai immediately thought of Chu Hua Shang when he heard the name, hoping she was safe as well. As such, he subconsciously asked, what happened with Yin Yang Cave Heaven? The proprietress gritted her teeth slightly as she snapped, I'm amazed that you have the cheek to ask me. A representative came to me to propose marriage. They are asking you to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Propose marriage? Marrying into Yin Yang Cave Heaven? Yang Kai's eyes widened in surprise. Why, you are joking, right? The people surrounding them also turned to look at Yang Kai in astonishment. Yuhi's expression was resentful as she bit her scarlet lip lightly, looking like a wife who had been thoughtlessly abandoned. Ha, the proprietress gave a short humorless snort. I thought they were joking at first, but they're not. They even handed me a list of dowry gifts. Would you like to take a look? Yang Kai was oozing sweat like a waterfall as he shook his head. No need. I'm afraid there must be some sort of misunderstanding somewhere. The proprietress gave him a savage look, almost as though she was going to slowly shave off several pounds of flesh from his body. It's not a misunderstanding if Yin Yang Cave Heaven is proposing marriage. I heard that you were very close with Chu Hua Shang in the blood monster cave heaven. You even know about that. Yang Kai was tempted to ask just which loudmouthed person had told her this information. Be that as it may, this was not something that could be hidden anyway. Many people had seen him traveling with Chu Hua Shang before they arrived at the blood monster divine palace. As such, Yang Kai solemnly answered the question. Senior Sister Chu offered me great assistance in the blood monster cave heaven. I would have been killed if not for her. What happened? The proprietress' eyes narrowed at those words and a chill began lingering around her. She only heard that Yang Kai and Chu Hua Shang had traveled together inside the blood monster cave heaven and that their relationship looked very intimate, but she was ignorant of everything else. She had no information about how the two of them had supported each other in the face of several deadly crises. In response, Yang Kai waved his hand to push the matter aside and simply said, in any case, I owe a life-saving grace to Senior Sister Chu. He was reluctant to elaborate on this matter, not because he was afraid of causing further misunderstanding, but mainly because the person trying to kill him at the time was Yin Xin Zhao from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The supporter behind Firstin was a Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If the proprietress learned about this matter, she would certainly stand up for him, but it would not benefit her if she burned her bridges with Xianyuan Cave Heaven. She had protected him for so many years, so how could Yang Kai possibly cause trouble for her? As for the grudge of being hunted by Yin Xin Zhao back then, he would exact his own revenge one day. The proprietress gave Yang Kai a deep look before finally sighing, "It's not that I want to speak badly of somebody behind their back. I also know the Chu Hua Shang girl. She is a good person, but she is also a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. It might even be possible for her to inherit the position of sect master one day. It's not a good thing for you if she falls in love with you. Rest assured, proprietress. I will handle this matter myself." She sighed again and said, "In that case, you better take good care of yourself. We're done here. It's time for us to head back." As for those people who had not been found so far, even if something bad had happened to them, it was the result of their own choices. On the other hand, if they survived, they would naturally find a way to return to Firstin in Thousand Birds territory or Void Land, therefore, there was no point in lingering here further. The ship quickly turned around and headed towards one of the Blood Monster Territory's territory gates. Inside his room, Yang Kai took a bath and changed into a set of clean clothes. These simple actions immediately refreshed him. Then, he checked his harvest from this trip and smiled brightly. Strictly speaking, he did not gain many things from this trip, at least nothing compared to his harvest from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Even so, he was very satisfied. The main reason was that he had obtained a 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. This was what he needed the most right now. However, he was in no hurry to refine the Monster Core. Refining a 7th Order Monster Core would definitely take some time, so he had to wait until he returned to cultivate in retreat. Aside from the 7th Order Monster Core, his largest harvest was the 5 innate Open Heaven pills formed in the Universe Furnace. These were treasures that would make anybody jealous. I should give one of these to proprietress later. It might allow her to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If the proprietress could advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, then her status and strength would be greatly improved. It would give her the capital to speak even if she stood up against Xianyuan Cave Heaven. In addition, Yang Kai had high hopes for the cultivators from Abundant City. From the city lord Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other great elders, down to Deacon Fan Wu Xian and the many ordinary residents, many of them had remained in the Emperor realm for centuries, constantly improving themselves. In his eyes, they were all seeds that could sprout into Open Heaven realm masters. As long as the blood principles restriction in their bodies were removed, they could advance into the Open Heaven realm at any time. At that point, Void Land's heritage would soar. Yang Kai himself had been targeted by various major cave heavens and paradises, so a strong sense of crisis now existed in the depths of his heart. Unfortunately, he himself had no means of advancing into the Open Heaven realm anytime soon. So, he could only think of other ways to increase the strength of Void Land. Otherwise, how would Void Land fight back if a powerful enemy were to attack one day? The 7th Order Monster Core, the innate Open Heaven pills, and the cultivators of Abundant City, these were Yang Kai's greatest harvests during this trip. The partial method of cultivating monster beasts, the alchemy furnace, and the various pills obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace, and even the fragments of the Blood Light Scripture were only incidental gains. There was no comparison with the former gains that he obtained. Naturally, there was also his Wood Element Divine ability. Yang Kai had to take some time to properly comprehend the divine ability. At the time, the aura of the divine ability had burst out without any warning and came out of him directly. Hence, he himself was not clear how that divine ability worked. It was only natural that he had to understand his own methods, otherwise, How would he activate them again when he faced an enemy next time? That's right. Mo May and the others are acquainted with the proprietress. It's time for me to let them meet. Yang Kai had not had the time to tell the proprietress about Abundant City in detail. After considering this, he immediately entered the small sealed world. When he swept his divine sense over his surroundings, he couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. He collected plenty of spirit provinces into the small sealed world back in the blood monster territory, but only the spirit province with Abundant City on it had received special treatment. Yang Kai used his authority as master of the small sealed world to seal and contain the world force of the spirit province. On the other hand, he had not bothered to do anything to the other spirit provinces. For that reason, the world force contained in those spirit provinces had already begun to merge with the small sealed world. At this moment, the world force in the small sealed world was many times denser than before. As the master of the small sealed world, Yang Kai could feel this difference very clearly. He secretly sighed to himself. Truly worthy of the universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master. All I did was collect some broken fragments, but the small sealed world experienced such a huge leap in growth as a result. What will become of the small sealed world if I devoured the entire blood monster cave heaven? What's more, the fusion of the world force would not be completed after just a few short days. The world force in the small sealed world would only become richer and richer with the passage of time. The benefits enjoyed by the small sealed world were also extremely beneficial to him. If the idea he concocted in his head could be completed, then his strength would surely be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Focusing himself, Yang Kai came to Abundant City with a flicker. This place had been sealed by him. Consequently, the blood monster cave heaven aura had been preserved and the people of Abundant City remained safe. Mo May and the others were gathered in one place, so they quickly came over to welcome Yang Kai when they noticed his arrival. After greeting each other, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, I came here to help you remove the blood principles restriction. After that, I'm going to bring you to meet some old friends." Old friends? Mo May was astonished, but she quickly understood the situation. Is it Big Sister Lan? Exactly. Yang Kai nodded. My independent world is incomplete and cannot accommodate open heaven realm masters, so the proprietress cannot enter this place. In that case, I can only bring you out to meet her instead. Mo May revealed a look of pleasant surprise and nodded repeatedly. Good. I haven't seen Big Sister Lan for many years. I wonder how she is now. He smiled. You'll know when you see her, City Lord Mo. Yang Kai immediately began using the secret technique without further ado. Thanks to his previous experience, it was not difficult for him. It was just that every time he cast the secret technique, some of his blood would be consumed in the process. Numerous seals shot out and entered Mo May and the others' foreheads. Closing their eyes, they perceived their conditions and soon Mo May said with a look of pleasant surprise, although there is no proof, it feels like something in my body has been freed and I feel more relaxed. I think the blood principles restriction no longer exists. Hang Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, and the others also nodded in agreement. We'll know whether the restriction has been lifted after we test it out. Yang Kai's divine sense surged and wrapped around them. Then, he slipped out of the small sealed world. By the time Mo May and the others realized what had happened, they were already standing in a room. Yang Kai watched them nervously. Although he was fairly certain that they would not suffer any backlash from the blood principles restriction, there was always a possibility. Under his careful watch, he saw that they were in perfectly fine condition. Thus, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heyev might have been despicable, but he at least did not deceive me in this matter. Where is Big Sister Lan? Mo May turned to look around but did not see the proprietress. Yang Kai beckoned to them and said, "Come with me." Leading them out of the room, he came to another room on the top deck of the ship and gently knocked on the door. The proprietress' voice soon called out, "Enter." Yang Kai opened the door to see the proprietress and Yuhi sitting opposite each other at the table. They seemed to be discussing something, but their expressions stiffened in surprise when they looked up. In the next moment, the proprietress slowly got to her feet. She stared at the people behind Yang Kai in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Yuhi couldn't stop herself from covering her red lips with her hands as she asked in a trembling voice, "Mo-mei?" Even though so many years had passed, the memories they had of each other had not faded. Both Yuhi and the proprietress had recognized Mo-mei and the others as soon as they appeared. Mo-mei's eyes reddened. She walked forward and gave an elegant bow. "Big Sister Lan, Big Sister Yuhi, we finally meet again after so many years. Have you been well?" The proprietress reached out to lift Mo-mei up, her cherry lips moving as though she wanted to speak, but she couldn't bring herself to in the end. Her eyes reddened too. Pang Duo and the others cupped their fists. "Greetings, Senior Sister Lan, Senior Sister Yuhi." Yuhi murmured in a daze, "You? Why are you here? What about the blood principles restriction planted by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in your bodies?" Mo-mei wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and explained, "It's all thanks to Sir Yang. He removed the restriction on us. That's how we broke free of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's shackles to appear here." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4302, Please take us in. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "You can remove the blood principles restriction from their bodies?" Yang Kai replied, "Black Crow Divine Monarch obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. I made a deal with him previously and received the necessary secret technique from him in exchange." A look of realization appeared on her face, and she nodded at him. The truth was that she had never forgotten the people in Abundant City even though so many years had passed. After all, Lan Tingyu had made a promise to them when he was still alive. Following his death, the proprietress had wanted to fulfill this promise and thought about sending somebody into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to help bring the people from Abundant City out. Unfortunately, bringing them out without removing the blood principles restriction was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's blood principles restriction was also extremely difficult to remove, hence, she was strong in will but weak in strength. She never imagined that her wish would be fulfilled by Yang Kai at this moment. Yang Kai was certain that they had a lot to say to each other. After all, it had been centuries since they last met each other. Besides, Mo-mei would surely want to ask about Lan Tingyu, therefore, he did not stay for long after bringing Mo-mei and the others to the room. Yang Kai quickly left them there and returned to his room alone. Returning to the Star City in Thousand Bird territory from the Blood Monster territory would take a long time, but Yang Kai did not want to remain idle. His top priority was to completely remove the blood principles restriction from all the people in Abundant City. He might have sealed the spirit province containing Abundant City to prevent its world force from dissipating, but he could not guarantee how long this solution would last. If he failed to free all the people in Abundant City before time ran out, they would be met with a gruesome death. For that reason, Yang Kai remained inside the small sealed world over the next few days and constantly performed the blood secret technique, consuming copious amounts of blood during this process. It was fortunate that his healing abilities were extraordinary, otherwise, he would not have been able to persevere for so long. There were many people in Abundant City, therefore, Yang Kai decided to temporarily house them inside the small sealed world until he arrived at a safe place and could figure out his next course of action. 4 or 5 days later, Yang Kai was busy working in the small sealed world when he suddenly sensed somebody knocking on his door in the outside world. He asked the Abundant City cultivators who were waiting in line to wait for him, then returned to his room with a flash. Pushing the room door open, he saw Mo-mei and the others standing outside the door. "Sir Yang." Mo-mei bowed elegantly. Pang Duo and the others also cupped their fists in greeting. "City Lord Mo, elders, please come in." Yang Kai did not know the reason they came to him, but he stepped to the side and invited them inside to talk. After they took their seats, he served them tea and finally asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Mo May explained, "We came here to thank you, Sir Yang. Those of us who were born in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven lived our entire lives there. We have never left that place in our lives, and had very faint hope we ever would. It's all thanks to your life-saving grace that we can finally break free from the shackles of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and be released from the Blood Principles restriction inherited from our ancestors. We finally obtained our freedom." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively, "You're too polite, City Lord Mo. This was a simple matter for me. If not for the jade slip he received from Black Crow Divine Monarch, it would have been impossible for him to bring them out. But, with the secret technique recorded within the jade slip, this matter was truly not an issue for Yang Kai. All it cost him was some blood and some time." Mo May shook her head sternly, "It might be a simple matter to you, Sir Yang, however, what you did amounts to a life-saving grace for all of us in Abundant City. Such great kindness is not something Abundant City can ever hope to repay. Even now, this mistress has a request. City Lord Mo, please speak freely. I will not refuse as long as it is within my means to help." He looked her straight in the eyes. Hesitating for a moment, she began to speak, "It's like this, Sir Yang. I heard from Big Sister Lon that you have a spirit province called Void Land in the 3,000 worlds. It is a beautiful place with a vast area." She looked a little ashamed of herself. Even Pang Duo and the others looked apprehensive. Yang Kai nodded, Indeed. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven has been destroyed, so we have nowhere else to go. May we request that Void Land take us in, Sir Yang?" Mo May asked tentatively. Pang Duo and the others sat up straight and placed their hands on their knees, looking very uneasy. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but immediately after, he was overjoyed and burst out laughing, "City Lord Mo, you're far too polite. What do you mean by take you in? If you are willing to join Void Land, then there's nothing more that I could wish for." He was certain that recruiting the people from Abundant City into Void Land would be easy. After all, he had just saved all their lives and they had nowhere else to go. It was just that he had yet to figure out how to broach the subject. He never imagined that Mo May would take the initiative to come and discuss this matter with him. A moment later, realization struck him. The proprietress had probably helped by acting as the middleman. She knew that Void Land was desperately in need of manpower. On the other hand, Mo May and the others were seeds that would eventually become Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they joined Void Land, they would not be the only ones benefiting from the deal. Their affiliation would also be tremendously beneficial for Void Land. It could be said to be a win-win situation. Seeing how readily Yang Kai agreed to their request, they all breathed a sigh of relief and stood up in unison, "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai raised a hand to stop them and smiled at them, "Please don't be so uptight. In the future, we will all be one family. We can discuss the specific details once we arrive back at Void Land." They responded, "We obey your orders, Sect Master." Yang Kai was so elated that flowers were practically blooming in his heart. He swept his gaze over Mo May and the others, seeming to see them as future mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The people in front of him had experienced thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation in the Emperor Realm, so their heritage was extremely impressive. Advancing into the Open Heaven Realm would not be an issue for them. What's more, he also had the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. These spirit pills would dramatically improve their chances of successfully breaking through. It could almost be said that there was no risk of failure at all. Pang Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qian Xian, and Gong Yang Shi had condensed the fifth-order elements, while Mo May had condensed sixth-order element powers. And this was just a few of them. When Yang Kai helped to remove the Blood Principles restriction from the Abundant City cultivators, he noticed that there were quite a few of them who had condensed fifth-order elements. It could be said that once these people advanced into the open heaven realm, Void Land's strength would increase by several folds. At the time, Void Land would no longer have a severe shortage of open heaven realm masters. It would become a true second-class great force. During their conversation, the ship groaned loudly for some reason and came to an abrupt halt. A person's voice rang out a moment later, "You there, stop. Lower your defenses and prepare to accept our inspection." Yang Kai swept out his divine sense and frowned slightly. Many flight-type artifacts were floating around in the void ahead. Each artifact was magnificent in shape and huge in size. He could tell that they belonged to the cave heavens and paradises at a glance. More importantly, there was a large territory gate slowly rotating behind these ships. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely guessed that this matter was related to Black Crow Divine Monarch. The proprietress had mentioned that the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch coming back to life via possession had already spread everywhere. All the cave heavens and paradises were searching for his current whereabouts. For this reason, they even went so far as to seal all the territory gates in the Blood Monster territory to prevent him from escaping. Any cultivator or flight-type artifact that wished to leave the Blood Monster territory would be subjected to careful inspection, therefore, it was not strange to be stopped here. Nevertheless, the origins of Mo Mei and the others were a little special, so it would be best if they were not discovered. After considering everything, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, please hide inside the small sealed world for now. I will let you out again once we reach our destination." Mo Mei and the others had no objection to his suggestion and did not resist. Yang Kai successfully placed them back into the small sealed world, and when he was done, he moved to the deck. On the deck, the proprietress swept her beautiful eyes in Yang Kai's direction. Seeing that Mo Mei and the others were nowhere to be seen, she knew that he must have hidden them away. At this moment, everybody had gathered on the deck. 4 figures came from the opposite side and slowly fluttered down. Yang Kai looked at them and immediately felt a little sick. This couldn't be helped. He recognized 2 out of the 4 figures. They were both from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. One was Guan Yu and the other was Yin Xin Zhao's master, Chu Lu Shan. During their time inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yin Xin Zhao had attempted to murder Yang Kai when he was heavily injured. It was only natural that Yang Kai did not hold a favorable impression towards Yin Xin Zhao's honored master. Be that as it may, both Guan Yu and Chu Lu Shan were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so they could not be underestimated. It was not just them. The other 2 who landed on the ship were also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. This was not difficult to understand though. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a grand event, so the masters leading the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises could not have weak cultivations. Those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm were considered high-rank Open Heaven realm masters, so there was no need for them to appear at these kinds of occasions. It was just right for 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters to come. Yang Kai did not recognize the other 2 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters, but he could be certain that one of them was from Great Battle Heaven. That was because the people of Great Battle Heaven were very recognizable in terms of the aura surrounding them and their uniforms. This 6th Order Open Heaven realm master from Great Battle Heaven wore a set of golden armor and had a full plate helmet. He also had a long sword at his waist. His appearance was similar to a great general who just returned from battle. It was a glorious sight. Yang Kai did not know which great force the 4th person belonged to, but that person most likely belonged to one of the cave heavens and paradises. Otherwise, he would have no qualifications to stand here. Why do I run into you wherever I go? The proprietress looked as sick and tired as Yang Kai as she gave Guan Yu an undisguised look of disgust. Guan Yu chuckled, "This senior brother is relieved to see you so spirited, junior sister Lan." She coldly snorted and turned to look at the others. Then, she bowed only to the golden armor general from Great Battle Heaven, senior brother Mao. The man with the surname Mao nodded lightly and cupped his fist, "Junior sister Lan, this is routine procedure." Please forgive us. As you know, a person called Black Crow Divine Monarch appeared in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This person is ruthless and cruel. He killed many disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. In order to prevent him from escaping the Blood Monster territory, all flight-type artifacts and people who want to leave have to undergo a strict inspection. The proprietress flicked her sleeve. I know. Please go ahead, Senior Brother Mao. He immediately gave a wave of his hand. Check carefully. Don't let any corner go uninspected. Following his orders, a bunch of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stepped out from behind him and charged into the ship to investigate. While everybody was waiting on the deck, Senior Brother Mao did not spare all the people who were gathered here either. Yang Kai clearly felt a powerful divine sense sweeping over him. It probably belonged to the man surnamed Mao, however, he soon furrowed his brow tightly together. The man surnamed Mao quickly had withdrawn his divine sense after a quick inspection, but there was another divine sense that was locked onto him the whole time. Martial Peak, Chapter 4303, If the house is crooked, the foundation must be too. Yang Kai could not figure out who the divine sense belonged to. The 4 people standing in front of him were all in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm after all, so the difference in strength between them was simply too great. He vaguely guessed that the divine sense belonged to Chu Lu Shan. That was because this old man was on bad terms with the proprietress. Not to mention that there was also now a feud between Yang Kai and his disciple, Yin Xin Zhao. It was not strange for him to be paying extra attention to Yang Kai at this moment. Just as Yang Kai was making guesses in his head, the 4th 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he did not recognize suddenly spoke up, Madam Lan, I heard that you have a little one called Yang Kai in First Inn. Which one is he? The proprietress immediately looked at that person vigilantly. Why are you looking for him? That person smiled and replied, there are some things I want to ask him. He turned his gaze to Yang Kai and continued, if my guess is correct, it should be you, right? This person probably did not know Yang Kai directly. It was just that Yang Kai's aura stood out distinctly from among the many Emperor Realm Masters here, so it was not surprising for his cover to be blown. In any case, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide his identity either after being called out so directly. There were so many people here who knew him that it made no sense to hide anyway. Instead, he quickly responded, yes. Who are you? How can I help you? That person smiled and nodded, you might not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng. Heavenly Sword Union? I can't believe that this guy does not belong to one of the Cave Heavens or Paradises. When Yang Kai first saw this person standing beside Guan Chu Lu Shan, and Senior Brother Mao of Great Battle Heaven, he had assumed that he too was from one of the Cave Heavens or Paradises. Only now did he realize that this person was the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Nevertheless, Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top second-class great forces. As the Union Master, this person was indeed qualified to stand in this place. After all, neither Guan Chu Lu Shan, or Senior Brother Mao were especially powerful people in their respective sects. They could only be considered middle management at most. Knowing that this person belonged to Heavenly Sword Union, Yang Kai immediately recalled the few Heavenly Sword Union disciples he killed previously. Is this person here to seek justice for his disciples? That can't be it. Among those who witnessed me killing them were Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruoxi, and that Langya Paradise disciple called Du Su. Those Heavenly Sword Union disciples had brought death upon themselves by persistently chasing and trying to kill Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su. Chu Huashang and Zhang Ruoxi would never expose this matter to the public. Could it have been Du Su? Sure enough, the smile on Kong Feng's face suddenly faded and he said, I heard you killed some of the outstanding disciples belonging to my union. Yang Kai was furious. As I thought, it was that little bastard Du Su who leaked the news. Otherwise, there's no reason for Kong Feng to know about this matter. I should have killed him. It was bad enough that Du Su had focused on running away alone without any regard for the safety of his fellow junior sister when they were in danger. However, it could also be said that Yang Kai had saved his life. I can't believe he is repaying a life-saving favor with enmity. If I had known that he was such a despicable villain, would never have allowed him to live at the time. Before Yang Kai could say a word, the proprietress coldly snorted, Union Master Kong, rice may be eaten at will, but some words should not be spoken casually. You claim that Yang Kai killed several of Heavenly Sword Union disciples. Where is the evidence? She was convinced that Kong Feng did not have any evidence. That was why she countered his question in this manner. To her surprise, Kong Feng answered lightly, naturally, I have the evidence. I was informed about this matter, and I believe that person is not lying. I only came here to confirm the truth. Yang Kai coldly snorted, those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were blinded by greed and were trying to oppress the weak, so I killed them. What will you do now? Kong Feng didn't seem to expect Yang Kai to be so hard-hearted, so he couldn't help glancing at him again. He nodded lightly and said, it's good that you admit to your actions. It saves this king from wasting more time on nonsense. Since ancient times, debts are repaid with money and murder is repaid with one's life. You killed several of Heavenly Sword Union's core disciples and caused Heavenly Sword Union to suffer huge losses, including the loss of several talented individuals who were the backbone of the future generation. Don't you think this king should avenge them? The proprietress did not move, but her aura at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm permeated the air and her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. I dare you to try. He glanced at her and calmly replied, Madame Lan, your reputation precedes you. This Kong is aware that he is not your opponent. Besides, I have no wish to fight you. If this boy was unrelated to you, this Kong would have killed him to provide justice for my disciples. But, since you wish to protect this boy, madam, then this Kong will back down out of respect for you. As long as this boy can provide some compensation, then we can forget about this matter. What do you think, madam? She scowled fiercely, vaguely sensing that Kong Feng's intentions were not noble, otherwise, he would not have brought up the deaths of his disciples at a time like this. It was just that she did not know what snake oil he was selling. She asked warily, what kind of compensation do you want? Yang Kai is only in the Emperor realm. What can he offer as compensation? He smilingly answered her question, you don't need to worry about that, madam. This Kong will discuss with him myself. Turning to look at Yang Kai, he asked, you don't have any objections to that, right? The rage in Yang Kai's heart blazed even higher. If I had enough strength, I would not be wasting time talking nonsense with him. I only killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because they were doggedly chasing Zhang Ruoxi. Why is Kong Feng talking about justice? How ridiculous. Unfortunately, the only reason he could stand here today was thanks to the proprietress' protection. If he made things difficult, it would only drag her into this mess, thus, he suppressed the rage in his heart and asked coldly, what do you want? Kong Feng calmly said, don't worry. What I want is definitely in your possession. Moreover, it won't harm a single hair on your head. All of a sudden, he stopped talking out loud and sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai instead, I want that 7th Order Metal Element Monster Beast Core. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed at those words. His first reaction was to wonder how this guy knew that he had a 7th Order Monster Beast Core, let alone that it was of the metal element. However, he soon realized the truth. Kong Feng learned about the fact that Yang Kai killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because Du Su tipped him off. On the other hand, Old Hong of Heaven's Border had witnessed Yang Kai obtaining the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Beast Core back then. He could also have tipped Kong Feng off about this matter. So, this is his true purpose. Yang Kai responded flatly without even thinking about it, I don't know what you're talking about. If Kong Feng had asked for anything else, there might have been room for discussion. Yang Kai was not averse to exchanging money to avoid disaster. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to hand over the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. This matter was related to his future. If he lost the Monster Core in this place, he did not know when he would obtain another opportunity like this again. Kong Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Boy, you should think carefully before you answer. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I was wondering why those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were so despicable. Now I understand. If the house is crooked, then the foundation must be too. Kong Feng gave Yang Kai a deep look and calmly said, I hope you don't regret your choice. After that, he stopped conversing via divine sense and spoke out loud instead. A 7th Order Monster Core might be a precious treasure, but you are only in the Emperor realm. Don't you think possessing something like that is very dangerous? A 7th Order Monster Core. Both Guan Yu and Chu Lu Shan murmured in unison, immediately turning to look at Yang Kai. Even senior brother Mao gave Yang Kai a surprised look. It was obvious that they had been kept out of the loop earlier. A 7th Order Monster Core was an extremely rare object. When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, everything inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had flowed out as a result, but as far as they were aware, there was only one instance where somebody had killed a 7th Order Earth Attribute Monster Beast and obtained a 7th Order Monster Core. Aside from that, there were no other known 7th Order Monster Cores in existence. Therefore, it was unexpected to learn about another 7th Order Monster Core here. Chu Lu Shan frowned. Brother Kong, are you saying that this brat possesses a 7th Order Monster Core? Kong Feng gave Yang Kai a deep look and said, that's right. This boy is quite lucky. It seems he killed a 7th Order Metal Element Monster Beast and obtained a Metal Element Monster Core. Guan Yu scowled. Brother Kong, how did you find out about this? And, how could he possibly have the strength to kill a 7th Order Monster Beast? Kong Feng chuckled. You don't need to be so suspicious, Brother Guo. This Kong learned about this matter from a personal source of information, but there is no doubt about the truth of this matter. I can guarantee that this boy possesses a 7th Order Monster Core. He paused for a moment and continued with malicious intentions. I heard that this boy is very ambitious. He plans to advance directly into the high-rank Open Heaven realm. He has already condensed many Open Heaven powers. If he refines the Metal Element Monster Core, I'm afraid it won't be long before he succeeds. Turning to Chu Lu Shan, he cupped his fist. Congratulations, Brother Chu, Xianyuan Cave Heaven will soon have another talented individual. Chu Lu Shan's expression was extremely ugly. If Yang Kai had been somebody from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, he would have been so happy that he would wake up laughing from his dreams for the next month. The problem was that Yang Kai was not from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Furston might have some involvement with Xianyuan Cave Heaven, but they were ultimately unrelated. Besides, Lan Yu Ruo had always had a poor relationship with him. More importantly, his disciple had a life-or-death feud with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai were to advance into the high-rank Open Heaven, the future of his disciple would be disheartening. This can never be allowed to happen. Looking at Yang Kai, he spoke in a cold voice, hand it over. Yang Kai glanced sideways at Chu Lu Shan. What the hell do you count for? What an impudent junior. Chu Lu Shan's expression darkened. The proprietress stepped forward and scolded, brazen old dog. Chu Lu Shan was livid. Lan Yu Ruo. Guan Yu hurriedly came forward to mediate the situation. He stood between them, lest they actually got into a fight. All right. Calm down, both of you. Stop arguing. He turned to the proprietress and continued, Junior Sister Lan, you're not unaware of the boy's situation. The 7th Order Monster Core in his possession is not a good thing for him. The proprietress coldly snorted, why bother coming up with such high-sounding excuses when all you want is to snatch the 7th Order Monster Core by force? Guan Yu shook his head. Junior Sister, what are you saying? We don't want to snatch anything from him. If he does have the 7th order monster core, we can purchase it from him. Ask him to set a price. As long as the price is reasonable, this senior brother will not quibble about it. Snorting, she replied, let's put aside whether or not he does have a 7th order monster core in his possession. Even if he does have one, it will never belong to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Turning to look at Yang Kai, she asked, do you have a 7th order monster core? Yang Kai replied decisively, that's a groundless accusation. Chu Lu Shan coldly snorted, we'll know whether he has the item or not if we perform a check. I dare you to try, the proprietress glared at Chu Lu Shan. Chu Lu Shan calmly said, it doesn't matter who has the 7th order monster core, but it must not be in this brat's hands. This matter is very important. There is no room for negligence. Lan Yu Roa, I advise you not to make a mistake. She was so furious that she laughed instead, this queen will happily be your opponent if you want to fight. Why are you wasting time with nonsense? Saying so, world force surged around her body. Martial Peak, Chapter 4304, Only One Left. Similarly, both the auras around Chu Lu Shan and Kong Feng fluctuated violently, seemingly ready to attack at any time. Guan Yu revealed a troubled expression. He did not want to make an enemy of the proprietress. Unfortunately, he could only side with Chu Lu Shan now that things had progressed to this point, so he sighed softly, Junior Sister Lan, why must you do this? Yang Kai's expression was extremely gloomy. If it came down to a fight, the proprietress would surely suffer a loss. Although both the proprietress and Yu He were in the 6th order open heaven realm, they were still outnumbered. Leaving aside the fact that Chu Lu Shan and the others were also in the 6th order open heaven realm, even the 4th order and 5th order open heaven realm masters inspecting the ships were a formidable force that could not be ignored. It could be said that Firstin would definitely suffer a loss if it came down to a battle. He was not willing to let the proprietress and Yu He suffer because of him, thus, he sighed inwardly. It's so depressing to be weak. Even if I obtain something good, I can't keep it. Do I really have to hand over the 7th order monster core? Yang Kai was extremely reluctant. All the cultivation resources he obtained along his journey were the results of personal effort, great opportunities, and massive amounts of luck. The wood element power came from the immortal tree he obtained in his early years, which happened naturally. He later obtained the fire element power by stealing the golden crow carcass from under the noses of a bunch of open heaven realm masters. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Next, obtaining the earth element power was a daunting experience but not dangerous. He had picked up and refined the monster core of an earth attribute true dragon. Nevertheless, it was only possible for him to find the monster core thanks to the dragon source in his body. His water element power came from the moon essence he obtained and refined in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, having to escape from Kuan Sha at that time. Lastly, he obtained the yang element power by refining the 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng. Even that had come with quite a hefty price tag. It had taken so much effort, and he had struggled so hard just to pave the way to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. All his efforts had been for the sake of a brighter future. He wanted to set foot in a wider sky and enjoy better scenery. Obtaining the 7th order metal element monster core this time had also been a lucky coincidence. Who could say whether he would come across another opportunity like this? What kind of dangers would he face to obtain the cultivation resources he needed again? How long would he have to wait? Once he refined the 7th order monster core, he would only be one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. How could he reconcile himself with the idea of falling short right at the last moment? But, what could he do even if he was extremely reluctant? Under the current circumstances, a huge battle was inevitable unless he brought out the 7th order monster core. It was a given that Firstin would be the one to suffer if a battle broke out. The scene was tense and a battle could erupt at any time. Yang Kai swore ruthlessly to himself, even if I have to destroy the 7th Order monster core, I will never sell it to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven or allow Heavenly Sword Union to get their hands on it. At this moment, senior brother Mao, who had remained silent throughout the entire situation, suddenly said, "Boy, do you have a 7th Order monster core in your possession?" Yang Kai looked up and calmly replied, "There's no such thing." Senior Mao brother nodded lightly, "In that case, there's nothing to be done here. You may leave." After saying that, he waved them away. Everybody was dumbfounded by this turn of events and Kong Feng shouted, "Brother Mao." Senior brother Mao asked coldly, "How can I help you, brother Kong?" Kong Feng exclaimed, "This brat definitely has a 7th Order monster core in his possession. We can't let him just leave like that, otherwise, it will lead to a huge problem in the future." Senior brother Mao replied indifferently, "He claims that he does not have one. Why do you keep insisting otherwise? Do you want to snatch his space ring from him to check?" That, Kong Feng was suddenly at a loss for words. "I can't do something so shameless. No matter how brazen he is, this Yang Kai is still just a junior. How can a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like myself snatch his space ring in public? Even he could not act so shamelessly as it would severely tarnish his reputation and face. Otherwise, instead of trying to negotiate with Yang Kai, he would have simply stolen it from him directly. Junior sister Lan, I apologize for the commotion." Senior brother Mao cupped his fist at the proprietress, then he turned to the ship and shouted, "Are you done with the inspection? If you're done, then return immediately." The group of people who boarded the ship for inspection earlier quickly leapt down. After that, he waved his large hand, "Let them through." Nobody objected when he allowed them to pass. Chu Lushan and Kong Feng exchanged a glance with each other and were unhappy with the situation, but they were also unwilling to fall out with this senior brother Mao. The people from Great Battle Heaven were not to be trifled with. "Many thanks, senior brother Mao." The proprietress gave senior brother Mao an elegant bow before she drove the ship towards the territory gate. Before they left, Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard a transmission from senior brother Mao, "Take care of yourself, kid." He nodded at senior brother Mao gratefully. He knew that if not for senior brother Mao speaking up at a critical moment, things would not have been resolved so smoothly today. When the ship passed through the territory gate and vanished out of sight, Chu Lushan finally said, "Brother Mao, I heard that several Great Battle Heaven disciples became acquainted with Yang Kai inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Senior brother Mao glanced sideways at Chu Lushan and responded lightly, "You are very well informed, brother Chu. But, if you have time to worry about Great Battle Heaven disciples, why don't you spend it figuring out a method to track Black Crow Divine Monarch's whereabouts instead?" Chu Lushan's gaze flickered slightly. Staring in the direction of the territory gate, he gave a soft snort. At the same time, on the ship, the proprietress gave Yang Kai a strange look, "Are you acquainted with Great Battle Heaven?" Yang Kai pondered the question, "Perhaps, it's because I rescued several Great Battle Heaven disciples in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." He couldn't help thinking about Bu Lianzhong and the others. Back at the swamp filled with countless void cracks, Yang Kai had helped the trapped Bu Lianzhong and his companions to escape. It could be considered that he had saved their lives. It was just that he was separated from Bu Lianzhong and the others when they later arrived at the Blood Lake. In any case, Yang Kai had not taken such a trivial matter to heart. Rescuing Bu Lianzhong and the others was just a matter of convenience. He never imagined that his actions would return to benefit him or that Great Battle Heaven would return the favor here. The proprietress immediately understood the situation and nodded lightly, "The people of Great Battle Heaven are upright and just. Since you rescued those Great Battle Heaven disciples, it makes sense why senior brother Mao reciprocated the favor just now." He asked, "Young master, did you really obtain a 7th Order monster core?" Likewise, Old Bai looked over curiously. These were people Yang Kai trusted, friends and allies, so there was no need to hide anything from them. He nodded in response, "That's right. But, it was a lucky coincidence. The monster beast was heavily injured in the first place, and I also used the divine ability bead given to me by proprietress from the outset. That's how I managed to kill it. The proprietress narrowed her eyes slightly. What elements are you missing now? Yang Kai replied, after refining this metal element power, then only the yin element will be left. Old Bai was shocked, only one left. It had not been long since Yang Kai came to the 3,000 worlds, so it was shocking that he was going to advance into the open heaven realm so soon. Which Emperor realm cultivator would not spend decades, if not centuries before advancing into the open heaven realm? Very few people could successfully refine the yin, yang, and the 5 elements and advance into the open heaven realm within 100 years. The main reason was that finding suitable cultivation resources took much time, energy, and money. This was true for any cultivator, including the disciples from the major cave heavens and paradises. The only exceptions were core disciples like Chu Huashang and Gu Pan, who were carefully nurtured by the sect and given basically unlimited resources. Be that as it may, even core disciples like them would need to spend some time refining these resources and consolidating their foundations. Therefore, it could take between several years to several decades just to refine the necessary elements. Those with poorer aptitude would take an even longer time. Soon, Old Bai became excited. TSK. You're going to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Brat, you're reaching the sky in a single step. If Yang Kai could advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm, it would be no different from ascending to the heavens in one bound. Be it in terms of strength or status, there would be earth-shaking changes. On the other hand, the proprietress and Yu He were not happy. Instead, they looked at each other worriedly. Yang Kai was already being targeted by the major cave heavens and paradises. Although it could be said that not every cave heaven and paradise was out to cause trouble for him, there would always be some. Those masters had been holding back from making a move personally because they were still concerned about their respective reputations. They did not wish to be seen as oppressing the weak. The main reason for their inaction was that they believed it would take much more time for Yang Kai to grow and develop. However, if news about the 7th order metal element monster core spread out, some people might become desperate. Brat, you should focus on carefully refining the metal element monster core and retreat once you return. As for the yin element, I'll search for you. The proprietress sent a transmission to Yang Kai. She had warned him against taking this path in the past, but now that he was already so far down it, all she could do was support him as much as possible. She might not be able to acquire a 7th order yin element treasure, but she certainly had more connections than him. Yang Kai replied respectfully. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly took out a jade bottle and handed it over. Proprietress, take a look at this and see if it will be useful for you. This jade bottle contained one of the innate open heaven pills that he obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. She took the bottle from him suspiciously, but after opening it and sweeping the contents with her divine sense, her expression changed drastically. She quickly resealed the jade bottle and glanced at Yang Kai in astonishment. Where did you get this? With how knowledgeable and experienced she was, she immediately understood what this open heaven pill was, as well as its true origins. Yang Kai of course answered her honestly. Upon hearing his explanation, she returned the jade bottle to him. This is useless to me right now. You should keep it for yourself. If I ever have a need for it in the future, I will ask you for it then. She had advanced directly into the 6th order open heaven realm, so her cultivation would only reach its limit when she reached the 8th order open heaven realm. Taking this open heaven pill now was a complete waste. Nevertheless, Yang Kai understood that she was still restrained by the heart demon oath she took in the past after hearing what she said. As long as Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar remained standing, she would never be able to advance into the 7th order open heaven realm. Otherwise, she could have advanced into the 7th order open heaven realm even without the help of this innate open heaven pill. Sighing softly, Yang Kai put the jade bottle away before adding, in that case, please don't forget to come to me when you need it. Yang Kai also secretly made a vow. When I advance into the open heaven realm, the first thing I'm going to do is eliminate Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar to resolve her heart demon oath. Old Bai probably guessed Yang Kai's intentions, so he secretly gave him a meaningful look, one that said, "Make sure to call me when that time comes." During his advancement into the open heaven realm, Bai Qi nearly failed because of Qin Ji of Golden Rainbow Province and Ling Chun Qiu of Boundless Altar. If Yang Kai had not given him the world source liquid at the critical moment, he would not be standing here today. This blood feud never left Bai Qi's thoughts and was something that would need to be repaid one day. Martial Peak, Chapter 4305, Return to Void Land. In the deserted void, a ship sailed forward silently. All the people on board were consolidating their harvest from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although Yang Kai lost 5 to 6 subordinates during this trip, those who came out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven alive definitely had grown leaps and bounds. This experience would be of great help to their futures. In his room, Yang Kai hid in the small sealed world, helping the cultivators of Abundant City to remove the Blood Principle's restriction. Time passed, and it took almost a month for Yang Kai to finish this task. While helping them to remove the Blood Principle's restriction, Yang Kai took some time to meet and speak with each of them. He found out that Abundant City had brought up quite a few talents. In addition to the several great elders like Pang Duo, there were more than 10 people who had condensed the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm elements. Deacon Fan Wu Xian, who captured him and Chu Hua Shang back to Abundant City, was one of them. Although they had not been in the Emperor Realm as long as Pang Duo and the others, and had weaker foundations overall, they were still more than qualified to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. Furthermore, plenty of other cultivators from Abundant City had condensed Fourth Order and Third Order element powers. Yang Kai was extremely delighted about this. If he brought these people back to Void Land, once they broke through in the future, one could imagine a sharp increase in Void Land strength in a very short time. However, the number of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills needed would be huge too. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to spare some time to comprehend his new Wood Element divine ability, but it seemed he would have to put that aside for now. It was crucial to refine more Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills as soon as possible. Before leaving for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had refined some Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, but there were not many, and definitely not enough for those from Abundant City. Yang Kai estimated he would need at least 500 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to barely meet the consumption of the first batch of Abundant City cultivators. For other great forces, it would certainly not be worth it to exchange a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to secure a single cultivator's breakthrough to the Third Order or Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm. After all, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was essentially an extinct spirit pill. Anyone who obtained one would regard it as a treasure, leaving it for their disciple with the greatest potential. However, Yang Kai could refine this spirit pill on his own, and he possessed a large amount of world source liquid, thus, he need not be concerned in this regard. Now, his main priority was to enhance Void Land's strength within the shortest time span, giving it the capability to protect itself in this 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai kept himself busy in his room, refining spirit pills without rest. Furnace after furnace of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills appeared, with each one representing the birth of an Open Heaven Realm master for Void Land. After refining for an unknown time, Yang Kai only realized that his job was done when all his auxiliary ingredients were consumed. He calculated the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills he had, coming up with 435 in total. Although there was still a little gap from his initial estimate of 500, it should be enough for now. Not every cultivator would need this spirit pill to break through after all. It was unnecessary to waste it on someone who was confident in breaking through. Nevertheless, for those such as Mo Mei and Pang Duo, Yang Kai had to let them take this pill to assure their breakthrough, even if they were confident. Opening the barrier of the room, Yang Kai stepped onto the deck, and looked at the scenery of the void around him. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. It should not have taken them so long to return to Thousand Birds territory from Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He spent 1 month helping the cultivators of Abundant City to remove their blood principles restriction, and about more than a month refining spirit pills. Given that it had been about 2 to 3 months, they should have arrived at Thousand Birds territory by now. Confused, he took out his universe chart to check their position, and was dumbstruck. Young Master. Probably because of noticing Yang Kai coming out of his retreat, Yuhi hurriedly came out of her room too. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and asked puzzledly, "Why are we in void territory?" With the help of the universe chart, Yang Kai could easily tell that they were now in void territory instead of Thousand Birds territory. Yuhi explained, "Elder sister wanted to send us back to Void Land first, then they will return to first in of Thousand Birds territory." Yang Kai immediately understood what this meant. The proprietress was worried that they might encounter some kind of danger during their journey, so she decided to escort them all the way here. His heart could not help feeling a little warm. "I am going to see proprietress." He turned around and walked towards the room on the top floor. It was necessary to pay the proprietress a visit after coming out of his retreat, so Yang Kai knocked, entered the room, and had some casual conversation with her. Then, Yang Kai took out a bottle of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. "Proprietress, chef and accountant will surely be breaking through to the open heaven realm soon after returning. These Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills should be useful to them." Back then at the auction in Thousand Bird Star City, Yang Kai got the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Furthermore, the proprietress also learnt from Old Bai that Yang Kai had World Source liquid on him, so she was not surprised that he could hand over Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills so casually. There was no need for her to refuse as they were really useful for chef and accountant. As such, she immediately took the bottle and said, "I'll accept it with gratitude. When chef and accountant reach the open heaven realm masters, I will ask them to thank you in person." Yang Kai waved his hand, "No need, we're friends. I hope they can successfully break through to the open heaven realm as well." The proprietress nodded gently, and asked, "What are your plans after going back this time?" After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai answered, "No matter what, it's important to refine the metal element monster core first. After all, such a treasure could only truly belong to me after refining it." As it should be, the proprietress agreed. "After refining it, don't be in such a rush to exit retreat. Stay to consolidate your cultivation. Although you have excellent aptitude, I'm afraid that your foundation will be unstable in the future given that you refined so many high-rank materials so quickly. Fortunately, it's not too late. There is still a chance to rectify some minor flaws before condensing the Yin element power." Proprietress is wise. Yang Kai accepted her advice humbly. He agreed that he should spend some time consolidating his cultivation. It was not necessarily good to progress rapidly when it came to cultivating. Although his Tao seal was incredibly firm due to the divine Tao water he had used, it would not hurt him to settle down a little and stabilize his foundation. During his adventures in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had comprehended a potent wood element divine ability, but he still lacked a water element divine ability and a yang element divine ability. When he condensed his metal element power upon returning this time, he should finish comprehending these. He had a faint feeling that if he could fully comprehend all the divine abilities of the 7 elements before advancing to become an open heaven realm master, it would be of great benefit to him during and after his breakthrough. It was an inexplicable feeling, but Yang Kai had no doubt about it. After a few days, the ship finally reached Void Land. Standing on the deck, the proprietress praised, "Grandmaster Wu Liang has extraordinary skill indeed. This grand array is magnificent. It is so profound that even I can't see through it. Run this place well. One day, it may be one of the cave heavens or paradises." During her last trip here, she brought Grandmaster Wu Liang to patch or arrange a grand array for Yang Kai. At that time, Void Land was still 7 Wonders Land, but the current atmosphere had changed dramatically compared to that time. Yang Kai grinned, This grand array that Grandmaster Wu Liang set up is called the 9 heavenly layers and has 9 grand arrays linked together, including bewildering arrays, illusion arrays, killing arrays, and trapping arrays. It's indeed powerful. Grandmaster Wu Liang had excellent skills, but Yang Kai had to give him tremendous support to create this grand array. Even though he had made a huge fortune in the grand ancient ruins boundary, he had to spend the majority of it for the sake of the 9 heavenly layers grand array. Only someone like Yang Kai would have the courage to support Grandmaster Wu Liang in arranging a spirit array like this. If it was any other second-class great force, they would not have had the financial resources necessary to support such an endeavor. Cost was also the main reason why it was so difficult for Grandmaster Wu Liang to implement his design before, even though he had conceived of it a long time ago. He had designed the 9 heavenly layers grand array many years ago and strongly recommended it to various great forces. However, those great forces rejected it despite their interest after hearing the price tag. It was only after he met Yang Kai that he was finally able to display his true mastery over the Tao of spirit arrays. After setting up the array, Grandmaster Wu Liang had a burst of inspiration and enlightenment and went into retreat. He estimated that his cultivation would improve after he came out of his retreat. A good spirit array. The proprietress did not hesitate to praise. There's nothing special to see from the outside. You'll understand its true mystery only from the inside. Please enter, proprietress. Yang Kai gestured. Contrary to his expectations though, the proprietress shook her head. I'm not going in. Yang Kai was startled. Are you leaving now? The proprietress nodded gently. This trip away from First Inn has taken too long. It's not good to delay any longer. Don't forget what I told you. Cultivate well after you go back. Yang Kai was a little reluctant to send her off. Void Land and Thousand Bird Star City were not close to each other, so it was not easy to have them here. Now that they were leaving before even stepping foot into Void Land, Yang Kai somehow felt like he lost an opportunity to welcome them as a host. However, if the proprietress did not want to enter, he could not force it either. As such, he just nodded as he replied, I'll remember. Don't worry, proprietress. I will work hard and not slack off. Leading he and the others off the ship, Yang Kai solemnly bid farewell to the proprietress and the rest. After seeing the ship, Yang Kai beckoned to the rest, let's go home. It was Guo Miao's first time coming to Void Land, and she could not help looking around curiously. She felt that this place was many times better than Blood Swan Continent, where she had stayed before. Although Void Land was also a second-class great force, Blood Swan Continent could not be compared with it at all. Yang Kai was the master of Void Land, so the 9 heavenly layers grand array naturally could not stop him from leading his people inside. The alarm activated by the grand array startled Bian Yuqin, who immediately came to investigate, but after finding that it was Yang Kai who returned, she quickly welcomed him delightedly. Sect Master, you've returned. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks for your hard work, Second Manager. Speaking of the people who followed him all these years, besides head manager Hua Qingxi, it was second manager Bian Yuqin who had worked the hardest. Yang Kai was a well-known arm-flinging shopkeeper, always running around all year round while pushing the administrative work onto others. When he was not home, these 2 women were in charge of essentially all matters in the sect. Many would feel envious of the 2 managers for how much authority they possessed, but these people had no idea how much effort they had put in, and how much cultivation time they had sacrificed for the sect. Back then in High Heaven Palace in the Star Boundary, head manager Hua Qingxi was there to share the burden with her, but now in Void Land, Bian Yuqin was doing it all alone. Recalling the time when he was captured by Bian Yuqin's subordinates when he first left the lower star field and entered the Star Boundary, Yang Kai could not help sighing nostalgically. All kinds of memories from the past were still vivid in his mind. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4306, Expenditure and Income. In the main hall at the center of Void Land, Yang Kai sat in the head seat, while Yuhi stood behind him. Although she was a 6th order open heaven realm master, she was as humble as a maidservant, standing by the side to pour tea for Yang Kai. Below, Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui sat on the left and right. Hearing of Yang Kai's return, the two of them hurriedly came to greet him. For now, Void Land was lacking open heaven realm masters, so besides Yu He, a 6th order open heaven realm master, there were only Lu Shui, a 5th order open realm master, Chen Tianfei, a 4th order open realm master, and Guozi Yan, a 3rd order open realm master. These were all the open heaven realm masters Void Land had for now. Of course, there was also Hei He, who was restricted by the loyalty list, but Yang Kai stationed him outside the star boundary to ensure its safety. In addition, there was the divine spirit heavenly moon demon spider, Zhu Jiu-yin. This woman was extraordinarily strong, and after coming out of Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for such a long time, a good portion of her strength should have been restored, but no one knew what her true condition was at the moment. Bian Yuqing's voice echoed in the main hall as she reported the developments and transformations of Void Land during this period of time to Yang Kai. In fact, there were not many changes. The 600,000 people who Yang Kai brought back from the star boundary were mostly cultivating in the retreat. All the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors had obtained some cultivation resources and now just needed time to refine them, so there would not be many results in the short term. However, as a result, the expenses for cultivation resources had become shockingly high. Although Void Land was still quite rich, it was clear that it could not handle this rate of consumption for long. If they continued to consume without any means of replenishing, Void Land would eventually be completely drained. Signs had already started showing when Yang Kai departed, but after this period of time, the situation had become progressively worse. In conclusion, the expenditures of Void Land were overwhelming. Before Yang Kai left, he basically handed over all the cultivation resources he had to Bian Yuqing and allowed her to distribute them. But now, after listening to the reported figures, there was really not much left, and they would most likely be exhausted soon. After reporting the spending, Bian Yuqing continued, even taking into consideration the expenditures though, the current income is also pretty good. Yang Kai raised his brow as her statement piqued his interest. Oh. Let's hear about it. Bian Yuqing turned to look at Chen Tianfei, and smiled faintly. Sect Master, just so you know, the biggest income in Void Land now comes from the gourd vine, which is under the care of Sir Chen. The gourd vine truly lives up to its name as a divine medicine. In essence, we can collect a full set of 5th order yin, yang, and the 5 element materials once a month. It is truly valuable, and what makes it even more precious is that all of the materials stem from the same source. If a disciple can refine all their 5th order materials from the gourd vine, there may be unexpected gains. Yang Kai gave a light nod. When he saw the gourd vine in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he already had a vague feeling that it would become a foundation to the success of any sect that obtained it. By the looks of it now, it seemed that he was right. Good work, Fatty, Yang Kai nodded at Fatty Chen Tian. Chen Tianfei hurriedly got up. Although he replied humbly, his face was radiant, looking notably proudly. To be honest, it was a boring job to watch over the gourd vine, and the task of collecting the element treasures was not something really worth praising, but he was still glad to be noticed by Yang Kai. Although he was forced to leave his name on the loyalty list, and his fate was now Yang Kai's to control, after even a short period of time, he realized the terrifying potential Void Land had. It was many times better than Scarlet Star. Although Void Land was still in its infant stage, it would definitely have the world at its feet in time. His cultivation was not too high, but he had an exceptionally sharp vision, so he had no doubts about this. Even without the restriction of loyalty list, he would never choose to leave Void Land. This place had a broad and promising future. If he continued to stay here, he would benefit as Void Land rose. How could he find any place better than this? Not to mention, staying with Yang Kai could quickly improve his strength too. Until now, he still did not understand how Lu Shui could rapidly reach the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm after a simple trip out with Yang Kai. Initially, they were both Fourth Order Open Heaven realm masters, and he had reached that realm long before Lu Shui, but she had broken through to the next order first. Besides Lu Shui, even Guo Ziyan reached the Third Order Open Heaven realm. Previously, Chen Tianfei secretly tried to gain information from Lu Shui, but her lips were tightly sealed, so he could not figure out anything. However, he was not discouraged. He believed that as long as he could win Yang Kai's trust, sooner or later he would be able to make sense of it all. Additionally, since he was now in charge of collecting the resources from the gourd vine, he believed that he must be able to have a share of the collected resources when he was promoted to the Fifth Order in the future. The Fifth Order materials were exceedingly valuable as each one cost on after 1 to 2 million open heaven pills, making a set of 7 nearly 10 million. Fatty Chen had witnessed Yang Kai's generosity towards his subordinates during this period of time, and he believed that as long as he could be promoted to the Fifth Order, he would definitely be able to obtain quite a number of gourd vine materials. With that, reaching the Sixth Order would be just a matter of time. If he left Void Land, where could he find this many resources? It could be said that Chen Tianfei had now truly pledged his loyalty to Void Land. Bian Yuqing pressed on, however, there is a problem now. The number of disciples who can refine Fifth Order materials is limited, and a lot of the materials collected from the gourd vine may accumulate. The requirements for the Dao seal of a cultivator to refine Fifth Order elements were somewhat high, and only Bing Yun, Wen Zishan, and other top emperors could refine them safely. Therefore, although there were 600,000 people in Void Land, not many of them could refine the Fifth Order materials. Therefore, as the resources were collected monthly from the gourd vine, they would naturally begin to pile up. In contrast, Third Order and Fourth Order materials are in extremely high demand, and we are short on them. Therefore, without sect master's approval, this subordinate decided to exchange some Fifth Order resources from the gourd vine for the Third Order and Fourth Order materials in the Star City. If there is anything wrong about this subordinate is willing to be punished. Yang Kai beamed, how could I punish second manager for doing such a good job? I should be thanking you instead. It was a reasonable move to exchange the Fifth Order materials that could not be used for Third Order and Fourth Order materials that they lacked. Bian Yuqing was slightly relieved when she heard him, and further reported, inside Void Land, aside from the income of the gourd vine, there are the spirit fruits collected in the various orchards. Although Wondrous Pill Great Emperor is deriving the pill recipe for Open Heaven pills, the progress has been quite slow because he is focused more on cultivating in retreat, so the accumulated spirit fruits cannot be refined into pills. Yang Kai nodded, I've solved the matter of the pill recipe and will give it to the Great Emperor later so that he can begin refining pills. Bian Yuqing nodded and continued, that's all for the income from within Void Land. Regarding the external income, a Fourth Order Open Heaven realm master named Yun Xinghua came to Void Land and claimed that it was sect master that sent him to manage Void Territory Star City. The harvest there is also not bad, and there is a fixed income every month from taxes and rent. I have asked him to exchange all the income into cultivation materials of various orders and ship them to Void Land. Yang Kai nodded, I did send Yun Xinghua over, but he is an outsider after all, so it's difficult to entrust such an important task to him. It's better to have someone in the Star City to assume proper command. Blood Swan Continent was originally Guamiao's great force, but after Yang Kai broke through its sect defending array, he forced Yun Xinghua to leave his name on the loyalty list. There was a shortage of manpower in Void Land, so Yang Kai had ordered Yun Xinghua to lead a group of people from Blood Swan Continent to enter and manage the Star City. Although there was the loyalty list to guarantee his compliance, and Yang Kai was not afraid of Yun Xinghua betraying him, he worried that this guy would be tempted by the fortunes he made and would begin embezzling them for himself. In Yang Kai's plan, the Star City of Void Land needed to be well managed and developed, and it would not be difficult to do so. As long as he threw out the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, the reputation of the Star City in Void Territory would soar overnight. When that happened, it would certainly attract countless people to the Star City of Voidland. The increase of population would bring the Star City to life, and by that time, even if he did not do anything, he could make a fortune just collecting taxes. For now though, Void Territory Star City had no fame to its name and could only be regarded as a medium-sized star city, incomparable to Thousand Bird Star City, not to mention the star cities in the Cave Heavens and Paradise's territories. Although the Star City was making some income, it was not much, so Yang Kai was not worried about letting Yun Xinghua take charge of it for now. However, when the Star City matured in the future, Yang Kai needed to station someone trustworthy there to manage it. More importantly, that person needed to be strong enough. At that time, the Void Territory Star City would be bustling and full of all kinds of people. Without enough strength, the one in charge would not be able to maintain order and security. That person had to be at least a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Currently, it seemed that Mo Mei was the only suitable candidate as there was no way Yang Kai could let Yuhi take charge of the Star City as she had to take care of Void Land itself. While thinking about it, Lu Shui got up and volunteered, "Sir, let me go to the Star City." Lu Shui was a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master now. If she went to the Star City, Yun Xinghua would not dare to be presumptuous. After all, he had only just reached the fourth order. Yang Kai waved his hand, "No, Lu Shui. Just focus on teaching in Void Land. The people I brought here from my homeland know nothing about the outer universe and the Open Heaven Realm, so I need you to guide them." There were only a few Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land. Chen Tianfei was in charge of the Gourd Vine, while Lu Shui taught the cultivators from the Star Boundary. Almost every day, she had to solve countless questions and doubts of the disciples. It could be said that her task was tough. Even the great emperors would ask her for advice during their spare time outside of retreat. Although in the future, the achievements of Lu Shui may not be as great as those great emperors who were refining sixth-order materials, she was a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master now and had the experiences they needed most. At this stage, it was no problem for her to provide guidance to the great emperors. Lu Shui sat down after Yang Kai announced what she should do. Bian Yuqin continued, "From the current situation, the income of Void Land is sufficient to cover the expenditure, and there's even some revenue left over, but it will be difficult to maintain in the long run." This was because as time passed, there would be more cultivators who condensed their own Dao seals. Once they had their Dao seals, they would need Open Heaven materials, which would put more pressure on Void Land's finances. It would be fine if there were just one or two of them. The problem was that there were 600,000 people in Void Land. Hearing that, Yang Kai asked, "Does second manager have a solution?" Bian Yuqin proposed, "Other than increasing the income of Void Land, I think we can let the disciples go out for training to find resources for themselves. Void Land can support them for the time being, but not for a lifetime." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4307, Future Plans. Yang Kai kept silent. Bian Yuqin added, "It's an honor that Sect Master showed such generosity and care to the disciples. It's truly a blessing for them to belong to a sect like Void Land. But if they don't contribute, they won't appreciate their gains. Furthermore, while it's safe for them to stay in Void Land, if they don't go out for training, how can they fight alongside Sect Master in the 3,000 worlds in the future? Flowers raised in the greenhouse will not be able to withstand wind and storms. Back then, when Great Demon God, Mo Sheng, caused disaster in the Star Boundary, everyone from High Heaven Palace participated in the battle. There were many casualties, but the ones who survived grew by leaps and bounds." Yang Kai nodded lightly, "What second manager says is reasonable." He certainly understood this. When he went to Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time, he also agreed to let Lang Qingshan and the others move separately for training, because he knew that he could not always keep them under his wings. Similarly, he could not protect the 600,000 elites that he had brought back from the Star Boundary forever. They needed to grow and gain experiences of their own. Since second manager proposed this, do you have a specific plan? Yang Kai questioned. Bian Yuqing answered, this subordinate does have an idea. As for whether it will work, I'll need sect master to decide. Yang Kai gestured her to speak. Bian Yuqing suggested eloquently, the 600,000 cultivators who came back from the star boundary have different strengths. There are the strong ones like the great emperors, who have long condensed their own Dao seals, and are now refining sixth-order materials. As for the weaker cultivators, some of their cultivations have not reached the Dao Source realm or even the Origin King realm. It's too dangerous for such cultivators to travel the 3,000 worlds. Allowing them to leave would be the same as killing them. Therefore, this subordinate was thinking of letting them travel to the universe worlds within void territory first. Yang Kai roughly knew about the situation of void territory. Originally, other than Seven Wonders Land, which was a second-class great force, there were 7 third-class great forces, and more than a dozen universe worlds. When Yang Kai occupied Void Land back then, the masters of these third-class great forces and universe worlds paid him a visit. Since Yang Kai had become the ruler of Void Territory, these subordinate forces and universe worlds naturally had to pay him proper respect. There are many places to seek both training and opportunity in those universe worlds. If the disciples go there, not only can it temper their minds and bodies, but it will also let them learn the difficulty of obtaining resources. Yang Kai nodded at her suggestion, this plan seems feasible. Seeing him approve, Bian Yuqing added, in addition, this subordinate feels that Void Land can follow the contribution system set up by other sects and the prices of all kinds of cultivation resources should be clearly stated. If the disciples want to get the resources they need, they can exchange with their own contribution points. Of course, the disciples can get them by completing missions assigned by the sect too, or turning in the contribution points that they obtain through their training. Yang Kai had experienced the system of contribution points many times in the past, and such a system existed in High Heaven Palace as well. This system was used by many sects with different names, but they were all similar. Up to now, there were many great forces in the 3,000 worlds practicing the same system. The fact that the contribution point system was used by many sects proved that it was helpful to their development. Yang Kai beamed, with the help of second manager, how can Void Land not be prosperous? Bian Yuqing blushed slightly, many thanks, sect master, for your high praise. This subordinate only adopted this idea from others. Yang Kai waved his hand, whether it's from others or not, I'm relieved to have second managers overseeing Void Land. Just proceed as you mentioned. Bian Yuqing quickly bowed, yes. After a pause, she continued, sect master, this subordinate has another request. And, name it. After organizing her thoughts, Bian Yuqing remarked, although this subordinate has been following sect master for many years, my personal cultivation is too low for my current position. I was able to assist head manager in High Heaven Palace before, but now, it's really overwhelming for me to support the operation of Void Land all alone. Sect master, you are always away, and the great emperors are all in retreat. If Void Land encounters any trouble, it will be difficult for me alone to make decisions. I request sect master set up an elder council. If there is any problem, the elder council can discuss and act together. There were sect masters, protectors, elders, deacons and so on in many other positions in normal sects. Although Void Land had quite a number of people, other than having Yang Kai as the sect master, Bian Yuqing was the only other one who had a specific status, which was manager. Meanwhile, the rest were just ordinary disciples who had not been given any position yet. It was not because Yang Kai forgot about this matter, but simply that the number of open heaven realm masters in Void Land was far too limited, so it was hard to even appoint people to such positions. Bian Yuqing proposed this not only for the development of Void Land, but also to avert suspicion. After all, if she had all the power, it would inevitably cause some dissatisfaction among others. Of course, the main reason was that she truly needed help with the hectic workload. Does second manager have any suggestions? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing replied, this subordinate has received a lot of help from Sir Chen and Madame Lu these days, and I ask for their advice at times. They have experience in management and have good cultivation. As such, this subordinate feels that we can allow them to join the Elder Council first, and be the first batch of the elders of our void land. Chen Tianfei was originally one of the managers of Scarlet Star. Back then, when Zhao Baichuan was in retreat all year round to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Chen Tianfei was in charge of Scarlet Star, while Lu Shui was a manager from Sword Pavilion with numerous subordinates under her. Because of this, they both had experience in managerial positions. Hearing Bian Yuqing's words, Fatty Chen, who was sitting to the side, hurriedly straightened his back, sat upright and looked in front of him steadily, while Lu Shui just remained indifferent. Yang Kai nodded lightly, second manager is right. Fatty Chen, Lu Shui. The two quickly got up, stood side by side, and cupped their fists, sect master. You two will establish an elder council with second manager to jointly manage void land. If there are any difficult decisions to be made, the three of you can discuss it among yourselves and follow a majority rule for the final decision. Yes. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui responded in unison. Fatty Chen did not forget to bootlick. This subordinate assures sect master that he will do his best to assist second manager, and develop void land without slacking off. Yang Kai waved his hand and asked them to sit down again. He next took out several space rings and pushed them over to Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing wondered, these are. Yang Kai explained, these are the cultivation resources I obtained during my trip. You should keep them and distribute them according to the situation. As for the open heaven pills, keep some of them in reserve if you can and take the rest to the Star City to purchase more resources. Bian Yuqing accepted the order before scanning the rings with her divine sense, and exclaiming, so much. Yang Kai literally spent billions of open heaven pills on his way to First in Thousand Birds territory to buy the Third Order and Fourth Order materials. Just when he spent almost all his open heaven pills, he obtained another one. 25 billion open heaven pills in the Azura arena, all of which he spent wildly on purchasing items at the following auction and exchange meet. If he had not paid a large number of resources and pills to win the 7th Order Primordial Yang Profound Ginseng, there would be even more resources in the rings. Bian Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. With these things, void land can still maintain itself for another 5 years without issue. Yang Kai coughed gently into his fist, I'm afraid it won't last that long. Why? Bian Yuqing looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Yang Kai disclosed, because void land will have a new batch of members joining, and their demand for cultivation resources will certainly be much more than the current disciples from the star boundary. After saying so, he waved his hand, releasing Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other elders from Abundant City. Mo Mei and the others were stunned for a moment but then hurriedly saluted when they finally comprehended the situation, sect master. Bian Yuqing looked at Mo Mei and the others curiously, and asked, sect master, these are. Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei looked confused too. Yang Kai introduced everyone and briefly explained the background of Mo Mei and the others. Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei were dumbstruck, for they did not expect Yang Kai to even bring back so many native cultivators from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. What's more, they could sense that Mo Mei had condensed 6th Order element powers. Although Pang Duo and the rest looked a bit old to still be Emperor Realm cultivators, they permeated stable and powerful 5th Order element auras. Once they advanced to the Open Heaven Realm, they would be in the 5th Order. Second manager, please settle the people of Abundant City down carefully. They will all be our Void Lands disciples in the future. Yang Kai ordered. Bian Yuqing was delighted, don't worry, sect master. This subordinate will make proper arrangements for them. What Void Land lacked now more than anything was Open Heaven Realm Masters. These people in front of her were all seeds of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Once they broke through, there would be a sharp increase in Void Land strength. How could Bian Yuqing not be happy? However, after a moment of excitement, she suddenly understood what Yang Kai meant. There were not many cultivators from Abundant City, only 3 or 4,000. Nevertheless, their needs would only be greater than the 600,000 disciples from the star boundary. Although there were a large number of people from the star boundary too, their cultivations were quite uneven and the vast majority had not even condensed their Tao seals, so they needed far fewer resources. However, the cultivators of Abundant City were different. Many people had begun to condense open heaven powers, which was exactly the time when they were extremely eager for the materials of various orders. Although Yang Kai brought back a massive amount of cultivation resources from his trip, they would not last long if so many people had to use them. But overall, it was worth celebrating. Bian Yuqing could even foresee the scene of the tremendous birth of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land. Yang Kai turned to look at the several people from Abundant City, and asked, "Mo Mei, how many people from Abundant City can break through to the Open Heaven Realm right away?" Mo Mei immediately replied without a second thought, "Besides this mistress and the 4 great elders, there are 4 deacons, who have condensed 5th order elements. Below the 5th order, there are at least 300 who can break through to the Open Heaven Realm at any time. However, we have just left Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so we must first become familiar with the outside world before proceeding." "As you should." Yang Kai nodded before taking out a ring. "Here are some spirit pills. Take them and distribute them to those who can break through. Take one before they attempt to break through as it will ensure that they can successfully ascend." Martial Peak, Chapter 4308, Let me check. Mo Mei accepted and happily thanked Yang Kai. To the side, Chen Tianfei looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "Sect Master, what spirit pills are these?" Mo Mei and the others had lived in Blood Monster Cave Heaven for a long time, so they did not know anything about the outside world and had never been in contact with the Open Heaven Realm before. Therefore, how would they know the hardships and dangers of breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm? After a cultivator condensed their Tao seal, they had to work hard to collect all kinds of materials to refine. Even after they gathered the Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers, they may not have the courage to proceed to attempt to break through. After all, their soul was at risk of being extinguished upon failure. This was why there were countless half-step Open Heaven Realm Masters throughout the 3,000 worlds. Some were limited by their financial resources and could not gather sufficient cultivation materials, while some lacked confidence in themselves or had problems with their cultivation and dared not attempt to break through. It was for this reason that there were numerous 2nd order and 3rd order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as well as many even in the 1st order. Not because these people did not have dreams to pursue, but because the lower the order one attempted to break through to directly, the lower the impact on themselves would be. Likewise, the lower the risk they would need to take. The risk of advancing to the Open Heaven Realm was well known, but there was no way to avoid it, and auxiliary aids or spirit pills that could increase the chances of success had all but vanished over the ages. Although Mo Mei did not fully understand how miraculous the spirit pills Yang Kai handed to her were, how could Fatty Chen and Lu Shui not know? "Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills." Yang Kai answered casually. Chen Tianfei replied with a cracked voice, "Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill." As in, the legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills that have long gone extinct? Even Lu Shui had her beautiful eyes widen as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. "They're not extinct anymore. I won the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill during my trip to the Thousand Birds Territory Star City in an auction. These spirit pills were refined by me." Chen Tianfei was stunned on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Shui, who had been indifferent throughout the whole meeting, could not help covering her red lips with her hands as she gasped. Seeing their reactions, Mo Mei and the others finally realized the value of the spirit pills in their hands. Although they had never heard of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, it did not mean that they lacked common sense. Earlier, when Yang Kai passed her the ring, she scanned it casually and found hundreds of spirit pills inside. She thought that these spirit pills were ordinary things that could be easily found everywhere, but now, she learnt how rare they were. Tentatively looking at Chen Tianfei, Mo Mei asked, "Elder Chen, is this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill very precious?" Chen Tianfei gulped and started to explain with difficulty, "It's more than just precious. It's a treasure that one can essentially never find." It said that this spirit pill can stabilize one's Dao seal during their breakthrough to the open heaven realm, greatly improving their chances of success. Moreover, it is rumored that taking it during one's breakthrough can help a cultivator experience the birth of a new world, which harmonizes perfectly with the grand Tao of the splitting heaven and earth apart. Then, he continued with a solemn tone, "Junior sister Mo, let's put it this way. If a cultivator has gathered sixth-order element powers like you, but their Tao seal is not firm enough to support their breakthrough, they are likely to fail and die if they insist on it. But with such a pill, their chances of succeeding increase dramatically. In other words, each of these spirit pills can guarantee the successful breakthrough of a sixth-order open heaven realm master." After hearing what Chen Tianfei said, Mo Mei and the others finally understood the value of these heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Although it seemed to only be a spirit pill, it actually represented a powerful open heaven realm master. Chen Tianfei continued, "If you put such a spirit pill up for auction, it would be worth at least 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and that is the absolute lowest price possible. You may not know what 10 million open heaven pills means. In the 3,000 worlds, the value of a sixth-order material is generally 15 million. Mo Mei's hand, which was holding the ring, started trembling. Each of these spirit pills were worth 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and there were some 300 of them in the ring Yang Kai gave to her. Didn't that mean this single ring was worth billions of open heaven pills? They had no idea about the value of an open heaven pill, but they did understand the value of a sixth-order material as they had only obtained a handful of them even after centuries of accumulation. "Sect Master, these spirit pills are too valuable." Mo Mei hurriedly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, and grinned, "What Elder Chen just said is not wrong. A single heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is worth a fortune, but that is only under the circumstances that they cannot be found. Previously at the auction, the price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its recipe was indeed high, costing Yang Kai a great fortune just to win them. If a large number of these things were available in the world, their value would naturally reduce greatly. What our void land lacks now are open heaven realm masters, so you don't have to feel pressured about these pills. I can refine them myself, so I can always make more when they are used up. What you have to do is to assist the people of Abundant City to advance to the open heaven realm as soon as possible." Despite Yang Kai's words, everyone knew that the value of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills would not drop much even if a large quantity of them became available on the market. No cultivator could be absolutely certain that their breakthrough to the open heaven realm would succeed, so as long as they had enough money, anyone would definitely be willing to buy one as insurance. Before Mo Mei could say any more, Yang Kai stopped her, "This has already been settled. You don't need to think too much. Just use these spirit pills when you should." Realizing Yang Kai's decision was firm, Mo Mei grasped the ring in her hand and bowed deeply, "Many thanks, Sect Master." "Good, that's all for today. Second Manager, please help those from Abundant City settle in." Bian Yuqing received the order and the group followed Yang Kai out of the main hall. After Yang Kai released all of the cultivators of Abundant City from the small sealed world, Bian Yuqing led them away. Yang Kai dismissed Yu He and then returned to his residence with his hands folded behind his back. Knowing that he was heading to see his wives, Yu He did not bother to follow him. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui still remained in main hall with somewhat complicated feelings. After a long time, Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly, "If I had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in the past, I would have been confident in attempting to break through to the fifth order open heaven realm." He chose to break through to the fourth order open heaven realm due to limitations in his aptitude, but if he had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to secure his breakthrough, he would stand a chance to directly advance to the fifth order. Although there was only one order difference between the fourth order and fifth order, the difference in upper limits was immense. The highest limit a fourth order open heaven realm master could achieve was the sixth order, which was still in the mid-rank, but a fifth order open heaven realm master could attempt to reach the seventh order, which was the high rank. Lu Shui remained silent. She had always been quiet, but she could also understand Chen Tianfei's feelings right now. If she did not obtain a mid-rank world fruit from Yang Kai due to unforeseen circumstances, how could she have the power and achievements she had today? Our sect master is not a simple man. The future of Void Land is really worth anticipating. Chen Tianfei sighed. Although he did not have as much authority as he did back in Scarlet Star, he was still proud to be in a sect with such high prospects. What could he do even if he wielded power in Scarlet Star? Scarlet Star would forever be a small place that could never stand out in the one-star city where it was situated, while Void Land had unlimited potential and would one day rise to become an existence on par with the cave heavens or paradises. By that time, Chen Tianfei would also be famous. When Yang Kai returned to his residence and pushed the door open, he saw Yu Rumeng, Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shuiyu, and Ji Yao standing side by side, with Yu Rumeng in the lead. They had obviously heard the news of Yang Kai's return, so they had decided to wait here. As soon as they saw him, happiness covered their faces. Under the lead of Yu Rumeng, they all saluted and greeted in unison, "Husband, many thanks for your hard work." Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly, Xia Ningchang and Ji Yao blushed, Shuiyu grinned, while Su Yan lowered her head slightly, her long hair falling from both sides of her ears and resting on her ample peaks. Yang Kai stared at all of them, stunned. Yu Rumeng's face remained unchanged, but the rest flushed increasingly red. It was mainly because they had never done something like this before. They were still in retreat previously, but were summoned out one by Yu Rumeng. They still had not gotten used to the situation where they all gathered together to welcome their man back. With a bang, Yang Kai closed the door again and left the room. Standing at the door, Yang Kai touched his chin, frowned, and pondered for a long time. He secretly thought to himself that he did not do anything out of line in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although that enchantress kept trying to seduce him, he righteously rejected her and did not display any inappropriate behavior towards her. Thinking so, he calmed down and put a smile on his face before pushing the door open again. "Husband, why did you do that?" Yu Rumeng asked puzzledly. Yang Kai hurriedly answered, "I can't help but be in such bliss when I see my wives welcome me like this, together. It took me by surprise. I forgot how to behave myself for a while. Please forgive me." Yu Rumeng looked at him suspiciously, "Really? Why do you seem to look a little guilty?" Cold sweat drenched Yang Kai's back as he smiled, "Rumeng, why would you say something so ridiculous? I wasn't unfaithful to you all, so why would I feel guilty?" "Heh heh." Yu Rumeng grinned, this mistress never accused husband of being unfaithful, so why is husband in such a hurry to explain himself? Am I? Yang Kai frowned, "Nonsense. There's nothing of the sort. I'm afraid Rumeng has misunderstood me. I haven't seen you all for too long, and I miss all of you very much." "Oh, Ning Chang, have you condensed your Dao seal?" Little senior sister nodded innocently, I have condensed my Dao seal." "Not just me, but everyone has condensed their Dao seal already. However, elder sister Rumeng said that we should only start cultivating after you come back, so we haven't condensed any elements yet." Yang Kai nodded, "Rumeng is right, it is exactly as she says. Come, let me check everyone's Dao seal." After declaring so, he spread his arms open and grabbed all the women together without hesitation, pushing them towards the bedroom. Su Yan, Ji Yao, and Shuiyu all exchanged looks, their faces flushed an even deeper red than before. They naturally knew what kind of checking he wanted to perform on them. However, little senior sister in all her innocence still had no idea that she was being led into the wolf's den, so she continued to boast proudly, "We asked senior Zhu Jiu-yin to check us once before. She said that we can condense fifth-order elements without a problem, and we can directly advance to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the future." Yang Kai kept nodding. Since Zhu Jiu-yin said so, it should be right. However, in the end, she is a divine spirit, different from us humans. There could be errors in her judgment, so I still need to check each of you thoroughly. Is that so? Xia Ning Chang thought about it for a while, and nodded. It seems like what junior brother said is reasonable. Yu Ru Meng sneered, then Ning Chang, you can be the first one he checks, later. Xia Ning Chang replied, Junior brother, what are you? Martial Peak, Chapter 4309, You're Not Dead Yet. The ladies, whether it was Su Yan, Xia Ning Chang, Shui Yu, or Ji Yao, had good aptitudes, otherwise, they would not have been able to cultivate to the Emperor realm in such a short time while still in the star boundary. Especially Su Yan, who bore the ancestral ice phoenix source and possessed the ice crystal jade body. She had the most outstanding aptitude among all of them. Their time spent on cultivation was not a lot, but there were never insufficient resources when they were in the star boundary, allowing them to build upon solid foundations. They were restricted by the world bottle of the star boundary and could not be recognized by the world's will, so they could not condense their own Tao seal. Nevertheless, it was no longer the case when they leapt out of the star boundary and entered the outer universe. Here, it became a simple matter for them to condense their Tao seals. Due to their firm foundations, their Tao seals were also extremely stable. Zhu Jiu-yin was right. It would not be a problem for them to refine fifth-order elements. As for Yu Ru Meng, she was the demon saint of the demon race, so she already had her own Tao seal and had begun to refine sixth-order materials like the great emperors. Yang Kai would be pleased enough if the common disciples in Void Land could refine fifth-order materials, but since they were his wives, he definitely wanted the absolute best for them. As such, he took out the remaining divine Tao water and distributed it to them. It was given to him by Zhu Jiu-yin in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Zhu Jiu-yin had lived in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for many years and possessed a lot of valuable treasures. As a divine spirit though, the divine Tao water was completely useless to her, so she generously gave it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had used some for himself and traded a couple of drops away, but there was still about half of it left. Even though each one of them could only obtain 3 or 4 drops now, it was enough to further stabilize their Tao seals. One must first sharpen his axe before chopping wood. Ever since Yang Kai left the star boundary, he had realized the importance of a Tao seal to cultivators. It could be said that the future achievements of a cultivator, and even one's chances of successfully entering the open heaven realm were tied directly to their Tao seal. The firmer the Tao seal, the higher the order of elements they could condense, while the chances of failure during the final breakthrough would be smaller too. Yang Kai and Yu Ru Meng stood guard, while the others entered retreat to refine the divine Tao water. Does husband want them to condense sixth-order elements? Yu Ru Meng guessed Yang Kai's plan and secretly asked via divine sense. At the moment, her clothes are a little untidy, her hair was disheveled, and her cheeks were still slightly flushed, giving her an extremely seductive air. Yang Kai grabbed her hand and played with it softly as he whispered, entering the open heaven realm is not the end of the martial Tao. The difference between just one order is enormous, so if they can have a higher starting point, it will save them many years of cultivation and also allow them to have a more promising future. So, I'll try to provide them with the best possible starting point. Yu Ru Meng nodded lightly. With a slight tilt, she fell into Yang Kai's arms, gently stroked the stubble on his chin, and stated in distress, "My husband has been running around all over the world these past few years. It must have been difficult. Although it was her first time hearing about the divine Tao water and she had never seen it before, how could anything that could improve a cultivator's Tao seal be common? It was definitely a treasure that most cultivators could only dream of. Everyone wanted such a treasure, so to obtain it, Yang Kai must have gone through plenty of hardships and only succeeded after much hard work. Yang Kai lowered his head, traced his finger over her ruby-red lips, and asked with a playful smile, "Indeed. How do you intend to compensate your hard-working husband, Ru Meng?" Ru Meng glanced up at him shyly. "They are refining the divine Tao water. Don't make trouble. It's bad to disturb them." After a pause, she continued, "It's not often that you return home. When they're done, you should go and see Luor." Yang Kai nodded. "How has Luor been doing recently?" "His wives were all here, except for Shanqin Luo. He could not help it, because when he brought her to Void Land from the star boundary, Zhu Jiuyin instantly felt a familial aura from Shanqin Luo and immediately took her away." Yang Kai could not stop this, and did not intend to either. After all, this was a good opportunity for Shanqin Luo too, and Yang Kai believed that with Zhu Jiuyin's teaching, Shanqin Luo would definitely have great achievements in the future. Ru Meng answered, "I don't know. Luor has been following Senior Zhu Jiuyin, and hasn't shown up lately. However, I heard from Su Yen that when they met Luor last time, she looked well." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll make time to see Zhu Jiuyin then." The several women did not take too long, only about 3 days to refine the divine Tao water. They opened their eyes one after another, and Yang Kai checked their Tao seals one by one. After confirming that their Tao seals were indeed stable enough to support sixth-order elements, he was relieved. If he did not have the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill with him, he may not be bold enough to encourage his wives to condense sixth-order powers. After all, having the capability to condense such element powers was completely different from having the courage to do so. The risks of breaking through directly to the sixth order rather than the fifth order open heaven realm were orders of magnitude different. However, Yang Kai did have the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, which could secure their breakthrough in the future. After ordering them to find Bian Yuqin to request sixth-order materials, Yang Kai departed to Zhu Jiuyin's residence. Other than meeting Shanqin Luo, he also wanted to know how much of Zhu Jiuyin's strength had been restored. She was a divine spirit born and raised in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After escaping the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she had to adapt to the world principles of the 3,000 worlds in order to regain her peak strength. It had been several years since she left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so in theory, she should have fully recovered. Zhu Jiuyin lived in the grandest palace complex which occupied an entire spirit peak. There were no outsiders here, only her and Shanqin Luo. Yang Kai came to the foot of the mountain, climbed the stairs, and soon reached in front of the palace. He adjusted his clothes as he cleared his throat before cupping his fist. "Senior, Junior Yang Kai is here to visit you." The sound echoed back and forth through the mountain peaks. Zhu Jiuyin's voice immediately reached Yang Kai's ear. "Brat, you're not dead yet." Yang Kai was speechless. "Why did you say so, Senior? You are my protector. Why do you wish for me to die?" Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. "It's true that I'm your protector, but I can only keep you safe in this small place. Since you like to wander around, what does it have to do to me if you get yourself killed outside?" In fact, she could not wait for Yang Kai to die in a ditch somewhere outside. If he did, she did not have to guard this place anymore, and could go wherever she pleased with Shanqin Luo. Yang Kai was annoyed, and if not for the vast gap in their strength, he would have charged inside to teach her a lesson. Forcing down his grievances, he swiftly changed the subject. "Senior, please show yourself." Zhu Jiuyin snorted. "Just say what you want to say and don't waste our time. This queen is really busy and doesn't have the attention to spare to see you." Yang Kai wanted to ask her what she was busy with, but on second thought, since Shanqin Luo was with her, she probably was doing something related to Shanqin Luo. Irritated but still willing to compromise, Yang Kai simply asked, since Senior has been away from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for a few years, may this Junior ask how much of your strength had been restored? Do you need any assistance from me? Zhu Jiuyin sneered, how can you help me? I don't need your help. If there's nothing else, go back and don't bother this queen. Yang Kai ground his teeth. He really wanted to grab this woman out and bite her. He proceeded with a low voice, it's fine if Senior doesn't want to show herself, but I want to see Luor. Luor is busy too. She's not free. Shoo, go away. Yang Kai widened his eyes and burst out, Senior, this is my void land. Not to mention, I am the master here, Luor is my wife. I just want to see her. Why won't you allow me? Bite me. Zhu Jiuyin sneered. I really do want to bite you to death. Anger filled Yang Kai's heart, so he steeled himself and strode forward. I was being polite just now for the sake of respect. Do you really think I have to look at your face? Do you think you can stop me from coming in? Just as he took one step forward though, a force traveled through the air and smacked him in the face. Yang Kai lost his balance and literally rolled down the mountain. By the time he got up again, he was already at the foot of the mountain. Yang Kai looked up at the top of the mountain with clenched jaws. Zhu Jiuyin, you crazy woman. Brat, if you have time to bother me, why don't you use it to study your void land? This place is not as simple as it appears. The voice of Zhu Jiuyin resounded around his ears. Not as simple as it appears. Yang Kai was stunned, what's not simple about it? He shouted loudly a few times, but there was no response from Zhu Jiuyin anymore. He had no idea if the woman did not hear him, or simply turned a deaf ear to him. In the midst of his anger, a rumble happened nearby. The ground trembled and it sounded like a thunderstorm. Yang Kai turned to it in shock, and saw two huge figures flying rapidly towards him from the mountain forest. When they got close, he saw sticky, slimy fluid dripping from the mouth of one of them, while the other one extended its huge head over to him, its eyes full of joy. It's you too, Yang Kai was sulking, but his mood improved a bit at the sight. These two giant creatures were the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon that he brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yang Kai had fed them dragon blood pills once in a while since the time in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, therefore, every time they sensed Yang Kai's aura, they would run over and beg for food. Although Yang Kai refined a tremendous number of dragon blood pills in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and the quality was excellent, he had been consuming them all these years, so he did not have many left. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to sigh helplessly when he saw the pleading looks on these two. He took out 10 dragon blood pills, and fed them 5 each as he said, this is the last time. You won't get it anymore. Without knowing whether they understood or not, they just swallowed the dragon blood pills one by one excitedly before circling around Yang Kai cordially. It was not surprising for them to appear here, because Zhu Jiuyin lived here. They were all from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so they were more comfortable with each other. Furthermore, Zhu Jiuyin would teach these two from time to time. Given their somewhat childish behavior, it was natural for them to stay here. Yang Kai looked at them and found that both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were more than twice the size from the first time he saw them. The dragon auras emanating from their body were also much stronger. After all, they both had dragon clan bloodlines, though only a trace amount. Nonetheless, the dragon blood pills were extremely helpful to them and had strengthened them to a great degree. Martial Peak, Chapter 43:10, Refining the Metal Element. Zhu Jiuyin, I will make you pay one day. Hovering in the sky of Void Land, Yang Kai declared silently with his teeth gritted. Since Zhu Jiuyin stated that this Void Land was not as simple as it seemed, and asked him to investigate it carefully, Yang Kai naturally did not dare to neglect her words. This place was the foundation of his foothold in 3,000 worlds. Not to mention, there were 600,000 people he brought from the star boundary here. If anything happened here, how could he face those that remained in the star boundary? But after checking for days, he found nothing at all. He had lived in this place for quite some time, and did not notice anything strange about it. At most, it was just a spirit province where a second-class great force stood. There was truly nothing special about it. He took Zhu Jiuyin's word seriously because she was a powerful divine spirit. That perhaps, she may have felt something. But now, it seemed that it was either that woman had misled him, or he was too weak to detect it. Yang Kai believed that the former was more likely, which enraged him. After a few bitter grumblings, Yang Kai gave up on continuing his investigation. He found second manager Bian Yuqing, informed her that he would be in retreat for a while, and told her not to disturb him unless there was an urgent matter. Bian Yuqing respectfully acknowledged his orders. Thus, Yang Kai returned to his residence, went into the secret room and activated the various barriers. He sat cross-legged and focused his mind for 3 days before solemnly taking out the 7th-order metal element monster core. The monster core was the size of a fist, its entire mass golden, and a strong and pure metal element power surrounded it. When he probed his divine sense into it, he could clearly feel the massive energy contained within. Yang Kai was delighted, but his face remained calm. It was not easy to obtain such a treasure, and it could be said that he was very lucky to have held on to it. He initially hoped to find the materials he needed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but his efforts turned out to be in vain. He had completely given up, especially when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was collapsing. However, when one door closes, a window opens. Yang Kai bumped into the severely injured Golden Wolf King that happened to have devoured the monster core of Golden Gorilla King, allowing it to advance from the peak of 6th order to the 7th order. At that time, Yang Kai still had the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. Part of the reason the Golden Wolf King could defeat the Golden Gorilla King and advance to the 7th order was because of Yang Kai. If he had not fought with Golden Gorilla King in Abundant City back then, there would not have been a decisive battle between the two monster beasts, both at the peak of 6th order. After all, they had fought with each other for many years, and neither had prevailed. It could be said that their strength was always on par with each other. It was precisely because Yang Kai fought with Golden Gorilla King in Abundant City and greatly weakened it that the Golden Wolf King had a chance to succeed. It was all kinds of opportunistic coincidences that brought Yang Kai the 7th order metal element monster core in his hand. Now, it seemed that it was no longer necessary for him to go to Golden Antelope Paradise, where he was planning to head if he failed to obtain anything from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After all, he might just be able to find something he needed there. However, he didn't have to anymore. No matter how indifferent he looked, Yang Kai was still a little exhilarated in his heart, because as long as he refined this monster core, he would be just one step away from the open heaven realm. As soon as he found a suitable element treasure to refine, he could split heaven and earth within himself to create a small universe, directly advancing to the high-rank open heaven realm. By then, he would have the ability to protect himself in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai took a soft breath and closed his eyes. Before refining this metal element monster core, he still needed to make some preparations. Among the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, Yang Kai first condensed his wood element, then fire, then earth. However, he had not found an appropriate metal element. Fortunately, Zhu Jiuyin handed him the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture, allowing him to skip the metal element and condensed his water element as well as his yang element. Nonetheless, although the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture was amazing, anyone who used it had to dedicate a part of their attention to maintaining its operation. Once it was interrupted, the powers inside the Tao Seal would fall into chaos, leading to disastrous results. When refining his water element, Yang Kai spared a part of his focus on operating the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture. Similarly, Yang Kai had to spare another part of his focus when condensing his yang element power. It could be said that Yang Kai has always been in the state of multitasking on at least 3 things at the same time. It was a great load on any cultivator who did this, because multitasking on three things would consume a lot of one's focus. Without a powerful soul, this could not have been done, let alone fighting with others in this state. Maybe multitasking on three things would not be too difficult for a short time, but the problem was this circulation could not be interrupted and had to be maintained at all times. Fortunately, Yang Kai's soul was much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm, thus, he was able to maintain this state without making any mistakes. Now, since he wanted to condense the metal element power, he had to spare another part of his focus again. Divine sense surged, and his focus was divided. As the defying yin-yang five elements profound universe heart scripture was operating, Yang Kai held the seventh order monster core with both hands, surged the powers within his Tao seal, and began absorbing the metal element power in the monster core. The metal element was renowned for its sharpness, and specialized in attacking. As such, the monster core's metal element power had an unparalleled sharpness to it. As soon as Yang Kai absorbed a trace of this power, he felt a stabbing pain in his physique and meridians, as if a tiny needle had poked into his body, shuttled through his physique and meridians, and pierced his Tao seal. Yang Kai's face trembled while he endured the pain. Soon, an almost imperceptible golden aura appeared in his Tao seal, and it began to tremble slightly. The powers of wood, fire, earth and water seemed to become a little lively at this moment. Yang Kai did not know whether it was an illusion, but he did not have time to find out now. Since he had begun to refine the metal element power, he could not give up halfway, and constantly utilized his Tao seal, absorbing the energy of the monster core in his hand. As time passed, Yang Kai felt as though countless fine needles were drilling into his body, as if thousands of ants were eating his physique, and he had to endure the unbearable pain the whole time. However, the golden aura in his Tao seal was gradually growing stronger. With the increase of the metal element power, the rest of the five element powers became more and more active in his Tao seal. Even the vibration of his Tao seal became more and more apparent. The five elements were a complete cycle that brought about unity. The process of advancing to the open heaven realm was to integrate this unity into their Tao seal. Before, the five element powers in Yang Kai's body were incomplete and could not harmonize with each other properly, so they had to act on their own. But now, Yang Kai has refined the metal element power, and finally gathered all of the five elements. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth were gradually integrated with each other in an infinite loop, connecting to each other in an endless and wondrous cycle. The Tao seal vibrated more and more, and its light flickered constantly. With the refining of the metal element power, Yang Kai's aura also became stronger and stronger. It was not easy to refine a seventh-order material, and if it were any other cultivator, they would have to be extremely careful, especially towards the metal element power, because its innate nature to attack and kill was too strong. One mistake would lead to irreparable losses to their own meridians and Tao seal, possibly even death. Therefore, the time required for refining would naturally be exceedingly long, ranging from 3 to 5 years to more than 10 years. Yang Kai was not worried about this though. His Tao seal was extremely firm, and among the five elements, he had gathered the wood, water, fire, and earth already. As such, he had great experience in condensing this kind of high-rank power. He refined rapidly, and the aura of the metal element monster core in his hand disappeared at a visible speed. On the contrary, the golden light in Yang Kai's Tao seal gradually expanded. At a certain moment, when the last bit of power within the monster core in his hand was absorbed and condensed, Yang Kai felt that his mind relaxed, as if a heavy burden was lifted from him. He instinctively withdrew the several parts of his split focus, which had now been spared, and stopped the operation of the defying yin-yang five elements profound universe heart scripture. Although the technique was interrupted, there was no sign of disorder with the powers in his Tao seal. On the contrary, as the five elements in his Tao seal were complete now, the metal, wood, water, fire and earth element powers mutually reinforced and suppressed one another, forming a complete cycle. Cultivators had to condense the elements in a specific order, but the defying yin-yang five elements profound universe heart scripture negated that necessity. Now that Yang Kai possessed all the five elements though, he naturally did not need this technique. It was a great relief for him, especially from the stress of maintaining it. Yang Kai examined himself carefully and clearly perceived the endless cycle of the five elements in his Tao seal. Following the cycle of the five elements, an inexplicable aura was released out of the Tao seal. This aura felt like a newborn world, like the prototype of world force, but at the same time not. The feeling of the complete five elements circulating in his own body mutually reinforcing and suppressing each other was even more amazing. Yang Kai had long experienced the world force. After all, he was the owner of the small sealed world, which was also an independent world itself and naturally had its own world force. However, the small sealed world was not his own body, and the feeling that came from his own being at this moment was completely different. A sudden realization suddenly dawned on Yang Kai: this was the true half-step open heaven realm. Although previously he had refined five elements to reach the standard of the half-step open heaven realm, due to the scattered powers in his body, he did not form an orderly cycle at all. Therefore, he had not truly stepped into the half-step open heaven realm. But now, he had finally reached the threshold of the half-step open heaven realm. If he could take another step forward, he would be in the open heaven realm. Yang Kai concentrated his mind and immersed himself in this wonderful feeling. His Tao seal constantly vibrated, and each vibration seemed to be a throb from the depths of his heart. The cycle of the five elements resonated with his soul, giving rise to the illusion that his Tao seal was about to evolve into a world. And he himself was the creator of this world. The feeling of dominating the world arose spontaneously, and his mood lifted a little. After condensing the metal element power, Yang Kai stood firm in the half-step open heaven realm. He could sense that his strength had increased by another leap. Even though it was not too outrageous, it was certainly different from before. More importantly, with the completion of the five elements, it gave him another trump card to use. Just when Yang Kai wanted to try a technique he had not used for a long time, a soft noise suddenly came out from within himself. Yang Kai was slightly stunned, unable to react to what had happened. When the soft noise resounded for the second time, Yang Kai hurriedly examined its source and his face turned deathly pale. Martial Peak, Chapter 43:11, 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters. A crack had appeared in his Tao seal. Yang Kai was beyond startled, his face turning green from shock. After reaching the peak of the Emperor realm, the Tao seal became the foundation of a cultivator. It was where their grand Tao was stored, the product of a cultivator's lifetime of hard work. If something went wrong with their Tao seal, it would be the end of the cultivator. Yang Kai never thought there would be a problem with his Tao seal, because it was extremely firm and robust, especially with the nourishment of the divine Tao water. But the most unlikely thing happened, and it happened so abruptly. Yang Kai drew a deep breath and held it for a long while, focusing his divine sense closely on his Tao seal. A small crack had indeed appeared in his Tao seal, but he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt light and refreshed. What's happening? After waiting for a long while, the movement from his Tao seal gradually stopped. Yang Kai tried to stimulate the powers in his Tao seal, but instead of any hindrance, they flowed smoother than ever. Still, the tiny crack was real, and there was no sign of it healing. Yang Kai was baffled. Boldly, he raised his hand, and a wave of sword chi swirled around his fingertips, one that encompassed all five elements. Five elements indestructible sword chi was a secret technique that Yang Kai cultivated a long time ago. Resources of the five elements needed to be consumed during its cultivation, but the grade of those resources he used to do so were not very high. With the improvement of his cultivation, this secret technique lacked utility and was thus set aside. However, this secret technique was also good because of its unlimited potential. The stronger the five element powers used, the greater the power of the five elements indestructible sword chi. The 5 element powers that Yang Kai refined to reach the open heaven realm were all high rank, thus, the current sword chi he could use was on a completely different scale from before. That sword chi lingered around the secret room ceaselessly for a long time, and one could imagine how difficult it would be for the enemy to contend against it. Of course, Yang Kai was not testing out the power of this sword chi, but was instead using it to investigate his own Dao seal. After a while, he concluded that there was really nothing wrong with his Dao seal. Yang Kai frowned, feeling even more confused about his situation. He had no mentor to guide him throughout his cultivating journey, and had been experimenting and fumbling on his own most of the time. Right now, he was secretly worried that something had gone wrong and he was simply unable to detect it. Feeling uneasy, he opened the secret room and summoned Yuhi to ask her for some advice. After all, Yuhi was an experienced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she might know something. Unfortunately, there was no reply even after a long time. As such, Yang Kai summoned Lu Shui, but there was no response from her either. Yuhi and Lu Shui were the 2 most powerful Open Heaven Masters in Void Land currently, a 6th Order and a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master respectively, and Void Land supposedly didn't have any urgent matters going on currently, so how could they not reply to him? The only explanation was that they were not in Void Land. This made Yang Kai's heart clench tight. Did something happen to Void Land when he was in retreat? Completely abandoning the problems about his own Dao seal, he hurried out and sent a message to Bian Yuqing. Fortunately, Bian Yuqing quickly replied. After the 2 met, Yang Kai quickly asked, "Second manager, what happened to Void Land? Why are Yuhi and Lu Shui not here?" Bian Yuqing was momentarily stunned, but then laughed lightly and reassured him, "Sect Master, don't worry, something did happen to Void Land, but it's something worth celebrating." Yang Kai raised his brow. "What is it worth celebrating?" Bian Yuqing pointed up at the sky and explained, "The people from Abundant City are breaking through to the open heaven realm. There are many of them, and it was an important matter, so all the open heaven realm masters in Void Land are standing guard outside." Oh! Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard the news, and his anxiety was immediately relieved. He thought something serious might have happened when he did not receive a response from Yuhi and Lu Shui, but now he learnt that they actually left to stand guard for the people of Abundant City. Yang Kai silently calculated the time and figured he should have taken 3 months to refine the metal element monster core in retreat. It was not too long nor too short, and during this period, the people from Abundant City should have familiarized themselves with the outside world and made the necessary preparations to break through to the open heaven realm. Suddenly feeling excited, he quickly left after saying, "I'll go take a look too." In a flash, he opened a hole in the 9 heavenly layers grand array and left Void Land, reappearing in the void alone. The reason why the people of Abundant City chose to break through to the open heaven realm outside of Void Land was mainly that they were afraid of what damage the failure of their breakthroughs might bring to Void Land. The breakthrough to the open heaven realm did not have much requirement from the external environment. It could be done in a land rich in world energy, or in the empty void as it was mainly dependent on one's own heritage. Yuhi and the others were naturally there too. Outside of Void Land, Yuhi, Lu Shui, Chen Tianfei, and even Guozi Yan were standing by, spread out to the 4 corners of a huge space in the void where Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and several the others sat cross-legged, separated from each other by more than 10 kilometers, each of them permeating vigorous auras. There were not many of them, only 9. Besides City Lord Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other 4 great elders, the remaining 4 were deacons who had condensed 5th order elements. Beyond that, there were many more cultivators clustered in another location. Yang Kai arrived just in time for Mo Mei and the others to break through to the open heaven realm. Without needing to approach, Yang Kai could already clearly feel world force permeating from them. He had witnessed Old Bai's promotion to the open heaven realm before, but he was the only one in that situation. Now that 9 people were breaking through together, how spectacular was the scene going to be? Void Land probably would be the only place to have such a spectacle in the entire 3,000 worlds. It was impossible for other sects to find so many disciples who were all so close to open heaven realm at the same time. Yang Kai watched for a while, feeling that Mo Mei and others should have no problem with their breakthroughs, but he was still not sure, so he flickered towards Yu He. "Young master, did you exit retreat?" Yu He was pleasantly surprised to see him. She felt around slightly, sensed the metal element power element permeating from Yang Kai, and confirmed that he had successfully refined it. Yang Kai nodded as he motioned with his mouth to the people in front. "How are they doing?" Yu He replied, "Everything is going well. I'm certain it won't take more than 3 to 5 days for them to succeed." Yang Kai was delighted. "That's good." Yu He covered her mouth and giggled, "Congratulations, young master, Void Land's strength will greatly increase now." Yang Kai found what she said funny, then reached out and pinched her face. "You are also from Void Land, we should be celebrating together." After pinching her, Yang Kai froze. Although Yu He has always been obedient, he also knew the reason for it, so he had always been careful not to be too intimate with her. However, he was stunned by his own sudden action. Yu He was also dumbfounded, and the both of them stared at each other. After a while, Yang Kai cleared his throat and looked away awkwardly. "What's their condition?" There were nearly 300 people gathered there looking nervously at Mo Mei and the others, all of them likely cultivators of Abundant City. Yu He reported, "They have broken through to the open heaven realm already, young master. There are 315 new open heaven realm masters in total, including 35 fourth order, 191 third order, and 89 second order open heaven masters. This number is quite unbelievable." Yang Kai was elated when he heard this. Before now, the number of open heaven realm masters in Void Land could be counted with just one hand, but the sudden rise in numbers to more than 300 of them meant that the strength of Void Land had soared. With so many open heaven realm masters, Void Land still may not be as good as some top second-class great forces, but how many years had they been established and developing for? How old was Void Land? And this was just the beginning. Not to mention that there were even more cultivators in Abundant City that were only 1 or 2 steps away from the open heaven realm. The more than 600,000 people brought from the star boundary were also all elites. Many people would definitely break through to the open heaven realm in the near future. But even if the number was not as good as other forces, Void Land was definitely not lacking in terms of quality. Of the more than 300 people who had broken through successfully, 35 of them were fourth order open heaven masters. This ratio was terrifying, and only a special environment such as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven could foster such potential, giving them the time to accumulate and break out of their shells all at once. Not to mention, there were still 9 more who were still in the process of breaking through. These 9 people, except Mo Mei, who was about to break through to the 6th order open heaven realm, were all going to break through to the 5th order open heaven realm. Once successful, Void Land's background would become quite terrifying. Why did Yang Kai spend so much to set up the 9 heavenly layers grand array? It was to prepare for rainy days. The strength of the people who came from the star boundary was uneven, and the number of open heaven realm masters in Void Land was scarce. If anyone really decided to come looking for trouble, they may not be able to triumph against them. But with the protection of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, they at least would have a safe environment. However, he did not need to worry about that anymore, unless those cave heavens and paradises launched a major attack on them. Otherwise, there were only a few great forces in the 3,000 worlds that could compete with Void Land now. Excited, Yang Kai suddenly felt much more relaxed. Although he had occupied Void Land that day by chance, formed a sect here, then spent a fortune to arrange the 9 heavenly layers grand array, he always felt a little insecure. However, he no longer felt that way. With so many open heaven realm masters guarding Void Land now, this place had now become a true place of refuge for him. In the distance, the world force escaping from the bodies of Mo Mei and the others became more and more apparent, giving off a vague feeling that a new world was about to be born. However, Judging from their appearance, it would still take a few days before the real promotion to Open Heaven Realm took place. Yang Kai relaxed and then recalled the reason for coming out of his retreat, quickly asking in a small voice, "Yu-He, I want to ask you something." Yu-He turned her head and asked, "Feel free to ask anything, young master." Yang Kai reiterated what happened during his retreat, and Yu-He could not help getting nervous. "A crack on your Tao seal?" N. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Common sense says that when the Tao seal is broken, even if one's cultivation is not completely destroyed, they would at least be seriously injured, but I don't feel anything is off about myself. In fact, I feel quite comfortable. Yu-He pondered for a while before asking, "Young master, will you allow me to investigate carefully?" Yang Kai nodded. I was hoping you would. The Tao seal was the root of a cultivator, so it was not something to be opened up to others casually. If the other party had any malicious intentions, he would be dead without knowing how he was killed. Nevertheless, Yu-He was trustworthy and Yang Kai was confident it was impossible for her to have any ill intentions towards him. Yu-He immediately stretched out and tapped her slender jade finger on Yang Kai's chest, surging her divine sense as she probed him carefully. After a while, Yu-He retracted her finger, a frown on her face. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked nervously. Yu-He thought carefully before replying, "I didn't notice anything wrong, but young master, your Tao seal has signs of breaking. This is something unprecedented, And what? There are signs of you advancing to the Open Heaven Realm." Martial Peak, Chapter 43:12, Great Peng spreads its wings and soars into the sky. Signs of breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm. Shock surfaced on Yang Kai's face. "What do you mean?" Yu-He explained, "Young master may not be aware, but whenever a cultivator is about to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, one's Tao seal must be broken to integrate Yin, Yang, and 5 elements together with one's grand Tao to form their small universe." She then pointed at Mo Mei and the others. They are currently in that phase. Once they succeed, they can advance to the Open Heaven Realm. If they fail, the consequences will be dire. Such a thing happens. Yang Kai was astonished. He really did not know that the Tao seal would have to be broken while advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. He always thought that the Tao seal would accompany a cultivator for the rest of their life, but now it seemed that there was no Tao seal in those within the Open Heaven Realm, because their Tao seal would shatter and merge into their small universe, imprinting the cultivator's grand Tao. Yang Kai then asked with a frown, "But the Tao seal is critical to a cultivator, wouldn't it cause irreparable damage to us when it shatters?" Yu-He chuckled. "What young master described is the consequences of one's Tao seal being destroyed by external forces. For example, if a certain half-step Open Heaven Realm master was subjected to a secret technique that shattered their Tao seal, even if this person did not die, their cultivation would be completely crippled. However, when breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm, this process is essential, otherwise, how would one integrate their own grand Tao into their small universe? This can be considered as breaking the old to build up the new. That's why the advancement to the Open Heaven Realm has always been extremely dangerous, and one careless mistake will put all previous efforts to waste." Yang Kai had a vague idea now but was still confused. "I am still one step away from Open Heaven Realm, but it is not easy to even take this step. So why did my Tao seal change like this?" Yu-He did not understand what was going on either, so shaking her head, she replied, "I cannot say, young master." "Do you really not feel anything wrong?" Yang Kai answered, "If there was something wrong, I would notice it, but I truly don't feel anything abnormal, except for the crack in my Tao seal." Yu-He pondered for a long time before opening her mouth hesitantly. "Perhaps, it has something to do with the order of the materials you have refined, young master. Throughout the ages, there have been very few cultivators capable of condensing high-rank element powers. Another might not appear for thousands of years, so no one would be able to predict what kind of abnormal situations may occur on the path of cultivation such as young masters. If even he could not give him an answer, Yang Kai did not know who else to turn to. She had the highest cultivation and was the most knowledgeable in Voidland, so it was impossible for the others to know more than she did. Although Zhu Jiu-yin was a divine spirit and certainly stronger than Yu He, her cultivation method was completely different from that of a human's, so asking her would be pointless. Seeing him still worried, Yu He comforted him, but there is a benefit to the situation you're in. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, what's the benefit? Let's hear it. Young Master's advancement to the open heaven in the future will certainly be easier now as there are signs of your breaking through already. When you gather all of your yin, yang, and 5 element powers, your advancement will definitely come naturally without much obstruction. Although Yang Kai knew that she was just comforting him, he still felt somewhat relieved and nodded, I hope so. Although talking to you he did not solve his doubts and he did not know why his Dao seal had such a phenomenon, Yang Kai faintly noticed one thing, the long gorge of cultivation between Emperor Realm and Open Heaven Realm could be called a completely new realm, such as the Dao Seal Realm. This was because when one's cultivation had reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, they would need to condense their Dao Seal with their own grand Dao and lifelong cultivation. When advancing to the Open Heaven Realm, one's Dao Seal would be shattered and integrated into their small universe. The formation to the destruction of the Dao Seal was the rise and fall of a realm, and its characteristics were extremely obvious. The question was, why did such a realm not exist? Since he could not answer such a question, he decided not to think about it anymore. If there had never been the existence of a Dao Seal realm before, there must be a reason for it. 5 or 6 days passed by in a hurry while Yang Kai was constantly paying attention to the situation of his Dao Seal. Suddenly, he sensed a notably obvious world force swaying in the void. Looking up quickly, he saw Pang Duo get up with a smile and stood steadily. However, at this moment, he was a lot stronger than before. His upright stature felt as though a new world had emerged, and a complete world force lingered around him. He has successfully broken though. At almost the same time, world forces constantly fluctuated around the void. Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qian Xian, Gong Yang Shi, and the others advanced to the Open Heaven Realm within just a half cup of tea's time. These great elders of Abundant City had spent almost the same amount of time cultivating, and the fifth-order materials they refined were not much different in attributes, which was why their breakthrough was so close to each other. After another half-day, Fan Wu Xian and the other deacons also successfully broke through. Finally, after another day, Mo Mei completed her breakthrough. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he gave Mo Mei many heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, which could greatly improve the chances of successfully breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm, spirit pills were only external aids after all. What truly mattered was their respective will and foundation. No matter how much any external assistance was provided, if one was personally insufficient, there would still be a risk of failure. Now that they were all successful and no one had failed, it was well worth being delighted about. Having long noticed Yang Kai's presence, Mo Mei did not bother stabilizing her cultivation after her advancement to the Open Heaven Realm and flew straight towards him. Behind her, Pang Duo and the others quickly followed by the hundreds of Abundant City cultivators who had already broken through to the Open Heaven Realm. In front of Yang Kai, Mo Mei saluted elegantly, "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to lift her up with a small smile before cupping his fist as well, "Congratulations to everyone on your advancement to the Open Heaven Realm. From now on, like the great Pengs of legends, spread your wings and soar into the sky." Mo Mei replied humbly, "Many thanks to Sect Master for removing the blood principles on us, taking us out of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and giving us such precious spirit pills. We will never forget Sect Master's grace." Although Mo Mei's tone was calm, her expression could not conceal her excitement. She and the great elders of Abundant City had long met the requirements to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, but they could not do so because they were suppressed by the Blood Monster Cave Heaven itself. They have lived in that universe Cave Heaven for generations, and although they knew about the existence of the Open Heaven Realm, they could never reach it. As cultivators, how could they not have the desire to progress further on the martial Tao? Even in their dreams, they had never thought that one day they could really achieve what they so desired. It was Yang Kai who broke them out of that cage, lifted the blood principle's restriction on them, and brought them to this vast universe safely. To them, this was tantamount to a life-saving grace and an opportunity to be reborn. Furthermore, there were the spirit pills given by Yang Kai to them. Before their breakthrough, Mo Mei and the others were not aware of the dangers of attempting this breakthrough. However, after having experienced the process firsthand, they realized the various risks of this process. It could be said that if they had no special spirit pills, at least 100 cultivators from Abundant City would have died in this attempt. Even Mo Mei could not guarantee that she would succeed, as it was possible that she could have fallen short just with a slight change in her inner state, resulting in her death. If even she had no guarantee, what about the others? However, with the help of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, hundreds of people were able to advance successfully together, and no one was injured. It was nothing short of a miracle. Mo Mei's gratitude was completely sincere and heartfelt. The 300-plus people chanted in unison, "Many thanks, Sect Master." Yang Kai chuckled happily, "We are all one family now, there's no need to be so formal." After a little pondering, he added, "Mo Mei, you have now reached the open heaven realm, and are also in the 6th order, so he will be promoted to the positions of left and right protectors of Void Land. I wonder if you are willing to take up this responsibility?" Mo Mei replied, "It would be my honor, Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "Good, then Mo Mei, you will be the right protector of my Void Land in the future. Additionally, you and the other 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will join Void Land's Elder Council. Second Manager will inform you of the details." Pang Duo and the others chanted in unison, "We will follow Sect Master's command." Yang Kai guffawed, his face full of exhilaration, and the worries brought about by his Tao Seal were also washed away. He shouted in high spirits, "Today, Void Land has gained a great boon. There won't be any need to worry about being prosperous in the future. It is Void Land's honor to have you join us, just as it is this Yang's honor." Mo Mei replied humbly, "Sect Master is too modest." Yang Kai continued, "We should set up a banquet and have a good drink to celebrate such a joyous occasion, but you have all just finished breaking through, so you still need to stabilize your cultivations. Let us return to Void Land first. We will celebrate well after all of your cultivations have been consolidated." Naturally, no one had any objections. They did need time to stabilize their cultivation and familiarize themselves with the might of the open heaven realm. Upon returning to Void Land, Yang Kai summoned Bian Yuqing, informed her about the advancement of Mo Mei and the others, filled her in on the matter of the Protectors and Elder Council, and delegated her to make arrangements for it. Pang Duo and the others had now advanced to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, and indeed were qualified to be part of the Elder Council. As for those 4th Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai gave the responsibility of delegating their positions and responsibilities to Bian Yuqing. Yang Kai did not stay any longer and returned to his retreat. After studying his Tao Seal carefully for a few days, he finally let out a breath of relief when he did not find any hidden dangers. According to Yu, although the incident with his Tao Seal was strange, it may not be a bad thing. At least it would be much easier for him to break through to the open heaven realm in the future. Mo Mei and the others needed time to stabilize their cultivation, and so did Yang Kai. The proprietress said before she left that the progression of his cultivation was too rapid. Although there would be no problems in the near future, it was difficult to guarantee that there would be no hidden dangers during his advancement to the open heaven realm. There was no other cultivator like him who had condensed 6 high-rank elements in such a short period of time and was only one step away from the open heaven realm. Even the oddity with his Tao Seal was likely related to this. Yang Kai naturally had to be careful. He would not be able to obtain the last element treasure in short order. Since the proprietress would be keeping an eye out for him, Yang Kai decided to not worry about it. The proprietress definitely had much better connections than he did, so if even she was unable to find a high-ranking element treasure, he wouldn't either, no matter how hard he tried. Simply taking this time to consolidate his own cultivation was the best plan for the future. With a clear mind, Yang Kai relaxed and entered retreat with peace of mind, focusing on exploring the current powers he had. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-13, Towering Evergreen. Towering Evergreen. Yang Kai's lips murmured quietly in the secret room as the wood element power in his Tao seal shone brightly. Emerald light lingered around him, and a towering ancient tree suddenly sprouted behind his back, one so massive its crown seemed to cover the sky. All kinds of mysterious sensations were imprinted in his heart, and Yang Kai could not help gaining a trace of enlightenment. This was not a simple wood element divine ability, but a divine manifestation of the same grade as his golden crow casts the sun. During his retreat, Yang Kai focused on consolidating his foundation and comprehending his gains, so as to avoid any twists and turns in his future advancement to the open heaven realm. In order to do this, there was no better method than to comprehend the mysteries of his yin, yang, and 5-element powers. As long as he could comprehend the secrets of these powers within his Tao seal, he would be able to completely master his strength. Among the various powers he condensed, Yang Kai had already comprehended the golden crow casts the sun from the fire element power, and the dragon shield secret technique from his earth element power, but he was still clueless about the water element, yang element, and metal element powers he had condensed. Regarding the wood element power, he came across an opportunity before entering the Blood Monster Divine Palace. However, he was in an urgent situation at that time, so after saving Chu Huashang, he hurriedly rushed into Blood Monster Divine Palace, and did not have time to carefully experience his new wood element divine ability. Then, after returning to Void Land, he had been busy refining the 7th Order Monster Core in retreat until now. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that what he comprehended through his wood element power was no mere divine ability, but rather a divine manifestation. It was no wonder that Yang Kai was able to block a terrifying blow from the 7th Order Star Turtle back then. Despite the high order of the wood element power he had condensed from the immortal tree, Yang Kai could not believe that he managed to block that attack at the time. After all, there was a huge gap between him and the Star Turtle. Now, he finally understood that he had underestimated the might of this divine manifestation. Divine manifestations had always been exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. Only they were eligible to comprehend divine manifestation, but that did not mean all of them could. There were many powerful high-rank open heaven realm masters who did not have their own divine manifestation. It was a miracle that Yang Kai could comprehend the golden crow casts the sun as an emperor realm cultivator. When the head manager of Scarlet Star, Zhao Baichuan, saw it last time, he commented that Yang Kai could compete with ordinary low-rank open heaven realm masters with just this divine manifestation alone. Thus, one could imagine the power of a divine manifestation. Now, after learning the golden crow casts the sun, Yang Kai obtained the towering evergreen divine manifestation. If Zhao Baichuan knew about it, he would most likely jump out of his coffin in envy. Finally registering that the towering ancient tree behind him was a divine manifestation, Yang Kai could not help guffaw, his mouth opened wide as he let out genuine roars of laughter. After comprehending carefully for a while, Yang Kai fully understood. This towering evergreen was not just a defensive divine manifestation, but also possessed an extremely shocking healing ability. After all, this was the wood element power that was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, so it came as no surprise that it had such utility. However, this divine manifestation was not really helpful to Yang Kai, because his own recovery abilities were already extraordinary, to the point that he did not need to rely on external forces. The golden crow casts the sun was an offensive divine manifestation, while the towering evergreen was a defensive one. With both offensive and defensive abilities and also the newly refined metal element power, there was a sharp increase in Yang Kai's strength. After studying it thoroughly for a while, Yang Kai dismissed this divine manifestation and began concentrating on comprehending his other powers. Being able to comprehend this towering evergreen divine manifestation before the blood monster divine palace was greatly related to his perseverance in studying his wood element for a long time. Ever since he learnt about the golden crow casts the sun, Yang Kai put in effort to comprehend his element powers whenever he had spare time. It was just that he had not perceived anything all this time. However, it was not because he was working in the wrong direction, but rather that the opportunity had not yet appeared. Seeing the results now, Yang Kai knew that his efforts over the years had not been in vain, so he would spare no effort in doing so again. Surprisingly, after half a year in retreat, Yang Kai made another achievement. In the secret room, a full moon suddenly rose slowly from behind him. It was the moonlight reflection in the water, pouring down slowly in the room. The temperature dropped sharply, frost suddenly adorning everywhere in the room, emitting cracking noises. The water element divine ability came into being. He obtained his water element by refining a moon essence, and it could only produce such an amazing scene because of its ice attribute. However, this moonlight reflection in the water was not a divine manifestation, but rather a simple divine ability. Compared to Golden Crow casts the sun from the fire element and towering evergreen from the wood element, it was an order of magnitude weaker. Yang Kai was not upset though. Given the rarity of divine manifestations, it was already exceedingly lucky for him to comprehend two with his current strength. How could he ask for more? Now that he comprehended the Golden Crow casts the sun from his fire element power and moonlight reflection in the water from the water element power, Yang Kai had gathered both the strength of the sun and moon. It was just a coincidence as it was truly rare. As he thought about it, the full moon set and the sun rose. The sun rose when the moon set, while the sun set as the moon rose. It was like an endless cycle. At this moment, Yang Kai actually felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of Time. In terms of attainments in the Tao of Time, Yang Kai knew he could not compare to Flowing Time Great Emperor, or even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. After all, those two were the inheritance disciples of Flowing Time Great Emperor and had taken up his mantle. As such, their attainments in the Tao of Time were superior to Yang Kai's. Moreover, Yang Kai's foundation was established on the Tao of Space. All along, he has been painstakingly comprehending space principles and did not invest much into the Tao of Time. Back then, it was only by chance that he learnt the Time Flies seal, but he did not focus deeply on it. However, at this moment, when he comprehended the divine ability, moonlight reflection, from his water element power, Yang Kai could not help having a feeling of inspiration. If he could merge these fire and water powers with the Time Flies seal to form a new divine ability, it would definitely be one of his most powerful trump cards. Without hesitation, Yang Kai started to surge his fire and water element powers in sequence in the secret room. Sometimes the sun leapt out, and occasionally, the moonlight poured down, while the Time Flies seal fluctuated. In the void, a ship sailed forward slowly. Many people gathered on the deck of the ship in small groups, talking and laughing. It could be seen that this was a ship of a great force, and all the cultivators on board were the disciples of this great force. Among the leaders, there was a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and two Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm was an elderly man, while the two Third Orders were a middle-aged man and a dignified woman. An imposing young man stood beside the three of them. He was noble and handsome, and many senior sisters and junior sisters on the ship would steal glances at him quietly. From time to time, their eyes would meet his eyes, and they would quickly lower their heads shyly, but the young man just smiled gently, which sent the senior sisters and junior sisters swooning. Senior Brother Chi, does Void Territory's Star City really have a complete set of Fifth Order materials to be exchanged? The dignified woman in the Third Order Open Heaven Realm asked, with a hint of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Yes, Senior Brother Chi, we've crossed a few great territories to get here. It had better not be false news, otherwise, we would have traveled all the way for nothing. The middle-aged man also in the Third Order Open Heaven Realm questioned with a worried face. The elderly man surnamed Chi stroked his beard lightly and smiled, "Don't worry, the news is accurate, but it will be up to our own abilities to decide whether or not we are able to obtain these materials. The woman could not believe it, but how could this void land be willing to sell their fifth-order materials? Don't they need them? It was common to use lower-order materials to exchange for higher-order ones, but never did they expect that someone would be willing to exchange higher-order materials for lower-order ones, especially with other second-class great forces. Why would anyone do such a thing? Not to mention it was a complete set of fifth-order materials. The so-called complete meant that it was a full set of yin, yang, and 5 elements materials. If one could get their hands on such a set of resources, it would completely meet the cultivation needs of a junior who was looking to break through to the open heaven realm, leaving no need to bother seeking out more materials. The old man surnamed Chi replied, "I don't know about this, but many people have traded for fifth-order materials from them already. Indeed, many people have exchanged for fifth-order materials from Void Territory Star City." Bian Yuqing had reported this to Yang Kai before. It was because there were not many disciples who could refine fifth-order materials, but an enormous number who needed third-order and fourth-order materials, that she took the materials collected from Gourd Vine to sell in the Star City for the resources Void Land needed. The move immediately created a sensation in the nearby Great Territories. Fifth-order materials were neither high nor low in terms of order. Perhaps, they might not be precious to the cave heavens and paradises, but they were strategic resources for any of the second-class great forces. Not to mention those third-class great forces that may not even know what fifth-order materials looked like. Furthermore, the fifth-order materials that were brought out from Void Land were not just ordinary fifth-order materials, but obviously stemmed from the same source. If one could refine a complete set of such materials, there may be some unexpected gains. Therefore, compared with normal fifth-order materials, a complete set of such materials was far more popular. Initially, only a few great forces from the great territories nearby visited Void Territory Star City, but as the news spread, more and more people came. Many great forces even did not hesitate to pay a visit to Void Territory Star City despite all the obstacles in the journey, just to obtain a complete set of materials from the Gourd Vine. Bian Yuqing's original plan was just to trade something they had for things they were lacking to solve the resource problems of Void Land. Beyond her expectation, she inadvertently promoted the reputation of Void Territory Star City. The influx of cultivators coming and going from Void Territory Star City naturally livened up the city. Although it was only a medium-sized star city and the differences were still significant compared with a large-sized one such as Thousand Bird Star City, the volume of trading in Void Star City had undoubtedly increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Void Star City was Void Land's private property, so with the increase in trade volume, the tax that could be collected by Void Land would naturally rise too. Yun Xinghua, who was sent by Yang Kai to take charge of this place, was delighted to see the development and growth of the Star City. He had even begun to consider ways to ask Yang Kai for credit and reward for it. Yun Xinghua was forced by Yang Kai to sign his name on the loyalty list, and he had felt uneasy about it at first. He was worried that if Yang Kai was displeased with him one day, he could scratch his name off the loyalty list and his life would end. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-14, Mountains and Seas Pavilion. On the boat, the old man surnamed Chi turned to look at the young man who had been standing beside him. "Hanju, our Mountains and Seas Pavilion is prepared to spend all of our savings in exchange for a set of yin, yang, and 5 elements materials for you. You have to cultivate hard from now on, so as to live up to the expectations of us old fogies." Mountains and Seas Pavilion used to be called Mountains and Seas Province, but because it had given rise to 2 fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it renamed itself to Mountains and Seas Pavilion, barely qualifying as a second-class great force. The original 7 Wonders Land, which consisted of a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, and several 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Protector Venerables, was more than just a little stronger than Mountains and Seas Pavilion. But these were the rules of the 3,000 worlds. Any great force which had mid-rank open heaven realm masters assuming command could be classified as second class, and any great force with high-rank open heaven realm masters would be classified as first class. Great forces with only low-rank open heaven realm masters could only be considered third class. A great force such as the Mountains and Seas Pavilion was not rich in financial resources, and a complete set of fifth-order materials was worth no less than 10 million open heaven pills. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to afford it, giving them no way to obtain fifth-order materials. But when the news of fifth-order materials being traded in Void Star City was heard, Mountains and Seas Pavilion could not help being tempted. This could not be helped as a disciple. The young man named Hanju was born in the Mountains and Seas Pavilion with outstanding aptitude. Mountains and Seas Pavilion was never too ambitious, so even if they knew that Hanju's Dao seal was firm enough to condense fifth-order elements, they did not even consider doing so. They were more than satisfied with him breaking through to just the fourth-order open heaven realm. With Hanju's aptitude, reaching the fourth order was a certain bet. Although they felt as though they had let him down, they had no choice. Mountains and Seas Pavilion needed money in order to continue functioning properly. Where could they find the spare open heaven pills to purchase valuable fifth-order materials? It was at this point that news reached Mountains and Seas Pavilion that fifth-order materials could be purchased at Void Territory Star City. The old man surnamed Chi was overjoyed and immediately consulted the pavilion master. After explaining the situation, he persuaded the pavilion master to support Hanju's promotion to the fifth-order open heaven realm to the best of his ability. As long as Hanju could reach the fifth-order open heaven realm, the entire Mountains and Seas Pavilion would rise to a new height and eventually gain a firm foothold as a second-class great force. Of course, the pavilion master of Mountains and Seas Pavilion knew this. They did not have much hope before now, for they lacked financial resources, but most of all, there was no way to find appropriate fifth-order materials. There might be hope for materials of the 5 elements, for some could be purchased with open heaven pills in various medium-sized and large-sized star cities. However, in many cases, even money could not buy yin and yang materials. Since ancient times, yin and yang materials had always been much rarer and more expensive than 5 elements materials. Now though, the Star City in Void Territory was selling complete sets of fifth-order materials. As long as they had enough resources or open heaven pills to exchange, it would undoubtedly serve as a glimmer of light in the darkness for Mountains and Seas Pavilion. Mountains and Seas Pavilion's master did not hesitate much and soon decided to strongly support the decision of the old man surnamed Chi, which was why this trip took place. They spent a month on this journey and crossed several great territories to arrive at this place. Loaded on the boat were almost all the reserves of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. In order to successfully exchange for the fifth-order set of materials, Mountains and Seas Pavilion was ready to wager everything. In this way, the old man surnamed Chi's expectations for Hanju were naturally understandable. Hanju obviously understood this, so he cupped his fist with the utmost solemnity. "Honored master, rest assured. This disciple will work hard to cultivate and break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm as soon as possible, never daring to slack off." The old man surnamed Chi stroked his beard with a smile, and replied with great faith, "This old master is not worried about your aptitude. As long as your temperament can keep up with your cultivation, there won't be too many dangers in your promotion to the fifth order in the future." Hanju respectfully saluted. "Disciple will follow honored master's teachings diligently." To the side, the dignified woman suddenly spoke up, "Senior brother Chi, someone is approaching." The old man surnamed Chi turned his eyes to the front and saw that there was indeed a ship approaching them at an incredible speed, and by the looks of its direction, it seemed to be coming straight at them. The expression on the old man surnamed Chi's face changed slightly, and he uttered in a low voice, "These visitors don't seem to have good intentions, be on alert." As soon as the words fell, the ship had arrived in front of them, blocking the way. On the deck, a dozen figures stood and looked at them with cold eyes. The expression on the old man surnamed Qi and the two third-order open heaven realm masters from mountains and seas pavilions turned stiff. That was because the dozen people on the opposing ship were all open heaven realm masters. Although the leader seemed to only be a fourth-order open heaven realm master like the old man surnamed Qi, the other side had vastly superior numbers. Although it seemed like the other party was ill-intentioned, the old man surnamed Qi still cupped his fist. Qi Changying of Mountains and Seas Pavilion greets fellow travelers. May I know why you have stopped us here? Mountains and Seas Pavilion. The leading fourth-order open heaven realm master scoffed disdainfully. What Mountains and Seas Pavilion? I've never heard of it. The expression on the old man's surnamed Qi darkened, and was about to say something when the man suddenly waved his hand and growled in a low voice, "Kill. Don't leave a single one alive." Everyone from Mountains and Seas Pavilion was appalled when they heard these words. They never thought that they would encounter pirates in the void, much less ruthless ones who would kill without a second thought. How could the Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples sit still? Not only did they come with all the wealth Mountains and Seas Pavilion possessed, but even the sect's hope for the future, Hanju, was on board too. If something happened to them, Mountains and Seas Pavilion would be completely done for. Qi Changying immediately shouted, "Retreat." When the words fell, the grand array of the ship was immediately activated and it drove forward at shocking speed. He did not back down, because retreating would be futile. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and Mountains and Seas Pavilion was no match for them at all. They could only move forward, hoping to reach Void Star City. As long as they could reach Void Star City, they would be safe, and these people would not dare to cause trouble. At this crucial moment, Qi Changying made a firm and resolute decision. His thoughts were very keen, and his judgment was even more accurate, but in the next instant, the enemy leader waved his hand and a shocking beam of light struck the middle of their ship. This attack was not something a fourth-order open heaven realm master could throw out, and a single strike greatly damaged the grand array of the ship, shaking it violently and throwing many people to the deck. Seeing this, Qi Changying's heart sank as he surged his own strength desperately, struggling to support the grand array as he continued their attempt to flee. More than 10 figures had already rushed over from the enemy ship in that time though, and the brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques bloomed before swiftly smashing onto the ship. After a stick of incense, accompanied by a loud bang, the Mountains and Seas Pavilion ship shattered. The violent force from the explosion swept through the disciples, causing countless casualties. Hanju, the future hope of Mountains and Seas Pavilion, died instantly without a complete corpse. Qi Changying's eyes were about to burst out of their socket when a ray of light slashed towards him. His mind still in a daze, he was too late to evade the blow, which cut through his body. All he could feel was his body almost splitting in two. The severe pain cleared his mind for a moment. At this moment, no matter how much he resisted, it would be useless, and he would only be dying in vain, so he immediately held his breath, and concealed his aura, quietly suspending himself in the void as if he was really dead. Each of the miserable cries for help coming from his surroundings represented a disciple on the brink of death. Every scream felt like a knife stabbing through his heart. Despite the excruciating physical pain Qi Changying felt, it was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. After a while, everything returned to calmness. The 10 or so enemy open heaven realm masters gathered. Qi Changying pushed his divine sense secretly, and only vaguely heard the words Void Land and Senior Yun before falling into a coma. He did not know how much time had passed when he woke up again. Shuddering from the severe pain, he barely stood up, looked around, and saw corpses scattered across the void, all vitality drained from their familiar faces. The fragmented ship was stained with blood, and broken limbs and hashed meat was scattered everywhere. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out as Qi Changying growled through gritted teeth, Void Land, I'll never forgive you. This was Void Territory, the great territory controlled by Void Land. Qi Changying did not think to relate the ambush to Void Land originally, because this did not make sense. How could Void Land provoke others and risk their own reputation within their own territory? However, the few words he heard before he fell into unconsciousness reminded him of something. As far as he knew, the person in charge of Void Star City was named Yun Xinghua, who happened to be a fourth-order open heaven master, which was equivalent to his cultivation. If Void Land deliberately spread rumors about them selling fifth-order materials and lured victims like them to come with a lot of money just to rob them halfway, it would make sense. It's over, Mountains and Seas Pavilion is finished. All their wealth was swept away, and even the sect's most promising disciple that had a chance to break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm directly died tragically in front of his eyes. Such a blood feud was absolutely irreconcilable. Qi Changying panted violently for a while before hurriedly taking out a few spirit pills and stuffing them into his mouth. He then dragged his damaged body with gritted teeth towards the place where Void Star City sat, his eyes filled with vengeance. Time flew by, and soon a year had passed. In his secret room, time principles lingered around Yang Kai as the sun and moon rose and set in an infinite cycle above his palm. It took a year to finally improve the time flies seal. His comprehension of the Tao of time and of his own powers were much greater than before. Yang Kai had not used the newly improved time flies seal against any enemy yet, but he was sure that it was definitely not inferior to his golden crow casts the sun, and it could be even better. Because this move integrated golden crow casts the sun and moonlight reflection in the water, how could it be weak? Yang Kai was confident that if a third-order open heaven realm was caught off guard, this divine ability was sufficient to take their life. One could not guarantee that there would not be one in the future, but throughout the ages, it was absolutely unprecedented for an Emperor Realm Jr. to make such an achievement. While he was still rejoicing, the barrier of the secret room was suddenly disturbed. Yang Kai frowned. He had left Bian Yuqing instructions before he went into retreat that unless it was an urgent matter, he should not be disturbed. Now that the barrier has been touched, it was obvious that something major had happened. Martial Peak, Chapter 43-15, Accident in the Star City. Sect Master, there's been an accident in the Star City. As soon as Yang Kai opened the door, Bian Yuqing hurriedly reported, looking a little flustered. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise but quickly consoled her, "What happened? Don't rush and speak slowly." Letting her into the room, Bian Yuqing took a deep breath to calm her nerves and then began to explain. Something indeed had happened in the Star City, and it was a major issue. Void Star City had been developing rapidly because of the availability of complete sets of fifth-order materials. Many people had been flocking towards the Star City, which increased its population, popularity, and daily trading volume. However, since about a year ago, it seemed to have also attracted foreign great forces with ill intentions, ambushing and robbing others brutally and ruthlessly. The news quickly spread to the Star City as these incidents happened in the space surrounding the Star City. Yun Xinghua was not bothered by it at first. After all, such incidents were not uncommon in the 3,000 worlds. Now that he was in high spirits ever since he took charge of Void Star City, he had no time to concern himself with such external matters. However, as time passed, another ugly rumor began circulating. It was said that the robberies and murders were closely associated with Void Land. Otherwise, why would Void Land sit idly by and allow criminals to act presumptuously at their doorsteps? One after another, 7 or so great forces traveling to and from Void Star City had encountered mishaps and suffered serious casualties. The sight of the murders was even more appalling as not a single survivor was left, and all possessions were robbed. As a result, the great forces that intended to trade in Void Star City in exchange for resources had all retreated. The most direct consequence was the sharp decline of Void Star City's popularity and the sharp plummet in the number of cultivators residing in it. The rumors spread like wildfire, and after a brief period of fermentation, even the nearby great territories became aware of this situation. Yun Xinghua could no longer sit still. He was in charge of the Star City, and the income of the Star City had a lot to do with his position in Yang Kai's eyes. If he could not even handle such a minor issue, how could he deserve such a good opportunity to be in charge of the Star City? He was afraid that Yang Kai might even punish him. Therefore, he immediately sent a message back to Void Land to consult second manager Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing could sense something was wrong. This was obviously the result of someone deliberately causing trouble out of envy of the development of Void Land and its Star City. Regardless of what happened behind the scenes, the tragedies did happen in Void territory, so Void Land had to give a reasonable explanation. Bian Yuqing quickly took action and ordered Lu Shui and her subordinates to investigate the situation around the Star City. Lu Shui, who was a 5th Order Open Heaven Master, brought more than 10 4th Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven Masters from Abundant City with her, quite a luxurious lineup. Unless they had to face a 6th Order Open Heaven Master, there would not be any difficulties, so Bian Yuqing was not worried at all. The instructions given to Lu Shui were very clear too, which was to find out who the criminals who caused all this trouble in Void territory were, and report back immediately. But it had been a month since Lu Shui left, and Bian Yuqing still had not received any news from her. Bian Yuqing then sent a message to Void Star City, but there was no reply from them either. She immediately realized that something went terribly wrong, and hurriedly came to report to Yang Kai, who was still in retreat. After listening to her report, Yang Kai's face turned sullen and remained silent for a while. It seems that Lu Shui and the Star City must have been attacked and captured, otherwise we would have heard from them already. Yun Xinghua is a 4th Order Open Heaven Master, and the Star City has a group of his Blood Swan Continent Masters who are all pretty strong. What's more, there's also Lu Shui, a 5th Order Open Heaven Master, who had a team of 10 4th Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with her for support. It's obvious that the enemy is very strong. There must be at least one 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among them. Bian Yuqing repeated, 6th Order Open Heaven Master. Doesn't that mean that it's a top-tier second-class great force we're facing? To have a 6th Order Open Heaven Master meant that the enemy was among the top second-class great forces. Would anything happen to Elder Lu and the others? Although she was the second manager of Void Land and stood above almost all others in terms of authority, she had only been in Void Land for a short time, so there was still much for her to learn about the 3,000 worlds. What she was most worried about was the safety of Lu Shui and the others at this moment. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his eyes narrowed into slits as he sneered to himself, "Is someone getting impatient?" He was almost certain that this incident was directed against him. The road to the high-rank Open Heaven realm was difficult and filled with obstacles. The proprietress had told him before that the cave heavens and paradises would never sit by idly and watch him break through directly to the high-rank Open Heaven realm safely. Chu Huashang had also confided in him some ancient secrets about why this was so. Although he had caught the attention of the major cave heavens and paradises before, because he was still not a threat to them, he had not faced any real danger. Those top masters of the cave heavens and paradises could not be seen bullying the weak, as they had their status and reputation to consider, which would be besmeared if they were desperate enough to lay a hand on far weaker sects. It was inconvenient for them to take action, but their juniors did not need to worry about such things. Any tragedies caused between cultivators of the same generation would only display one's lack of aptitude and luck. It was no one else's fault. That was why there were some who were set on killing him, while some wanted to form an alliance with him when he was in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang too wanted to recruit him into Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but the price was that Yang Kai could never advance directly to the 7th Order, only the 6th Order. In short, the major cave heavens and paradises wanted to stop anyone whose ability could exceed their control and challenge their authority and status one day in the future. This was the same for every cave heaven and paradise. This was the situation before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. However, when Blood Monster Cave Heaven closed, there was a shift in the situation because Yang Kai obtained a 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. He had used his golden crow casts the sun and dragon shield secret technique more than once and even displayed the towering evergreen outside the blood monster divine palace. He also spent a fortune to purchase the primordial young profound ginseng from Yi Jian from Thunderclap Hall at the exchange meeting in Thousand Bird Star City. Anyone who was paying attention would be able to realize he had condensed fire, earth, wood, and yang elements, and as soon as he refined the 7th-order metal element monster core that he had newly obtained, how far would he be from ascending to the open heaven realm? Although directly breaking through to the high-rank open heaven realm was extremely dangerous, and no one dared say that Yang Kai would definitely succeed in doing so, what if he did? They had not been oppressing him openly before because the situation was not yet urgent. The advancement from the peak of the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm was always a long process, and any accident along the way would be enough to take Yang Kai's life. But Yang Kai's cultivation speed obviously exceeded everyone's expectations, and there were even rumors now that Lan Yu Roa of Firstin was sparing no effort to search for high-ranking element resources. Many were aware of the relationship between Lan Yu Roa and Yang Kai. Lan Yu Roa was a 6th-order open heaven master, so she had no reason to be looking for a 7th-order element treasure other than for Yang Kai. Rumor had it that she now had a lead on such a resource and had led several subordinates of First into a certain forbidden zone. If she succeeded in coming out safely, she might just bring a 7th-order element treasure with her. By then, Yang Kai would have a great chance of breaking through. It was a matter that could not afford to be delayed any longer. If they wanted to make a move, it had to be done before Lan Yu Roa returned. Otherwise, if this 6th-order woman went crazy, it would be hard to subdue her without a high-rank open heaven realm master making a move. Yang Kai was not aware that the proprietress, Old Bai, chef, and accountant had risked their lives to venture into a forbidden zone to search for a element treasure for him, but he quickly realized after learning about the incident in Void Star City and the disappearance of Lu Shui and the others that someone had lost their patience and was now making a move against him. Is it the cave heavens and paradises? Not necessarily. The cave heavens and paradises are highly exalted and renowned, so they would not have acted out directly without a righteous cause, otherwise, it would put their reputations at risk. The loss would outweigh the gain. Then, who could it be? Only a top-tier second-class great force could dispatch a 6th-order open heaven realm master. After a little bit of pondering, a figure flashed across Yang Kai's mind and a sneer appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai ordered, "Second manager, be patient. Elder Lu and the others should not be in any danger, but they're most likely captured and restrained. As long as that person still desired the 7th-order monster core he possessed, he would not mistreat Lu Shui and the others. If he pushed Yang Kai past his limits, what would he have to bargain with?" However, this was only Yang Kai's speculation, and it was really hard to say whether it was accurate or not. That person also knew that Yang Kai had Yu He, a 6th-order open heaven realm master, with him, and he was also only a 6th-order open heaven realm master. Where did he get the courage to stir up trouble? Unless, he had someone even stronger backing him. After some thinking, Yang Kai's confusion slowly cleared. At this moment, Bian Yuqing's expression suddenly changed and she took out a communication bead. After reading the message she just received, her face filled with great panic as she announced, "Sect Master, there are many ships coming towards Void Land." Yang Kai's face sank, such an ugly appetite. Although he had already anticipated the situation after learning that Lu Shui and the others were missing, he did not expect the other party to come so quickly. He had just received the news, and the other party was already at his gates. "Follow me to have a look." Yang Kai shot out of the room as soon as he spoke, followed closely by Bian Yuqing. They arrived at the edge of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. After opening a window in the Grand Array and stealing a peek, the color completely drained from Bian Yuqing's beautiful face while Yang Kai's too, looking extremely sullen. Previously, Bian Yuqing was only informed by the patrols guarding the Grand Array that many ships were advancing towards Void Land, but the number was not specified. Now, from the glance into the void she just took, it was clear that an overwhelming number of ships was filling the void. Why are there so many? Bian Yuqing's beautiful eyes quivered. Yang Kai did not expect this scene either, but after a little thought, he understood. If Void Land was really just an ordinary second-class great force, the other party would probably not dispatch such an overwhelming lineup. However, Void Land's 9 heavenly layers grand array was extraordinary, and the other party was not confident it could overwhelm them with only a slight advantage in numbers, hence they had called out for help from allies. Yang Kai glanced back at his own 9 heavenly layers grand array, sneering coldly in his heart. It seemed that many people would die here today. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43:16, Invading Army at the Gates. Young Master. Followed by a fragrant scent, Yuhi appeared next to Yang Kai. She was cultivating in retreat before this, but she sensed that Void Land was encountering a crisis, so the first thing she did was to rush here to ensure Yang Kai's safety. Although Yang Kai had astounding aptitude, he was still only a half-step open heaven realm master, therefore, his ability to protect himself on such an occasion was quite limited. Yang Kai nodded to her before glancing up coldly at the void. There were more than 100 flight-type artifacts there. Each flight-type artifact represented a great force. Even for Yu He, who was not unfamiliar with all kinds of grand occasions, could not help feeling goosebumps arising all over her body, her pretty face turning solemn. The 3,000 worlds was vast and full of bloody massacres and fierce battles. Countless people succumbed to death every day. Even the cave heavens and paradises had no way to guarantee their eternal survival, let alone the other great forces. The cycle of birth and destruction of all kinds of major and minor great forces was never-ending. They could establish, soar, weaken, and be destroyed for a variety of reasons. Just like how Seven Wonders Land's inheritance was destroyed after being occupied by others. However, not many great forces would encounter a situation of being besieged by so many foreign forces. For those who had no idea about why this was happening, they may think that Void Land had committed some kind of outrageous crime. Yang Kai, your Void Land is vile and cruel. You lured people to your star city with sinister intentions, intercepting them halfway to seize their wealth and take their lives. Many great forces have been exterminated because of you. Such monstrous acts cannot be tolerated. Devil spawn, come out and face death. A furious howl resounded loudly throughout the sky, echoing back and forth for quite a long time. Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of the voice. On a certain ship, an elderly man with a ruddy face stood at the bow, fire burning wildly in his eyes, as if he had an absolutely irreconcilable enmity with Yang Kai. This elderly man was Old Hong of Heaven's Border. It was this old man who happened to find out that Yang Kai had obtained the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core and chased after him, only to lose him in the end and return in vain. Soon after, the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, came to Yang Kai and tried to coerce him into handing over the 7th Order Monster Core. Needless to say, Old Hong must have informed Kong Feng about it. After all, he was the only one who knew about the 7th Order Monster Core. Old Hong was also the first person to stand up and condemn Void Land today. Yang Kai believed that he did not have any real enmity with this old man. At most, he just teased the old guy when he seized the corpse of the Golden Crow, but it did not cause him to suffer any losses. How could this lead to a deep enmity? Looking at Old Hong's eagerness though, Yang Kai could only wonder who he was representing this time. Yang Kai swept his eyes across the flight-type artifacts and soon, he saw Kong Feng of Heavenly Sword Union. The Heavenly Sword Union ship was extraordinary, which was not surprising considering it was one of the strongest second-class great forces. Compared to the artifacts of other great forces, the ship of Heavenly Sword Union was much bigger. There were many cultivators standing on the spacious deck and in the middle were 2 seats, one of which was occupied by Kong Feng, and the other by a young woman. They were undoubtedly the owners of the ship. The woman looked young, but the aura that undulated from her body was not inferior to Kong Feng's. Without a doubt, she was also a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai could observe the situation outside clearly from the safety of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, but anyone on the outside would not be able to see anything on the inside. However, when Yang Kai's eyes landed on Kong Feng, the latter seemed to sense him. He turned to the place where Yang Kai was standing and revealed a faint smile. Not only Kong Feng, but the young woman too had seemed to sense Yang Kai's gaze and looked over before whispering to Kong Feng. Although Yang Kai had no idea about what they were talking about, by the looks of their behavior, the woman did not seem to be from Heavenly Sword Union, but rather from a different great force. Seeing Kong Feng coming here in person, Yang Kai confirmed that Old Hong must be the pawn of Heavenly Sword Union. Back then, it was Old Hong who had informed Kong Feng about the 7th Order Monster Corps, and now he was the first to jump out and denounce Voidland. Yang Kai wondered what kind of the relationship Heaven's Border and Heavenly Sword Union had. What is that old thing talking about? He cursed furiously as murderous intent surged from her body. Young master, let me kill him. She was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she could easily kill Old Hong who was just a 4th Order Open Realm Master. However, even if she could successfully launch a surprise attack, it would be difficult for her to return safely under the circumstances. After all, there were too many great enemies assembled outside. Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. Don't mind him. Just let him bark. He ground her pristine teeth as she glared at Old Hong coldly. She secretly swore that if she had a chance, she would take this old dog's life. She had been in retreat earlier, so she was actually clueless about what was going on outside and why there were so many forces surrounding Void Land all of a sudden, so she immediately sent a divine sense transmission to Bian Yuqing to inquire about the situation. Bian Yuqing briefly told her everything she had explained to Yang Kai before. He was a brilliant woman, so she instantly figured out the crux of the matter and couldn't help turning to Yang Kai with worry. The accusation of Void Land luring others in and then intercepting them was nothing more than an excuse. It was obvious that someone was using this matter to target Yang Kai. With Heavenly Sword Union as the head of the assembly of these 100 or so great forces, he could not help wondering which of the cave heavens and paradises were the masterminds behind this, and how many of them were involved in just watching this show. He clenched her fists. This situation was somewhat similar to what had happened before. Back then, she was just a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator and she was helpless in the crisis. By the time she received word of what happened, that person had already died, leaving her completely heartbroken. But she was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. She finally had some strength to protect herself and others. Perhaps a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was nothing in front of the cave heavens and paradises, but she would never let history repeat itself unless she died. Yang Kai, show yourself. After Old Hong shouted, he was exasperated when Void Land did not react at all. After looking at Kong Feng for instructions, he called once more, do you think you can just hide behind your grand array? Today, we gather here to seek justice for our dead companions. It's useless for you to hide in there like a coward. The heavens have eyes, and wicked beings like you and your Void Land will be judged. Come out now. Someone suddenly yelled. Like a chain reaction, countless cultivators started shouting together. The scene was so spectacular that the void trembled endlessly. Inside the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Yang Kai watched indifferently and turned a deaf ear to these provocations. However, he also understood that this was truly a tough situation to resolve. The most important thing he needed to make sure was the safety of Lu Shui and the others, but he failed to find them even after searching around. Although he assured Bian Yuqing that Lu Shui should be fine, it was just his own speculation. In truth, he was totally clueless regarding the real situation. The commotion outside continued for a while, but seeing no response from Void Land, the people began to become furious and annoyed. On the Heavenly Sword Union ship, Kong Feng put down his teacup and waved his hand as he smiled, bring them up. When the words fell, the hatch of the ship opened up, and a group of people staggered out onto the deck. The leader of the group was a woman dressed in palace robes. Other than the missing Lu Shui, who else could she be? It seemed that Lu Shui had just encountered a big fight. Blood stains were splattered all over her war-weathered robes, her hair was disheveled, and her aura was weak. At the moment, she was bound tightly with her hands tied behind her back by a black rope-like artifact. Following behind her was Yun Xinghua, who seemed to be in much the same condition as Lu Shui. He too was bound by ropes, looking quite embarrassed. In addition to the two of them, there were more than 30 low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Some of these people were from the batch of cultivators from Abundant City, while some were from the original Blood Swan Continent group. Yun Xinghua was ordered by Yang Kai to take care of the Star City with the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Blood Swan Continent. But now it seemed that he had been beaten and captured. Lu Shui stumbled and almost fell flat onto the deck. A man, probably only a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master of Heavenly Sword Union, was pushing her from behind. He was extremely rude, pushing Lu Shui while also groping her waist and bottom as he grinned. Lu Shui turned around and glared at him, but the man was not afraid at all. He was certain that Lu Shui and the others would be dead soon, so he had nothing to fear. "What are you looking at? Move!" The man bellowed, whipping Lu Shui's face with the whip in his hand, drawing a streak of blood from her delicate face. Lu Shui grit her teeth, choked down the anger and humiliation in her heart, and walked up the deck. "Hee, Union Master Kong, isn't it a little rude for you to treat a woman like this? She's a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all." On the deck, the young woman sitting next to Kong Feng suddenly giggled as she glanced at Lu Shui. The young woman had a beautiful and innocent look, seemingly only 25 years old. If someone met her for the first time, they would think that she was just a naive and ignorant little girl. Only those who knew her well would understand that innocence had nothing to do with this woman. She was as cruel as she was merciless. This woman was Black Prison's warden, Wan Bai Feng. The Black Prison was a very special second-class force, because it was literally a prison, one formed naturally in a dreadfully dangerous environment. There were countless natural spirit arrays inside the Black Prison, and if one was not familiar with the safe paths inside, even a high-rank Open Heaven Master would be at risk of dying. It was rumored that although Wan Bai Feng was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, a normal 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not her opponent inside the Black Prison. There were naturally prisoners in Black Prison, most of which were criminals who committed various crimes in the 3,000 worlds. Others were individuals who were captured from defeated forces after battles between great forces. Normally such people would simply be put to death, but the Black Prison offered an alternative. Wan Bai Feng was happy to accept all such convicts, allowing them to escape death at the cost of their freedom. Martial Peak, Chapter 43:17, Own Respective Needs. Certainly, the Black Prison was not a safe place, and Wan Bai Feng was not a philanthropist who was happy to give alms. The reason she was willing to accept those Open Heaven Realm Masters was because the Black Prison was rich with a special cultivation resource which could only be collected by Open Heaven Realm Masters. Wan Bai Feng often paid great forces to bring over Open Heaven Realm criminals to collect resources inside the Black Prison. With this, not only could those great forces get rid of these convicts, they could also make some profit from it. Naturally, many were more than willing to deal with her. However, it was well known that none of the Open Heaven Realm Masters who entered the Black Prison ever came out. The harsh environment and various dangers inside could take away the lives of cultivators at any time. Even if they survived there by chance, their cultivations would be devoured continuously. Eventually, the small universe in their bodies would be obliterated and they would suffer a fate worse than death. Due to the special environment of the Black Prison, it had attracted many desperate cultivators seeking refuge, who Wan Bai Feng was more than willing to welcome. In any case, as long as she controlled the entrance to the Black Prison, no one could disobey her. Every year, there would be countless casualties in the Black Prison, so as its owner, how could Luan Baifeng be a naive and innocent woman? In the entire vast 3,000 worlds, there were not many people who were as ruthless as her. Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng were old acquaintances. This time, he invited her to join hands in dealing with Void Land. Since the closing of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Kong Feng had been gathering information about Void Land. As far as he knew, Void Land was once Seven Wonders Land, which was just an ordinary second-class great force. It was nothing to him, as the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land was said to be extremely limited. Such a great force was simply vulnerable in front of Heavenly Sword Union. If possible, Kong Feng would have preferred to act alone to seize Void Land. In this way, he could monopolize the benefits of Void Land without sharing with others. However, he was dreadfully frightened by the 9 heavenly layers grand array protecting Void Land. Even a top-tier second-class great force such as Heavenly Sword Union did not have such a spirit array guarding its headquarters. It was truly hard for him to believe that Void Land had such a deep heritage. He had gotten someone to investigate it before, and learnt that the array was arranged by a man named Grandmaster Wu Liang. He initially wanted to search for Grandmaster Wu Liang to inquire about the details of the 9 heavenly layers grand array. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Wu Liang was a lone wolf and did not serve any sect or great force, so Kong Feng couldn't track him down even after several months of searching. In desperation, he could only invite Luan Baifeng to assist him. Luan Baifeng was not weaker than him as she too was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In addition, they knew each other, so they had the foundation to cooperate with each other. Of course, the main reason Kong Feng sought out Luan Baifeng was because of her outstanding attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. For her to be able to live in a place where countless natural arrays existed, how could she not have a profound understanding about spirit arrays? Among the people Kong Feng knew, Luan Baifeng was definitely ranked in the top 3 in attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. With the help of this woman, they could crack the 9 heavenly layers grand array, making it a simple matter to capture Void Land. However, before that, Kong Feng still needed to send some people to probe the 9 heavenly layers grand array, so as to facilitate Luan Baifeng's analysis. They definitely had to sacrifice lives to break such a grand array, but Kong Feng was naturally reluctant to sacrifice his Heavenly Sword Union's disciples. As such, he could only gather others to use as pawns. This was what led to the current situation. It could be said that Kong Feng was the main reason why 100 great forces were gathered around Void Land. Hearing Luan Baifeng's complaint, Kong Feng smiled faintly. Those who achieve great things don't bother about small matters. How could we be soft when facing the enemy? If we were, how could we force that brat to show up? He secretly criticized, like I haven't seen how cruel you are, Luan Baifeng. Is it funny to say such a thing at this time? Luan Baifeng replied with admiration, Union Master Kong is truly a man who knows how to achieve great things. This mistress appreciates your approach very much. Then she giggled with her mouth covered, it's just that, will that Yang Kai really show up because of this? Kong Feng grinned meaningfully, Void Land was established not long ago, and Yang Kai is just an Emperor Realm Junior. I have no idea how he recruited so many Open Heaven Realm Masters, but since most of his subordinates were captured by me, he will certainly show up. He simply has no choice. According to the information Kong Feng had gathered, there were not many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land. Since he captured more than 30 of them at once, Void Land had definitely suffered a great loss. Therefore, he was confident Yang Kai would show up. Luan Baifeng nodded slightly, that would be for the best. It will be easy if he shows up. Union Master Kong, don't forget to share the benefits with this mistress when this is all over. While speaking, she glanced at Lu Shui and the others while licking her lips, as if she saw delicious food in front of her. Don't worry, this Kong won't go back on his word. Kong Feng responded casually. Although he and Luan Baifeng were old acquaintances, he still had to promise her some benefits when requesting her help, otherwise, how could he convince her to assist him? The condition he offered was to give her all the open heaven realm masters he captured in this battle. The defeated party in the battle often ended up as captives. For example, when Yang Kai took over Void Land, he captured Chen Tianfei. If Chen Tianfei had not offered up the loyalty list, Yang Kai would certainly have executed the fatty. After all, they had a deep blood feud, and Yang Kai could not guarantee his loyalty at all, so how could he let him live? However, Chen Tianfei was quick-witted. He immediately took out the loyalty list as soon as he realized that he was cornered, allowing him to preserve his life until now. In general, the fate of such captives was dreadful. Most of them would be brought back to the vanquisher's headquarters to be killed, because after the death of an open heaven realm master, their small universe would collapse and their world force would leak out and be absorbed by the spirit province, enhancing its background. Only those captives who could prove themselves to be valuable could be exempted from death. For other great forces, the greatest value of captives was to kill them in their headquarters to collect their world force. However, Yuan Baifeng was different. What she needed most in Black Prison was open heaven realm mining slaves, the more, the better. As such, after Kong Feng approached her, they only negotiated for about half a day before finalizing the conditions of their cooperation. There were already more than 30 open heaven realm captives on the ship at present, all of whom would belong to Yuan Baifeng in the end. It could be said that she had already reaped a great harvest from this trip. And that was not to mention that there may be more open heaven realm masters waiting for her once they captured Void Land. Among these more than 30 people, Lu Shui was her favorite by far. There were many slaves in the Black Prison, but not many of them were fifth-order open heaven realm masters like Lu Shui. The value a fifth-order open heaven realm master could provide there was enormous. Seeing that Kong Feng agreed to her terms without hesitation, Yuan Baifeng was extremely satisfied with him. Of course, she had no idea that Kong Feng had plans of his own. Yuan Baifeng did not know that Yang Kai had a seventh-order monster beast core, but Kong Feng did. It had only been about a year since the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven, and according to common sense, Yang Kai couldn't have refined that monster core. If he could conquer Void Land, the monster core would be his. Seventh-order materials were incredibly valuable. Being a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Kong Feng would sooner or later break through to the seventh order. At that time, he would need these seventh-order materials to improve his strength. As such, he naturally needed to collect resources like this whenever possible. However, it was not just the seventh-order monster core that attracted him. The biggest temptation for Kong Feng was the complete sets of fifth-order materials. It was no secret that Void Land traded numerous complete sets of fifth-order materials for materials of other orders, so Kong Feng naturally knew about it. Heavenly Sword Union even purchased a set from Void Land secretly. After a thorough examination, Kong Feng was shocked to find that all these fifth-order materials came from the same source. He vaguely believed that Void Land must have a secret method which could regularly produce these fifth-order materials, otherwise, they would not have casually traded away so many of them. If Heavenly Sword Union could gain control over this production method, it would definitely be able to produce more fifth-order open heaven realm masters in the future. It could be said this material source was a critical component to the foundation of a sect. How could Kong Feng not be envious of it? To him personally, the seventh-order monster core was more important, but to Heavenly Sword Union, this method to produce a steady stream of fifth-order materials was the most valuable. If Heavenly Sword Union became more powerful, Kong Feng would benefit from it too. At that time, Heavenly Sword Union may be able to rise to the level of the cave heavens or paradises. During the simple conversation between the two of them, the grand array that enveloped Void Land suddenly distorted for a moment and three figures appeared in everyone's sight. Kong Feng raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai and smiled. As he expected, Yang Kai could no longer ignore them after they brought up Lu Shui and the others, and had to show up himself. At this moment, Yang Kai's face was incredibly dark. Luan Baifeng, who was sitting next to Kong Feng, stared at Yu He enthusiastically. She had excellent vision, so she naturally sensed that Yu He was strong. Unfortunately, because of the distance between them, she could not determine Yu He's exact order. She licked her red lips again as she asked, "Union Master Kong, what open heaven order is that woman?" Kong Feng answered, "Is junior sister Luan interested in her? I'm afraid that will be a little difficult. After all, she is also a sixth order." A sixth order? Luan Baifeng was obviously taken aback. Given that Void Land was just newly established, it was already beyond her expectation that it could have more than 30 open heaven realm masters, including a fifth order one like Lu Shui. She never expected Void Land to have a sixth order open heaven realm master too. The owner of Void Land was just an emperor realm boy. How could he convince so many open heaven realm masters to serve him? As she thought of this, Luan Baifeng turned to Yang Kai and saw that although this young man looked dignified and possessed an impressive demeanor, there didn't seem to be anything else special about him. The gap between the Emperor realm and the Open Heaven realm was just too big. How could he get Open Heaven realm masters to listen to his orders? Failing to understand this, she shook her head lightly and chuckled, "Union Master Kong, this mistress likes that woman very much. I hope that you can help me capture her later." Kong Feng hesitated a while before he replied carelessly, "If there is a chance, this Kong will do his best." Martial Peak, Chapter 43-18, Accusation. Kong Feng was naturally just brushing Luan Baifeng off while he secretly cursed her for being insatiable. How could it be so easy to capture a sixth-order Open Heaven realm master alive? Both he and Luan Baifeng were also just in the sixth order. Although Yu He was certainly no match for them in a straight-up fight, given that the gap between their overall strength was not too large, capturing her alive would be all but impossible. If Yu He wanted to escape, he would have no way to stop her. As such, he did not dare to promise too much. Ignoring Luan Baifeng, Kong Feng waved his hand as he ordered, "Act according to the plan." Yes. On the deck of the ship, several men cupped their fists. Then, followed by hundreds of others, they split into 10 or so groups and flew out of the ship before scattering in all directions, soon surrounding the local region. The leaders of these groups were all Open Heaven realm masters, and after getting into position, each of them took out something like a square array plate one after another, and threw them into the void. Then, they formed a set of hand seals and the array plates quickly vanished into the void. At the same time, the surrounding space solidified. The changes in the environment were not obvious to others. Even Yu He, who was a sixth-order Open Heaven realm master, was only slightly aware of some unusual transformation in the surrounding region, but it was impossible to tell what the specific changes were. Only Yang Kai could sense it so clearly that he could not help snorting coldly, "Old dog Kong Feng, you're really well prepared." He watched the large group of people flying out from the ship, but he did not understand what they were doing. However, Yang Kai immediately understood when the surrounding space changed. On the deck of the ship, Kong Feng turned to Luan Baifeng, and nodded lightly, "Junior sister Luan's attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays are truly amazing. This senior brother salutes you." Luan Baifeng smiled, "It's the fruit of being forced in order to have a living, it's not like I had a choice. But with the confinement of my array, this area has become completely sealed. Even if that boy has high attainment in the Tao of Space, he has no way to escape from here." Kong Feng nodded lightly. He certainly learnt about Yang Kai when he inquired about Void Land, and knew that while he was not strong, he was good at escaping. Especially after hearing the report from Old Hong, Kong Feng learnt that Yang Kai had used space principles to slip away from even Lan Yu Roa of First and before. As such, he understood that if he wished to capture Yang Kai this time, he had to use a heaven-sealing earth-locking array. It would not be easy for even a sixth-order Open Heaven realm master like him to stop Yang Kai once that happened. Therefore, Before they continued, they confined the space around Void Land in order to prevent Yang Kai from teleporting away. With the heaven-sealing earth-locking array set up by Luan Bai Feng, Yang Kai had no way to run this time. They did not arrange this array earlier because Kong Feng wasn't certain Yang Kai was in Void Land, but as soon as Yang Kai appeared, Kong Feng immediately ordered them to execute the plan. Now that everything was set, they just had to wait for the right moment to attack. Kong Feng turned to Old Hong and exchanged looks with him. After receiving the signal, Old Hong yelled, "Little thief Yang Kai, you've finally shown yourself." Yang Kai glared at him as he retorted, "Old dog, stop barking non-stop and disturbing the peace. You court death." Old Hong grinned, "How dare you speak wildly when facing imminent disaster? The folly of youth indeed." Yang Kai did not bother to talk nonsense with him and instead turned to Kong Feng with a clenched jaw, his eyes burning in anger. "Union Master Kong, why did you capture my Void Land's people? How has Void Land offended you?" Kong Feng remained silent with a smile, putting on a look like Yang Kai had no right to speak to him. Meanwhile, Old Hong continued shouting, "Do you still need someone else to tell you what your Void Land has done? Junior, today you must die." Yang Kai glared at him furiously, "Our Void Land has never offended others who have not offended us. I swear to the heavens and earth that we have never acted without conscience. Old dog, stop talking nonsense." Old Hong sneered deviously, "You really won't shed tears without seeing the coffin, will you? Little brat, if you don't wish for others to condemn you, you should not do deeds worthy of condemnation. Since you insist on denying the truth, this king will give you the proof." He waved his hand, "Please, junior brother Chi." As he spoke, an elderly man stepped out from the crowd. His face was filled with such lament and sorrow that there seemed to be nothing else that could hurt him anymore. After gaining a stable foothold, he cupped his fist towards Old Hong feebly. In front of the public, this elderly man was instantly recognized as Chi Changying, a fourth-order open heaven realm master from Mountains and Seas Pavilion. There were only 2 fourth-order open heaven realm masters in Mountains and Seas Pavilion in total, which were Chi Changyi and the pavilion master himself. However, the pavilion master of Mountains and Seas Pavilion did not show up most of the time, leaving most matters of Mountains and Seas Pavilion to be handled by Chi Changying. As such, he was known by many open heaven realm masters of other second-class great forces. Old Hong patted Chi Changying on the shoulder with a supportive look, and continued in a deep voice, "Junior brother Chi, I know that your Mountains and Seas Pavilion encountered a disaster a year ago and suffered great losses. Our heaven's border faced a similar situation, but the culprit is too powerful so we can't do anything about it. However, murder must be paid for with blood. Now that Heavenly Sword Union is here to seek justice for us, speak your grievances. Under the witness of everyone here today, we must eradicate this evil and return a bright future to the 3,000 worlds." Old Hong's speech immediately reminded Chi Changying of the tragedy that happened under his watch a year ago. His eyes turned red, and he could not help feeling sorrowful. He turned to the ship where Heavenly Sword Union was located from a distance, saluted and proceeded in a trembling voice, "Many thanks, Union Master Kong. This old master has nothing else to ask for today, but vengeance for this blood feud. If this wish can be achieved, I shall die with no regrets." After a pause, Chi Changying spoke about what happened a year ago heartbrokenly, how he heard that there were complete sets of fifth-order materials being sold in Void Star City, how they gathered everything they had, how they traveled all the way to Void Territory, how they were attacked, and how he managed to stay alive. He disclosed every single detail in his speech. Old Hong clenched his teeth, "Junior brother Chi, did you mention that you escaped by faking death, and vaguely heard the words Void Land and Senior Yun?" Chi Changying nodded slowly, "That's right. This old master also knows that the person in charge of Void Star City is a man named Yun Xinghua. He has the same cultivation with this old master, and matches the person who killed our Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples. This old master lived an ignoble life after that, sneaking into Void Star City to investigate and confirm whether Yun Xinghua was indeed the one who killed my mountains and Sea's pavilion disciples. This old master swore he would take revenge no matter what. Old Hong immediately asked, "What is the result of the investigation?" Qi Changying shook his head slowly. Yun Xinghua lives a reclusive life, and this old master didn't have the chance to see him. Old Hong raised his brows slightly. "If I show you Yun Xinghua, will you be able to recognize him?" Qi Changying gritted her teeth ferociously. Even if he were reduced to ash, this old master would still recognize him. Old Hong nodded. "Good, junior brother Qi, look over there, Yun Xinghua is among that group." Qi Changying was stunned before he hurriedly looked to the direction that Old Hong pointed at. After a moment, he widened his eyes and leapt towards the ship with raging murderous intent. Yun Xinghua, suffer death. Among the captives, Yun Xinghua was absolutely appalled. He already felt humiliated enough being caught due to his incompetence and was still worrying about his own safety. Fortunately, Lu Shui stood at the head of their group, preventing him from sticking out too much. But now, his face turned white as this unfamiliar old man suddenly rushed towards him to take his life. Unable to care about face any longer, he retreated while shouting horrifyingly, "Mercy, old sir, there must be some kind of misunderstanding." He was totally clueless about what was going on. He had never met Qi Changying, let alone killed the disciples of Mountains and Sea's pavilion. Ever since he signed his name on the loyalty list and was sent to Void Star City by Yang Kai, he has been taking care of the Star City conscientiously, in fear of being punished by Yang Kai for any mistakes. Initially, the Star City was blossoming with activity, but he did not expect a large number of people to attack all of a sudden half a month ago. The people of Void Land failed to defend themselves and were captured, and then were brought here. Hearing the previous conversations from the crowd, Yun Xinghua vaguely sensed that someone was conspiring against Void Land, and he was just a pawn caught up in this plot. Previously, he felt a little fortunate that he was not their target, but he did not expect that he would be the first to die. Qi Changying naturally ignored him. While flying out, Qi Changying slammed his palm at Yun Xinghua with murderous intent even from thousands of meters away. Yun Xinghua was unable to resist as his strength was currently sealed. Seeing that palm strike about to land on him, he could not help exclaiming, "My destined end has come." He could only close his eyes and accept death. But a moment later, the attack did not arrive as he thought it would. It seemed that someone had saved his life. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qi Changying shouting and falling back to where he came from. Yun Xinghua was thrilled that he escaped death, and out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the young woman sitting on the chair withdrawing her fair hand. It was she who saved him. He glanced at the young woman gratefully. Even though he had no idea who this woman was or why she wanted to save him, he was sure that the cultivation that she had was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Luan Baifeng brushed her hair back behind her ear and looked at Yun Xinghua with a smile. Surprised by her action, Yun Xinghua quickly thanked her. Luan Baifeng chuckled, "If you have anything to say, just say it with your mouth. Why resort to violence right away? Life is very precious." "Union Master Kong, do you think so?" Kong Feng smiled faintly, but he did not say anything. He knew why Luan Baifeng wanted to save Yun Xinghua. It was all because these captives belonged to her. Any one of them dying was a loss to her, therefore, no one would be allowed to harm her interests while she was present. After Luan Baifeng's interception, Qi Changying acknowledged her terrifying strength and dared not to do it again. Still, he glared at Yun Xinghua angrily, as if he wanted to peel his skin off. Old Hong continued in a deep voice, "Junior brother Qi, please calm your anger. Do you recognize the man who attacked your Mountains and Sea's pavilion that day?" Qi Changying immediately pointed out his finger. "It was him. He led people to intercept my Mountains and Sea's pavilion ship and killed hundreds of our disciples. None of them were spared." As he finished his sentence, he let out a long cry to the sky as 2 streaks of tears rolled down his cheeks. you're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.